What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy, Omni-sensei. Welcome to What If I Was in Marvel as Spider-Man, Conqueror of Multiverse, Part 13. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed. Also, remember to check out the original story, link in the description. Without further ado, let's get into it.
行くぜ
Dormammu's ethereal form shimmered with confusion and irritation as he stared at the two distinct versions of Peter before him. The dimensional being struggled to comprehend the presence of two individuals who appeared to be the same person, not to mention the fact that the original just came back from the dead. The new Peter turned his attention to the original Peter, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Without needing words, they shared an unspoken understanding, their connection rooted in the events that had transpired before their entry into the dark dimension. "Hello, how nice of you to join us," the original Peter remarked with a wry grin. The new Peter chuckled softly. "Yeah, I thought you could use a hand." The concept behind this was rather intricate yet simple at the same time, a paradoxical dance that had the potential to sway the course of their battle against Dormammu. With each death and subsequent revival, the cycle reset, and another version of Peter joined the fray, ready to take up arms and help against our all-powerful enemy. This is why Peter had to activate the spell before entering the dark dimension. It's a similar spell to the one that Doctor Strange used in the movies, but instead of trapping Dormammu and annoying him to death, Peter wanted to use this opportunity to hone himself and beat the shit out of Dormammu. After all, not everyone can say they got the chance to win a fight against a being like Dormammu. In the movie, Strange technically beat him, but was it really a fight? No, he practically bored the guy to death after dying thousands of times. Peter wanted a fight. Dormammu's voice resonated with a mixture of irritation and disbelief. "You died. Your existence should be forfeit. Those were the terms of our vow. Why is this not so?" The original Peter shook his head, a smirk forming on his lips. "I'm pretty sure I'm breathing right now. So, either I'm not dead, or the afterlife is weirder than I thought." The new Peter chuckled, his tone light. "Maybe Dormammu needs glasses." Both Peters exchanged knowing looks before turning their attention back to the perplexed entity before them. "You know, you're looking a bit tired, Dormammu," they both Peter spoke at the same time. "Maybe you need a vacation." Dormammu's eyes blazed with anger, his voice thundering through the dark dimension. "Silence. I will not be mocked by insects like you." Before the fighting could start again, the second Peter's form began to transform, his muscles bulging and his skin taking on the fiery hue of the Red Hulk, perfectly matching the original Peter. "What's the matter, Dormammu?" the original Peter taunted. "Feeling a little outnumbered?" Dormammu's response was a surge of dark energy, unleashed with a newfound intensity. The battle erupted once more, a symphony of clashing forces and reverberating energy that filled the dark expanse. The two Peters fought with coordinated precision, their movements harmonizing in a fluid dance of offense and defense. They strategized seamlessly, capitalizing on each other's strengths to counter Dormammu's onslaught. However, the cosmic being's power still held a distinct advantage, and their battle remained a grueling struggle to survive and fight back. Blows were exchanged, shockwaves were created, and energy crackled in the air as the battle raged on. Dormammu's attack struck with raw force, and the two Peters did their best to evade and retaliate. The fiery presence of the Phoenix and the brute strength of the Red Hulk surged forth, creating a tumultuous storm of power that shook the very foundation of the dark dimension. Despite their combined efforts, Dormammu's power began to overwhelm them. His mastery over his immense power and his intimate connection to the dimension itself granted him an almost insurmountable advantage. The two Peters fought valiantly, but even their combined strength could not break through Dormammu's formidable defenses. As the battle continued, the second Peter found himself in a dire predicament. Dormammu created a ball of dark purple energy, which he threw with swift and deadly precision, obliterating him in an instant. The original Peter watched helplessly as his counterpart vanished into nothingness. Yet, just as the second Peter's form disappeared, the fabric of time itself seemed to twist and reverse once again. The second Peter reappeared where he had fallen moments before, his form intact and unharmed. The eye of Agamotto's green light pulsed with an eerie intensity, a testament to the spell's power. The original Peter's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he looked at the second Peter. You can't keep a good spider down. The second Peter laughed, his tone lighthearted. Guess you're stuck with me, huh? As the two Peters taunted Dormammu, the dimensional being's fury intensified. His form radiated with dark energy, his eyes glowing with an intensity that matched his growing anger. But before he could do or say anything about it, yet another portal opened in the exact spot that the first two Peters arrived. The cycle repeated, and the original Peter's lips curved into a confident grin. Looks like we have another visitor. I wonder who it could be. As the third Peter arrived through the portal, he looked up at Dormammu and waved casually. Yo, Dormammu, I've come to dash sadly. His casual greeting was cut short by the overlapping voices of the other two Peters. To kick his butt, we know. Dormammu's rage reached a new height as the three Peters stood before him, an embodiment of defiance. His ethereal form trembled with unrestrained fury, and he launched into a frenzied assault, attacking without a shred of caution. Blows were exchanged, energy crackled, and the dark dimension itself seemed to shudder under the weight of their battle. However, in his frenzy to end the onslaught, Dormammu's unrelenting attacks struck all three Peters simultaneously, their forms obliterated in a blinding burst of energy. Instantly, the dark dimension seemed to ripple and rewind, and in the wake of their destruction, the three Peters appeared once again, as if they were never killed. But that's not all. Instead of one, three separate portals materialized. As the portals pulsed with a vibrant light, three more Peter Parkers emerged, each appearing as determined as the last. 6 sets of eyes turned to regard Dormammu, and in eerie unison, they offered the same greeting. Yo! But their words were cut short as they registered the presence of their counterparts. 3 sets of gazes locked onto one another, and their voices echoed simultaneously, I see it's already started. Dormammu's wrath escalated to a new level as he watched the 3 new Peters undergo the transformation into the towering figures of the Red Hulk. 6 Red Hulks stood before him, an army of Peters that seemed to defy reason. The cosmic being's anger only intensified as he faced this ever-expanding force that continued to multiply. The battle reignited, an overwhelming symphony of raw power and cosmic fury. With 6 Red Hulks in their arsenal, the Peters found new opportunities to counter Dormammu's attacks and begin to close the gap between them and their formidable opponent. Dormammu's defenses were formidable, but the sheer force of their combined might begin to wear away his strength. Time passed in a chaotic blur as the battle raged on. More Peters fell and were reborn, their numbers multiplying exponentially. 50 Red Hulks now faced Dormammu, their collective power sending shockwaves that reverberated through the dark dimension. Each death only fueled their determination, strengthening their numbers as they pressed forward. Soon enough, the tide began to turn, and now over 100 Red Hulks stood united against Dormammu's onslaught. Their power was immense, and with each strike, each surge of energy, they began to overwhelm the cosmic being. Dormammu's form contorted in pain, his once imposing presence now faltering under their relentless assault. The mindless ones, those who had once served Dormammu, watched in fear from a distance. Their god, once invincible, now faced an army of his own creation, an army of Peters who refused to relent. Ethereal blood flew through the dark dimension as their god's defeat seemed inevitable. Finally, as the Peters stood over a collapsed and battered Dormammu, their voices echoed as one. Will you surrender or will you die? They asked, as it didn't seem possible to knock him out. Dormammu's voice trembled with both fury and pain, his form contorting in agony. I will not surrender. The Peters exchanged glances, their collective determination unyielding. Very well, they said in unison. We don't know how to kill a being like you, but we'll do whatever it takes to end this. With a determined nod, the Peters unleashed a barrage of energy and force that shook the very fabric of the dark dimension. Power surged through them, a crescendo of strength that battered against Dormammu's defenses. The cosmic being's form quaked, his resistance waning as the onslaught continued. The battle raged on, each strike bringing them closer to victory. Dormammu's form twisted and convulsed, his ethereal presence growing more tenuous with each passing moment. And then, in a moment of climactic force, Dormammu's resolve broke. His form collapsed, his power dwindling to a mere shadow of its former self. The Peters stood over the defeated Dormammu, who seemed to shrink to about half their size. It's your choice now, they declared, their voices unwavering. Surrender or face the consequences? Dormammu's voice was weak, his defiance shattered. I surrender. As soon as he spoke, the many Peters could feel the vow being enacted. They had won. In the ancient halls of Camartage, the Ancient One sat in contemplation, a cup of tea cradled in her hand. The air was still, the atmosphere tranquil as she meditated, a sense of serenity enveloping her. though that wouldn't last for long. As the battle between the army of Peters and Dormammu reached its climax in the Dark Dimension, a disturbance rippled through the very fabric of all dimensions. The Ancient One's brow furrowed in confusion as a faint tremor vibrated through the astral plane, causing her tea to ripple in its cup. Her eyes widened as she felt a sensation she had never experienced before, the severing of a bond that had once been unbreakable. A gasp escaped her lips, and her form shifted as an invisible force began to pull at the essence of her being. In an instant, the connection she had held with Dormammu and the Dark Dimension was severed. Suddenly, the Ancient One's form began to shift. Her bald, youthful visage was replaced by wrinkles that etched deeply into her skin. Her once vibrant energy waned, and her body aged before her very eyes, transforming her into a frail and withered figure. The teacup slipped from her trembling fingers, its contents spilling onto the stone floor as she clutched at her chest. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her heart pounding as she felt the very essence of her life force dwindling. Her eyes clouded with disbelief as she realized the implications of what was happening. "Peter," she whispered, her voice barely audible as it quivered with shock. He actually did it." As the connection to Dormammu was severed, the Ancient One's own life force seemed to be drained away, the years catching up to her in a cruel and accelerated fashion. Her body trembled, her form now that of an aged and fragile woman, her once piercing gaze dimmed with the weight of her newfound frailty. Tears welled in her eyes as the reality of the situation sank in. Peter's audacious plan, his relentless determination, had led to the unimaginable, a victory over Dormammu, a being of cosmic power. The very fabric of the universe was shifting, and the consequences of this victory were rippling through the dimensions. As the last threads of her connection to Dormammu dissipated, the Ancient One's body seemed to sag, her form now hunched and feeble. She clutched at her fists together, her hands trembling as she stared into the distance with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The burden of knowledge and experience weighed heavily upon her, and she knew that the world was forever changed. If something wasn't done within the next few hours, she would certainly die of old age, which would break her promise to Peter. "I refuse," she thought as a flash of determination flickered in her old eyes. With a deep, shuddering breath, the Ancient One rose from her seat, her steps unsteady as she opened a portal to the Dark Dimension. She slowly stepped through the portal, feeling her old bones creak and her shriveled muscles ache. The once mighty sorceress now bore the weight of her age, which was truly titanic. With Dormammu defeated and Peter's army of time clones disappearing into the ether, Peter stood alone in the Dark Dimension. He took a deep breath and focused his will, undoing the Red Hulk transformation that had granted him such immense power. As his form returned to its normal size, he stared down at the weakened cosmic being before him. Dormammu's voice was ragged, a mixture of irritation and begrudging respect lacing his words. "You've won. Leave this dimension and be done with it." Peter's lips curled into a half-smile as he turned to leave, but then he paused, a sly glint in his eyes. With a deliberate turn, he walked back to Dormammu and raised his foot, gently placing it on the entity's neck. Dormammu's breath hitched, and his eyes widened with a mixture of confusion and alarm. "You know, Dormammu, I've been thinking," Peter said casually, increasing the pressure on Dormammu's neck, just enough to make it uncomfortable. "You've been causing a lot of trouble for Earth lately. But now that you're in a bit of a bind, I figure it's time to make some reparations." Dormammu's voice was strained as he spoke through gritted teeth. "What more could you possibly want from me?" Peter's smile widened. "Simple. I want you to make a vow, Dormammu. A vow that you will unconditionally follow 3 requests from me in the future. No questions, no loopholes. You'll do as I say." Dormammu let out a harsh, humorless laugh. "You think I would bow to your demands, insect?" Peter's eyes narrowed, and his foot pressed a little harder on Dormammu's neck. "You see, you're in a precarious situation. You're lucky you're not dead or enslaved right now. But you will do as I say, or I can make your existence a whole lot worse. And if I try hard enough, you might even die." Dormammu's defiance wavered, replaced by a glint of fear. "You wouldn't dare." Killing Dormammu is something that Peter would be very hesitant to do. Not because he doesn't like killing, or that he thinks that Dormammu doesn't deserve death. No, he definitely deserves it. The reason is quite simple really. Whoever would replace Dormammu upon his death could end up being a far bigger threat. "I'd rather keep the enemies I know around, than deal with a mysterious one," Peter thought. As for enslavement, Peter thought about it, but at the end of the day, he would have to look after Dormammu, which would just be another responsibility. And he already had enough in his plate as it is, though the option is still open. If he somehow causes trouble again in the future, then I'll have to use one of my requests to enslave or limit him further, and keep him on a shelter leash, Peter thought. Peter's gaze remained steady, his tone unwavering. "Oh, I would. Trust me. So, are you going to cooperate, or am I going to have to demonstrate how creative I can be?" Dormammu ground his teeth in frustration, his ethereal form trembling. He weighed his options, clearly reluctant to submit but aware of the consequences if he refused. "Fine," Dormammu spat out, his voice dripping with venom. "I agree. I will make the vow." Peter's grip on Dormammu's neck loosened slightly, and he nodded in approval. "Good choice." Dormammu's voice resonated with a mixture of anger and begrudging respect as he recited the vow. "I hereby swear to unconditionally fulfill your 3 requests in the future. I shall abide by these requests without question or hesitation." As the vow was sealed, a sense of power surged through the air, a testament to the binding nature of Dormammu's words. "Nice, I wonder what I can make him do?" Peter held back the urge to laugh maniacally. Just as the cosmic being finished speaking, a portal shimmered into existence behind Peter, and a frail, elderly woman stepped through. Despite her weakened form, the determination in her eyes burned fiercely. Peter's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the woman before him, the Ancient One. Memories of his training and their interactions flooded his mind, and he couldn't hide his astonishment at her appearance. "Teacher?" Peter murmured, a mixture of shock and concern in his voice. The Ancient One's voice was weak but steady as she looked at Peter with a resolute expression. "Yes, I see you have achieved the impossible. The consequences of your actions are rippling through the dimensions, reshaping reality itself." Peter's eyed his teacher, shocked to see her so weak and frail. "Man, without Dormammu, you're really an old decrepit granny, aren't you? I mean, I can smell the stench of an old folks' home from here." The Ancient One eyebrow twitched, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. "Yes, and I'll die soon if you don't do something, so you better act quickly." Before she could finish speaking, the Ancient One's frail form swayed side to side and collapsed, her aged body succumbing to the weight of thousands of years. Without hesitation, Peter darted forward, his reflexes honed to perfection. He caught her just in time, his arms wrapping around her gently as he cradled her unconscious form. His heart raced as he looked down at her, his fingers pressed against her pulse point. Her heartbeat was faint, her breath shallow. Peter's mind raced, fully aware of the dire situation. The Ancient One's life hung in the balance, and if he didn't act quickly, she would die of old age before his eyes. "Shit," Peter muttered, his voice laced with concern. "Come on. Hang in there." Without sparing a moment, Peter's determination flared. He couldn't afford to waste any time saying his goodbyes to Dormammu. With a swift motion, he opened a portal back to his own reality, stepping through and leaving the dark dimension behind. Emerging in the basement of his home, Peter's eyes fell on a metal coffin-like device connected to a tank. Inside the tank, a black, viscous substance sloshed around. This was the mixture of Captain America's blood and crushed dragon bones that he had prepared months ago, knowing that the Ancient One's life might depend on it. Gently, Peter laid the Ancient One's unconscious form inside the coffin, his fingers brushing against her frail skin. Before closing the lid, he snapped his fingers, removing her clothing for the procedure, his mind far too focused and worried to register the naked old lady in front of him. He muttered to himself as he closed the lip, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I hope this works. I've never tried using the resurrection elixir on someone as old as her." With a determined exhalation, Peter pulled a lever, and the tank's contents spilled into the coffin with the Ancient One. He watched as the black, viscous liquid surrounded her form, hoping against hope that the elixir would work its magic and restore her to perfect health, as it should. Knowing that the procedure would take time, Peter settled against the wall, his back resting against the cool surface. He sat in silence, the minutes ticking away as he waited with bated breath. His mind raced with thoughts of all he had done, the battles he had fought, and the choices that had brought him to this point. Hours passed, the darkness of the basement giving way to the soft light of the approaching sunrise. Peter's eyes remained fixed on the metal coffin, his gaze unwavering as he waited for any sign of change. And then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, the lid of the coffin swung open. Peter's heart leapt in his chest, hope surging through him as he watched a figure sit up with a gasp. The black, tar-like substance covered her body, making it difficult to discern her appearance, but the Ancient One was alive. "Teacher," Peter called out softly, his voice a mixture of relief and anticipation. The Ancient One's gasping breaths slowly steadied, and she raised a trembling hand to wipe away the black substance from her face. As the material fell away, her features became more visible. While her hair was still nowhere to be found, and her eyes held an age-like wisdom to them, her skin held a vitality that hadn't been there before. She looked to be in her mid-20s, which is even better than before. The Ancient One's voice trembled as she spoke, her tone filled with disbelief. Peter? Peter couldn't help but smile, his heart lightening at the sight of his teacher's survival. I'm here, he said as he walked over and conjured a towel for her. I brought you back, just like I promised. How does it feel to be young again? Tears welled in the Ancient One's eyes as she looked down at herself, her voice choking in emotion. I feel amazing. Peter nodded. Yeah, that's probably the Captain America blood. Not only are you young again, but your body should be in superhuman condition. As he spoke, a golden energy surrounded the Ancient One's hand as she made a tight fist. My chi has increased by a large margin as well. Peter nodded once again. That's the dragon bone dust. It holds some leftover dragon chi. I feel like I could go for a few rounds with the Hulk, she said, a fighting spirit erupting from her body. Peter placed a hand on her shoulder, calming her in an instant. Now that's the power high. It'll go away soon. Just try to relax and get used to your new body. As the sun's rays filtered into the basement, casting a warm glow on the scene before them, Peter and the Ancient One sat together in the quiet moments of dawn. The weight of their shared experiences, the battles they had fought, and the bond they had forged together settled around them. After a heartfelt conversation with the rejuvenated Ancient One, the two of them momentarily went their separate ways. She returned to Kamartaj to prepare some things, and Peter made his way up the basement stairs and into the cozy kitchen of his home. The smell of breakfast filled the air, and he found his family gathered around the table, sharing a meal together. As he stepped into the room, MJ's eyes lit up with a mix of relief and joy. She jumped out of her seat and rushed into his arms, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Peter, you're back, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Peter held her close, savoring the feeling of being in her arms once again. I'm here, MJ. I told you I'd come back, he whispered, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Around them, Lily, his energetic and excitable daughter, squealed in delight. She dashed over to him and clung to his leg, looking up with wide eyes. Dad, did you win? She asked, her voice filled with a mix of curiosity and pure happiness. Peter chuckled and scooped her up into his arms, holding her tightly. Of course I did. What do I look like? I'm Spider-Man, I always win. Aunt May beamed at him from her seat at the table. It's good to see you safe and sound, Peter. Grace, MJ's mother, smiled warmly as well, her gaze filled with a mixture of relief and affection. You had us all worried, you know. As Peter settled into his seat, with Lily now firmly in his lap, he shared the details of his battle with Dormammu, sparing no detail. His family listened intently, hanging on to his every word. The Ancient One's miraculous revival, thanks to the resurrection elixir, which gave her a new lease on life. Though they all knew very well about the elixir since it was used on them as well. After finishing his story, Peter cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over his loved ones. There's something else I need to tell you all, he began, his tone both serious and thoughtful. He took a moment, letting the suspense build, and then announced, the Ancient One will be moving in with us. We talked about it, and I think it would be better if she lived in more of a home-like household, instead of Kamartaj, which is basically like living at her job. The room fell into a surprised hush, everyone's eyes widening at the unexpected news. MJ blinked in astonishment. Wait, what? The Ancient One is going to live here? She asked, clearly shocked. Peter nodded. Yes, as I said, she's free from Dormammu and young again. Now she wants to experience some semblance of a normal life. She also feels a connection to me and wants to be closer, so I offered her a room. Aunt May exchanged a glance with Grace before sharing a smile with Peter. Well, if you trust her, Peter, then we'll support your decision. MJ's expression softened, her concern turning into acceptance. I've only met her a few times in training and with you, but she seems nice. Lily, who had been listening attentively, clapped her hands in excitement. That's so cool. We're gonna have another person in the house. Peter grinned at his daughter's enthusiasm. Indeed, Lily. And I'm sure you'll get along great with her. Lily's eyes lit up and she turned to MJ. Can I help decorate her room? Please. MJ chuckled and ruffled Lily's hair. Of course, sweetie. We'll all help make her feel welcome. With everyone on board, plans were made to go furniture shopping later in the day. The weekend was a perfect time for such an excursion, and with Lily and MJ's new mystical abilities, they could easily transport any chosen items back home. As breakfast came to an end, Lily was practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. Can we go now? Peter laughed and ruffled her hair. Let's finish cleaning up first, then you girls can head out. After the dishes were cleared away, Peter spent some quality time with his family, enjoying their company and the normalcy of their interactions. However, duty soon called, and he excused himself, giving his daughter one last tight hug before heading off to the Avengers Tower. After all, the Ancient One wasn't only joining his family. Upon arriving at the Avengers Tower, Peter wasted no time in calling for a council meeting. It had been a while since they all gathered to discuss matters of importance, and Peter had a significant update to share. He activated the holographic communication system and sent out invitations to the council members, arranging the meeting for a few hours later. As the designated time approached, the council room began to fill with members. Tony Stark entered with a yawn, clearly not thrilled about the sudden meeting. Charles Xavier strolled in, his bald head shining in the light, followed by Nick Fury, who took his seat with his trademark scowl. King T'Chaka, the newest member of the council, looked around with a calm demeanor. And finally, Magneto entered with a silent and imposing presence. Once everyone was present, Tony leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed. "All right, Spidey. What's so urgent that you had to pull us all away from our work?" Peter stood at the head of the table, a small smile hidden ended his mask. "Well, I've got some big news to share. My teacher has agreed to join the council." The room fell into a stunned silence, each council member processing this unexpected revelation. T'Chaka was the first to speak up, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Your teacher? Who's that?" Peter nodded in understanding, launching into an explanation. After all, T'Chaka was new. He detailed the existence of Kamar-Taj, the school of sorcerers, and their mission to protect the Earth from mystical and dimensional threats. He spoke of the Sorceress Supreme, the leader of Kamar-Taj, and her agreement to join the Avengers Council. Tony's eyebrow raised. "Didn't she refuse to join over and over? I remember you complaining about it." Peter nodded again. "Yeah, but I finally managed to convince her this morning. It took a lot, but she's on board." Tony leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "Should we vote on this or what?" Peter agreed, looking around at the council members. "But before we vote, does anyone have any objections or questions?" T'Chaka raised a hand. "I am not familiar with this Kamar-Taj. Magic is new to me, so I'll abstain from this vote," he says as he leans back. "Please continue without me." With T'Chaka abstaining, Tony tapped a button on the holographic table. "All right, let's vote." The holographic screen displayed the vote, and one by one, the council members registered their decisions. And just as Peter expected, the vote passed unanimously. The Ancient One was officially recognized as a member of the Avengers Council. Fury, always one to cut to the chase, spoke up. "So, she's here, right? I've got a few agents I'd like to send her way for training." Suddenly, interest peaked among the council members. Each of them wondered whether they should do the same. Charles and Eric could send some metahumans. Tony would just like to go himself, and T'Chaka thought that his daughter would love to learn magic. Even sending a few of his most loyal soldiers sounded like a good idea. Peter shook his head with a smile. "She's not here right now, but she'll be at the next meeting. She's got a busy schedule." As the meeting drew to a close, King T'Chaka stood up and produced a set of elegant invitation cards from his chest pocket. "Before we part ways, I would like to extend an invitation to each of you." He handed out the cards, one to each council member. "It is an invitation to my son's inauguration as the new king. T'Challa will be taking over the throne." Curiosity lit up the room as the council members examined the invitations, carving the time and date into their minds. After all, none of them wanted to miss the one time that they'd be allowed into Wakanda, the world's most wealthy and advanced nation. Frowning, T'Chaka quickly apologized to Peter. "Please send my regards to the Ancient One. I didn't know to bring an invitation for her," he said, like the perfect diplomat. "If she wishes to attend the inauguration, then please bring her along. After all, we both know that you don't need an invitation to get into Wakanda." Peter grinned under his mask. "Thank you, T'Chaka. I'll be sure to bring her along." Hours later, as Peter returned home, he was met with a heartwarming surprise. The Ancient One's room had been fully furnished, a testament to the efforts of MJ, Lily, Grace, and Aunt May. The room looked warm and inviting, ready to welcome its new occupant. Peter couldn't help but smile as he looked around. The presence of the Ancient One was already bringing positive changes to their lives, both personally and on the council. Later that night, while everyone was asleep after a long day of decorating, Peter waited patiently in the Ancient One's room. And soon enough, a portal opened and the Baldy herself came walking out, pulling suitcases behind her. "Sorry, I took so long," she said as she collapsed onto her new bed without an ounce of her usual grace and poise. "I had to change the command structure of Kamar-Taj before leaving. With me not being there 24/7, some changes needed to be made to keep things running smoothly. It's fine," Peter says as he leans back into his chair. "Do you like your room? The girls spent the whole day furnishing it for you." A warm smile creeped its way onto the Ancient One's face. I love it. Tell them I said thank you. She originally thought that Peter used a few spells to decorate for her, but hearing that it was her new roommates brought a warm, happy feeling to her, which she hadn't felt in a long time. Peter shook his head. Just tell them during breakfast tomorrow. You live here now, remember? Oh yeah. She muttered in realization. After explaining everything that happened at the council meeting, Peter stood up and walked to the door, leaving her to sleep since it was getting late. But before he could get too far, the Ancient One called out behind him. I believe you're forgetting something. Turning around, Peter gave her an innocent and forgetful smile. What do you mean? He asks, the Eye of Agamotto still hanging around his neck. My necklace, she states as she holds out her hand. Clicking his tongue, Peter reluctantly pulled off the necklace and handed it over. Fine, I was planning to give it back in a few hundred years, maybe. Rolling her eyes, the Ancient One waves her hand and opens the necklace, revealing a shining green stones. Here. She levitates the stone out and guides it toward Peter. You can borrow the time stone for as long as you want, but it needs to return to Camartage at some point, understood? Peter eyed the stone as if it were the One Ring, but stopped himself from taking it at the last minute. Don't you need the stone to power the Eye of Agamotto? I know you like to use it a lot. After all, you have a huge peeping fetish. The Ancient One did her best to squash the urge to strike her student. First, I don't have a peeping fetish. That's nothing but a baseless lie and you know it. And second, the Eye of Agamotto has been bathing in the Time Stone's power for thousands and thousands of years. I should be able to use it for minor to mid-level time-related spells. And if I need a bit more power, then you can lend me the Time Stone. After all, we live together now, remember? Smirking as he heard his own words used against him, Peter reached out and stored the Time Stone in his necklace, alongside the other Infinity Stones. Thank you. You're very welcome. She nodded and waved her hand, shooing him away. Now get lost and lock the door on your way out. I need to get some sleep. It's been a long and hectic day. In the heart of London, a museum bustled with visitors, their footsteps echoing through the grand halls as they marveled at the historical artifacts on display. Children giggled and whispered, their eyes wide with wonder, as they observed relics from times long past. Everything seemed peaceful and serene, a snapshot of human history frozen in time. But that tranquility was shattered as the air was pierced by the sharp sound of gunshots. Panic rippled through the museum-goers like a shockwave, as they dropped to the ground, their faces etched with terror. The sound of assault rifles being brandished filled the air, sending a clear message to anyone who dared to resist. Amidst the chaos, a group of masked men stormed into the museum, their faces obscured by menacing expressions and heavy armor. They moved with a calculated precision, each one wielding a firearm that seemed far too deadly for such a serene setting. The overweight and elderly guards at the entrance were caught off guard, and before they could even react, the masked intruders fired rounds into the air, commanding everyone's attention. On the ground now, one of them yelled, commanding compliance. A lone guard, seemingly brave or foolish, attempted to stand his ground. His trembling hands reached for his holstered weapon, but in his haste, he forgot to release the restraining strap. His fingers fumbled in vain as he struggled to unholster the gun. But the masked figure at the forefront of the assault was having none of it. Without hesitation, he aimed and fired, the gunshot deafening in the enclosed space. The guard's lifeless body slumped to the ground, a pool of blood rapidly forming around him. The shocking death of the guard sent a wave of terror rippling through the crowd. People cowered and cried out, huddling together on the ground in a desperate bid for safety. Amid the chaos, another guard managed to hit a hidden panic button, hoping to alert the authorities. But as his distress signal was being transmitted, one of the masked intruders spotted him. A hail of bullets tore through the air, striking the guard multiple times. He collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished in a matter of seconds. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the leader of the group, wearing a mask to conceal his identity like the rest, approached a glass display at the center of the room. His gaze locked onto an ancient African axe and an intricate Dogon mask, both invaluable artifacts of history. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired, shattering the glass and grabbing the artifacts with gloved hands. With his loot secured, the leader stepped back, revealing his face as he removed his mask. Eric Stevens, better known as Killmonger, grinned with a self-assured confidence. His dark eyes met the numerous surveillance cameras that surrounded him, capturing his every move. Unfazed, he slipped on the Dogon mask, its presence both a symbol of his defiance and a mark of his intent. Insert picture of Killmonger here. While his men ransacked the museum, stealing valuable artifacts and precious treasures, Killmonger's attention remained fixed on the surrounding chaos. The tension in the air was palpable, a mixture of fear, anger, and helplessness that gave him an intoxicating sense of power. He reveled in the chaos, watching as his plan unfolded exactly as he had orchestrated. With a final nod to the cameras, Killmonger signaled his men to retreat. They left the museum just as they had entered, walking out through the front doors with their ill-gotten gains. Outside, a truck awaited them, its back compartment open and ready to be loaded. Killmonger joined his men, the Dogon mask now a part of his identity, and watched as they efficiently stored the stolen artifacts. With his men loaded into the truck, Killmonger stepped back, took aim. The sudden eruption of gunfire echoed through the air as he opened fire, his aim deadly and precise. One by one, the masked figures fell, their bodies collapsing inside the truck's storage. The truck's back compartment was soon sealed, the stolen treasures and dead accomplices concealed within. Killmonger casually walked over to the driver's seat, his expression calm and collected. He settled behind the wheel, his fingers gripping the steering wheel with confidence. As the wailing sirens of approaching police cars filled the air, he started the engine and pulled away from the scene, leaving behind a scene of chaos and destruction. In the aftermath of the robbery, the police arrived, their vehicles surrounding the museum. Officers rushed inside, finding a scene of disarray and traumatized museum-goers. The authorities quickly secured the area, tending to the wounded and assessing the extent of the damage. But as they searched for clues and tried to make sense of the situation, Killmonger's face reveal in the security footage was the only lead they could follow. Only a day had passed since the daring museum heist, and Eric Killmonger found himself in a dimly lit apartment that he had deliberately chosen to lead back to him. Dressed in the African Dogon mask and seated on a worn-out couch, he cradled an ancient African axe in his lap, the stolen treasures from the heist arranged around him. His face remained hidden behind the mask, an enigmatic expression concealed beneath its eerie visage. As he sat there, seemingly waiting, he couldn't help but hope his plan would work. The disappearance of Ulysses Klaue, along with his stash of precious vibranium, had thwarted Killmonger's original plans for revenge and entry into Wakanda. Klaue was the key to gaining access past the barrier and a means to establish credibility among the Wakandan tribes. Now that this path was blocked, Killmonger had devised a new strategy, one that required him to expose his face to the world during the heist. This is far more risky than my original plan, but sadly, there's no other way, Killmonger thought as he eyed the ace in his lap, wondering if it was really vibranium or not. Either way, he didn't know how to check without Klaue, so it didn't matter. Suddenly, the silence of the room was shattered by a crash as a dark figure burst through the window, shards of glass scattering across the floor. It was the Black Panther, Prince T'Challa, dressed in his sleek black bodysuit that absorbed and redistributed kinetic energy. His eyes locked onto Killmonger, a tense energy radiating from him as he surveyed the scene. Insert picture of Black Panther here A/N. I can't remember if I did this already, so just do it again. Killmonger's lips curled into a confident smirk behind the mask. This was the moment he had anticipated. Without waiting for the Black Panther to speak, he stood up and raised his hand. "I surrender," he declared calmly, his voice muffled by the mask. T'Challa was momentarily taken aback by Killmonger's swift surrender. His keen instincts told him that something was amiss. Why would an experienced thief and criminal mastermind so willingly give up? Before T'Challa could voice his confusion, Killmonger swiftly pulled off the Dogon mask, dropping it to the ground with a clang. He then pressed his finger to his lower lip, revealing a hidden Wakandan marking, a tattoo that served as proof of his citizenship. The gesture was calculated and meant to prove his heritage and identity as a citizen of Wakanda. The shock on T'Challa's face deepened as he recognized the tattoo, realizing that the man before him was indeed a fellow Wakandan. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, one that he had not foreseen. His mind raced, searching for answers as he confronted this intriguing and confusing revelation. Killmonger took a step forward, his eyes fixed on T'Challa. His tone was unwavering, a mixture of defiance and assurance. "I'm N'Jadaka, son of Prince N'Jobu. I'm a prince of Wakanda." The weight of Killmonger's words hung heavily in the air, each syllable resonating with a truth that T'Challa had never anticipated. Before T'Challa could respond, a voice resonated from a hidden speaker in his suit, breaking the silence. "What the hell?" It was Shuri, T'Challa's younger sister and Wakanda's brilliant technological genius. She had observed the entire scene through the cameras and microphones embedded in T'Challa's suit. The revelation had sent shockwaves beyond the confines of the room, rippling through the hearts and minds of those who witnessed it alongside her. The intricate web of Killmonger's intentions had been spun. As the revelations between Killmonger and T'Challa unfolded within the walls of the dimly lit apartment, a parallel scene was playing out on the vibrant streets of Wakanda. The air was thick with anticipation, an electric energy pulsating through the city as its people prepared to welcome their new king. Banners fluttered in the wind, streets were adorned with colorful decorations, and the entire city seemed to be painted with a sense of celebration. In the midst of this joyful atmosphere, a golden portal shimmered into existence, revealing the Avengers Council's arrival. One by one, they stepped through the portals, dressed in their respective attire. Peter stood alongside his Lily and MJ, each of them donned in their usual spider suit. Both of them were beyond excited to tag along for the grand occasion, especially Lily. Behind them, Tony, Magneto, Professor Xavier, Nick Fury, and the Ancient One followed, each one exuding a distinct presence. Unlike Peter, they treated this very seriously, and didn't bring along anyone, unsure as to whether doing so would anger the Wakandans. The moment they arrived, they could feel the excitement in the air, the buzz of anticipation that had swept through Wakanda like wildfire. The city was a living testament to the occasion, bedecked in decorations that reflected the joyous occasion of T'Challa's coronation as king. It was a sight to behold, a harmonious blend of tradition and modernity that spoke to the essence of Wakanda itself. As they stepped out of the portals and onto the Wakandan soil, they were greeted by the dignified presence of T'Chaka, the soon-to-be former king of Wakanda, and his wife, Queen Ramonda. Their regal attire spoke of their lineage and the deep respect they commanded. The Avengers Council members stood before them, a collective force of power and responsibility, each one representing a unique facet of the world. T'Chaka's eyes held a warm, noble bearing. "Welcome, my fellow councilmen," he greeted them, his voice carrying the weight of authority and gratitude. "Your presence here honors us on this momentous day." Peter stepped forward, waving without a care for formalities as always. "Yo, I'm excited to see a real king's coronation," he said, his casual demeanor causing the surrounding guards to frown in annoyance. After all, their king deserved respect. Tony Stark, always the charismatic figure, grinned and offered a playful salute. "Couldn't miss a party this big, could we?" Magneto's presence radiated power and confidence, especially in a nation built on metal. "Wakanda is a beacon of strength," he remarked, wondering how he can get some vibranium out of this. "Perhaps I can just steal some." Professor Xavier's calm demeanor contrasted with the jubilant atmosphere, his voice carrying a quiet wisdom. "We are here to support Wakanda and its new leader," he stated, his words carrying a sense of purpose. Nick Fury, as enigmatic as ever, offered a curt nod. "It's an important day for Wakanda and for the world," he said, his gaze focused on the city below, calculating a quick threat assessment. The Ancient One's presence exuded an aura of wisdom and mysticism. "It's nice to finally meet you in person, King T'Chaka." T'Chaka and his wife raised their brows in confusion. "In person?" Ramonda asked. Peter waved his hand dismissively. "Don't mind her. My teacher has what I like to call a peeping fetish. She's probably known about Wakanda since its inception." Before anyone could fully comprehend Peter's words, a young girl, only a couple years older than Lily, came running out of the palace, her expression filled with shock and disbelief. "Mom, Dad?" she shouted as she rushed up to T'Chaka and Ramonda, catching her breath for a moment. "Insert picture of Shuri here. What is it?" Ramonda asked. "Is your brother back from his mission?" "No," she says, eyeing her parents questioningly. "Dad, who's N'Jadaka?" As the name N'Jadaka echoed through the air, it was met with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. T'Chaka's somber expression revealed that this name carried a weight that few others could comprehend. His gaze remained distant, his thoughts a tumultuous sea of memories and regrets. Ramonda, on the other hand, looked just as puzzled as the rest. She glanced at T'Chaka for a moment, silently questioning the significance of the name. But her husband's reaction was enough to tell her that this was a topic best discussed in private. While the others exchanged bewildered glances, Peter maintained his casual demeanor, though inside he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. N'Jadaka, better known as Eric Killmonger, was a name that held significant weight in the history of Wakanda. But Peter kept his knowledge locked up tight, refusing to reveal anything, at least for the time being. The Ancient One's eyes flickered with a knowing glint, having glimpsed the threads of fate that connected N'Jadaka's story with T'Challa's. But like Peter, she remained silent, content to let everything unfold without interference. As T'Chaka quickly ushered his daughter Shuri inside the palace, leaving the councilman momentarily standing there, Ramonda's keen intuition urged her to follow. "I apologize, but I should go and see to the coronation ceremony. Okoye, take care of the guests." She cast a brief apologetic look to the guests before briskly walking after her husband and daughter, a storm of thoughts churning in her mind. Meanwhile, Okoye, the steadfast leader of the Dora Milaje, stepped forward to fill the silence that had settled over the courtyard. She greeted the guests with a respectful nod, her eyes sweeping over each council member with a sense of vigilance and assessment. "Greetings, honored guest. I am Okoye, leader of the Dora Milaje. Shall I give you a tour of the palace?" Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around, clearly impressed by the surroundings. "Yes, please. This place is amazing." With a graceful gesture, Okoye led the council members through the majestic palace. She shared tidbits of history, culture, and tradition, guiding them through corridors adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant tapestries. The palace was a testament to Wakanda's rich heritage and advanced technology, a harmonious blend of the old and the new. As they walked, Lily couldn't help but notice the formidable female guards stationed throughout the palace. She looked up at Okoye with a curious smile. "Why are all the guards women?" Okoye's posture remained regal as she explained, her voice carrying a hint of pride. "The Dora Milaje are the elite female warriors of Wakanda. We serve as the personal bodyguards of the Black Panther and the Golden Tribe." MJ nodded in appreciation. "Cool, are you the boss? Do you beat up all of the boy guards? Can I hold your spear? Is it made of vibranium?" She fired off question after question, clearly overexcited. In the heart of the palace, Ramonda stood before Chaka and Shuri, her expression a mixture of concern and urgency. "Chaka, what is the meaning of this? Who is Njidaka?" Chaka's eyes held a weariness that seemed to stretch beyond time itself. He took a deep breath before answering, his voice heavy with emotion. "Njidaka is my brother's son, my nephew. He was born in Oakland, California." Ramonda's eyes widened in shock as she realized the implications of her husband's words. "You didn't, did you?" she asked, hoping her husband didn't do what she thought he did. "Please tell me you didn't leave him out there." She knew exactly who Njobu was, and what he did. Since Njobu was the younger son, he couldn't become king, so he joined the War Dogs and served Wakanda by traveling to the United States of America to ensure that all of their secrets were still being maintained from across the world. Following a theft and attack on Wakanda by Ulysses Klaue which had left many dead, Chaka learned that it was his own brother, Njobu, who had informed Klaue of Wakanda's weaknesses, assisting him in the operation. When Chaka confronted his brother about the attack, knowing exactly what he had done, Njobu explained how he had seen the African Americans being oppressed and beaten down, which led him to try to steal vibranium weapons to help them rise up, knowing that Wakanda would never support such an idea. Sadly, this didn't justify spilling Wakandan blood. Although Chaka felt bad for his American brothers and sisters, his duty was to Wakanda, not every African in existence. Seeing his brother's uncaring attitude, Njobu lashed out, almost killing a fellow war dog, leading to his death at the Black Panther's claws. Of course, after killing his own brother, Chaka found out about his nephew, but Chaka nodded solemnly. "Yes, I left him there." Ramonda's eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and disgust. "You left our nephew out there?" Chaka's expression grew even more somber. "You and I both know that Njidaka's presence here could trigger a series of events that we may not be able to control." He defended his actions, even though he regretted them. "He has a claim to the throne and I killed his father. For the sake of our children, it was better to just leave him in America, where he could live a normal life." Ramonda reached out and took her husband's hand, shaking her head in disapproval and disappointment. "No, it would have been better to at least try to raise him ourselves, and explain everything when the time came. Now we must tread carefully. For all we know, our nephew has been waiting his entire life to avenge his father." Chaka's gaze met hers, a mixture of determination and uncertainty in his eyes. "We must make sure he doesn't enter Wakanda?" Shuri spoke, pointing outside the Tall Widows, where her brother's ship could be seen, flying toward the palace. "That might not be possible." Chalice said he was bringing Njidaka back with him. The tension in the air was palpable as Chaka, Ramonda, and Shuri rushed out of the palace, their gazes fixed on the Wakandan ship that had just landed. The door to the ship opened, and a figure emerged, flanked by Dora Milaje guards. It was Chala, the Black Panther, and beside him stood a figure that sent shivers down Chaka's spine. Killmonger stepped out of the ship, his smirk as confident as ever. He had achieved his first objective. He was inside Wakanda, the nation that he believed had wronged him and his father. His eyes scanned the gathered crowd, and when they landed on Chaka, Ramonda, and Shuri, his smirk only grew wider. This was the beginning of his plan falling into place. On the way to Wakanda, Killmonger had seized the opportunity to recount his version of history to Chala. He painted a tale of betrayal, of his father's murder at the hands of Chaka and his subsequent abandonment in a world he knew nothing about. The words had taken root in Chala's mind, sowing seeds of doubt and confusion. As Chala and Killmonger emerged from the ship, the two men shared a charged moment of eye contact. Chala's expression was a mixture of curiosity and caution, while Killmonger's eyes sparkled with a combination of triumph and anticipation. This was the confrontation that he had been waiting years for. With a deliberate step forward, Chala addressed his father directly, his voice carrying a weight that reverberated through the courtyard. "Father, is it true? Did you kill your own brother and abandon your nephew in America?" Chaka's face contorted with a mixture of pain and guilt. He glanced at Chala, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the truth could shatter the foundation of trust between them. Slowly, he nodded, his voice laden with sorrow. "Yes, my son. It is true," he said as his gaze turned to his nephew. "But it's not as black and white as he would make it seem." A triumphant smirk tugged at the corners of Killmonger's lips, satisfaction evident in his posture. Everything was going according to plan. The revelation had rocked Chala to his core, and now he was ready to exploit the seeds of doubt that had been sown. Killmonger's face morphed into an aggrieved and pitiful facade as he met Chala's gaze. "Don't be fooled, cousin. He killed my father, a prince of Wakanda, in cold blood. Not only that, but he left me there to find my father's body. You can't trust a word out of his mouth. It's nothing but lies." As Killmonger began to recount the tale of his father's death and his own journey through life, everyone listened with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. The palace staff and guards saw the pain in Killmonger's eyes, the scars that marked his journey, and some couldn't help but feel a pang of empathy. But empathy didn't mean acceptance. Although he may be a prince, he hadn't stepped a single foot inside Wakanda until today. He wasn't one of them. Perhaps some of the other tribes would have more sympathy. After all, the Golden Tribe was full of Chaka's supporters. The tour group, including Peter, Lily, MJ, and the Avengers Council members, observed the unfolding drama from a distance. Peter turned to the Ancient One with a knowing grin. "And so the Wakandan soap opera begins." The Ancient One rolled her eyes playfully. "Even I must admit, there's a certain allure to the drama." As Killmonger finished his Oscar-winning performance, his gaze narrowed as he spotted Spider-Man and the Avengers out of the corner of his eye. This wasn't something he had accounted for in his plans. He hadn't expected outsiders, especially ones with such power and influence, to be present during this pivotal moment. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Could the presence of the Avengers aid his cause, or would it complicate matters further? It was a question that could only be answered as events continued to unfold. Because, if the Avengers have already allied with Chaka and his son, then his plans would need to change drastically. But if they hadn't, then why shouldn't they ally with a fellow American? "I never thought my American citizenship could actually help me," Killmonger thought, hoping for the best. Amidst the echoes of the tense argument between Chala and Chaka, ripples began to spread among the various tribes of Wakanda. Whispers of the confrontation between the king and his son and the story of Killmonger reached even the ears of those who had not witnessed it firsthand. As the news spread, murmurs of discontent swirled through the Golden Tribe, carrying with them a sense of unease about the future of the nation. Despite Chaka's wishes to remove the threat posed by Killmonger, Chala's resolute refusal to abandon his cousin cast a shadow over his father's efforts. Sadly, for Chaka, his son's actions seemed to resonate with many members of the Golden Tribe who valued family and loyalty above all else. Seeing this, Chaka begrudgingly allowed Killmonger to stay within the palace walls, his mind preoccupied with the impending coronation of his son. He hoped that keeping Killmonger close might give him some semblance of control over the situation, even if it meant risking the potential for discord within his own family. Killmonger's crimes involving vibranium and the deaths he had caused weighed heavily on Chaka's mind, but to his dismay, Wakanda's isolationist policies played in the favor of his nephew. The insular nature of Wakandan society meant that they rarely concerned themselves with the affairs of those outside their borders, making the deaths of foreigners a non-issue in the eyes of the nation. "And I can't even charge him for theft, since he is a Wakandan prince. How can he not have vibranium? Especially when he stole it from the outside world." Chaka sighed in annoyance as he watched his nephew skulk around the palace, obviously up to no good. Amidst the backdrop of family turmoil and political machinations, the grand ceremony to crown the new king of Wakanda was set in motion. At a secluded area of the nation, surrounded by towering waterfalls and lush vegetation, representatives from every Wakandan tribe assembled. The colorful clothing they wore represented their unique heritage, creating a vibrant mosaic of tradition and unity. Standing amidst the tribes, Peter, MJ, Lily, and the other Avengers Council members stood out in their more modern attire. Lily's curious gaze fell on Shuri, and she couldn't resist the urge to inquire. "Hey, why are we here at the waterfalls? I mean, I know it looks amazing, but why? Is your brother being crowned here?" Shuri turned her attention to Lily with a warm smile, happy to explain. "This is where the challenge for the throne takes place. By tradition, my brother, the Black Panther, must face the challenges set forth by the leaders of the other tribes. If he succeeds, he'll become king. If not, the tribe that prevails will take the throne instead." Interest ignited in the eyes of the Avengers Council members. What was initially anticipated as a straightforward ceremony had transformed into something far more intriguing. Their attention remained fixed on the proceedings ahead. Suddenly, a small Wakandan ship appeared on the horizon, its presence signaling the arrival of Chala. Dressed in tribal shorts and adorned with panther-styled paint, Chala leaped gracefully from the ship, landing within the shallow pool of water at the base of the falls, holding a spear and shield in each hand. The water barely reached past his ankles as he stood with an air of regal confidence. As the ship retreated, the gathered crowd burst into a rhythmic chant, a hauntingly beautiful melody that seemed to reverberate through the very air itself. The song was an ode to tradition, an ancient call to honor and unity that resonated deep within the hearts of all Wakandans present. The tension in the air was thick as a man in purple robes stepped forward, silencing the chanting with his presence alone. "I, Zuri, son of Badu, give to you, Prince Chala, the Black Panther." The elders watch as Zuri holds up a ceremonial cup with a mysterious concoction inside. "The prince will now have the strength of the Black Panther stripped away," Zuri exclaims as he turns to Chala and pours the solution into his open mouth. Chala reacts violently, choking on the red fluid. He collapses into the water and spasms for a brief moment, his veins expanding and his muscles contracting as the poison spreads through him. But soon enough, he stops shaking and takes a few breaths, feeling the power that was once bestowed upon him disappear. Zuri turns back to the crowd. "Damaku, Damaku," the crowd answers in unison. "Victory in ritual combat comes by yield or death. If any tribe wishes to put forth a warrior, I now offer a path to the throne," Zuri states, waiting patiently for their reply. Chala stood before the gathered tribes, the waterfalls serving as a picturesque backdrop to the event. His eyes met those of the tribe leaders, each one representing a different facet of Wakanda's culture and heritage. As the future king, he knew that the challenges they presented would be anything but easy. Lily, standing beside her parents, Peter and MJ, glanced at Shuri with wide eyes. "So, he has to fight one person from each tribe?" Shuri nodded with a nervous look on her face. "Yes, but they can choose to not participate. Only one tribe chose to fight when my father was crowned king. Hopefully, my brother will have the same luck." Peter leaned over and whispered to the Ancient One, "Looks like things are starting to get interesting," he said as he peeked over his shoulder. Following his gaze, the Ancient One could see Killmonger hiding behind the crowd, waiting for his opportunity. "Should we warn Chaka?" Peter shook his head, noticing that Chaka seemed to be peeking over his shoulder as well. "I think he already knows." Meanwhile, Killmonger watched the proceedings with a mixture of interest and calculation. He had his own plans for this ceremony, but patience was key. As the ceremony was underway, Chala turned his attention to the first tribe leader of the merchant tribe, who stepped forward with an ornate spear in hand. The crowd fell silent, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The tribe leader spoke with a voice that carried authority, addressing Chala directly. "The merchant tribe will not challenge today." Next, the border, river, and mining tribes stepped up one by one and spoke the same words, refusing to challenge the future king. Seeing this, Chala seemed to relax as a smile adorned his face. His people accepted him fully, which was rare for this type of ceremony. Only one person didn't look happy about this turn of events. "What a bunch of damn cowards!" Killmonger clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just as the atmosphere started turning friendly, a distant rumble caught everyone's attention. Heads turned toward the entrance of the ceremonial area, where a group of figures emerged from the lush forest. Their arrival was accompanied by the deep, resounding rhythm of heavy drums, the beats echoing like the heartbeat of Wakanda itself. It was the Jabari tribe, known for their reclusive nature and their reverence for the old ways. Their imposing leader, M'Baku, stood at the forefront, his presence commanding attention as he stepped forward with purpose. The Jabari wore fur-trimmed attire and carried large wooden staffs, their imposing figures and primal aura setting them apart from the other tribes. As they marched, their chants intensified, a thunderous roar that sent vibrations through the ground itself. The onlookers watched in awe as the Jabari approached the pool, their imposing figures forming a circle around Chala. The other tribes exchanged glances, a mixture of intrigue and concern etched on their faces. Chala's gaze met M'Baku's, their eyes locking in a silent exchange that spoke volumes. The challenge was unmistakable. The Jabari were not content to merely observe, they intended to contest the throne. A hushed murmur of uncertainty rippled through the gathered tribes. The rules dictated that any tribe could challenge the current Black Panther for the throne, but few expected the Jabari to show up. The fact that they had come all the way from their mountainous domain to participate spoke volumes about the gravity of their intent. Baku's deep voice resonated as he raised his arms, his commanding presence filling the air. "I'm Baku of the Jabari, challenge T'Challa, the current Black Panther, for the throne of Wakanda." T'Challa's expression remained steady, his pride and resolve unwavering. He stepped forward, facing Baku with the regal demeanor expected of a king. "I accept your challenge. Kick his butt, brother," Shuri exclaimed, receiving a disapproving look from her parent. "Yeah, kick his butt." Lily joined her, shocking many of the Wakandans. The tension in the air was palpable as the two leaders stood before one another, the ceremonial area now transformed into an arena of tradition and legacy. The drumbeats continued, punctuating each heartbeat of the gathered onlookers. As the ceremonial drums reached a feverish crescendo, Baku and T'Challa moved to the center of the pool, the symbolic battleground where their fates would be determined. The challenge had been made, and now it was time to fight. The two combatants circled each other, their movements graceful and precise. T'Challa's training and instincts guided him, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's every move. As the tribe leader lunged forward, T'Challa sidestepped and countered with a fluid strike of his own. The combat was a dance of agility and skill, the clash of weapons reverberating through the air. T'Challa's movements were like a flowing river, adapting to every shift in the battle. But M'Baku fought like an angry bear, powering through like a ravenous monster. After almost 30 minutes-eyed fighting, with a well-timed maneuver, T'Challa managed to disarm his opponent, his spear skimming across the water before falling off of the nearby waterfall cliff. T'Challa held his spear to his opponent's throat. "Yield!" he commanded. Baku paused for a moment, fists tightened as he contemplated his options. "Fine. You won this time." The crowd erupted into cheers and applause as T'Challa emerged victorious, his demeanor composed but his eyes alight with triumph. Baku acknowledged T'Challa's prowess with a respectful nod, then stepped back and prepared to leave alongside his tribe. After all, they didn't care about what happened next. Shuri bounced in excitement, showing just how happy she was for her brother's victory. Even her parents, who had to put up a calm and regal appearance, could barely contain their emotions. Zuri steps up once again and speaks the words that Chaka was dreading. "Is there any member of royal blood who wishes to challenge for the throne?" Shuri smirked and raised her hand, enjoying a collective gasp from the entire gathering. "This corset is really uncomfortable. So could we all just wrap it up and go home?" Sighing in relief, her mother swatted her upside the head, as the many elders in attendance groaned in annoyance, though the many young Wakandans amongst them could be heard laughing at her little joke. And this would be a picturesque, happy ending for T'Challa's kingship ceremony, but sadly, not everything can be so easy. Peter, the Ancient One, and Chaka watched as Killmonger pushed through the crowd and dropped into the pool. Prince N'Jadaka of the Golden Tribe challenges Prince T'Challa for the throne. The atmosphere crackled with tension as shocked gasps echoed through the gathered crowd. The rumors that had circulated were proving to be true. The king's long-lost brother had indeed spawned a child, and that child had returned to Wakanda. Whispers and discussions spread like wildfire among the attendees, each person processing the implications of this revelation. Amidst the murmurs, T'Challa's gaze remained locked on N'Jadaka, his cousin. It was hard to ignore the truth that was staring him in the face. The bond he thought they had formed, the kinship he believed they shared, was nothing more than a carefully woven facade to manipulate him into this very situation. As T'Challa pieced together the puzzle, he realized that N'Jadaka had used him from the moment he stepped foot in Wakanda. The false sense of camaraderie, the show of familial connection, all of it was designed to lead T'Challa to this moment. The moment where his birthright was challenged, where his role as the Black Panther was put on the line. T'Challa's eyes darkened, a mix of anger and betrayal boiling within him. He had defended N'Jadaka, fought for his right to be here, and now it seemed that all his efforts were in vain. He was facing a wolf in sheep's clothing, a shadow that sought to steal his crown and tear apart the very fabric of his existence. Chaka stepped forward, hoping to somehow put a stop to this. But T'Challa's mind was made up. His eyes never wavered from Killmonger, and with a heavy heart, he spoke the words that his father dreaded the most. "I accept your challenge." The crowd hushed as a mixture of disbelief and anticipation hung in the air. Killmonger was given ceremonial clothes, a spear, and a shield akin to T'Challa's. The gravity of the situation settled over the ceremonial arena like a storm cloud, casting a foreboding shadow over what was to come. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the ceremonial pool, while torches and bonfires flickered to life, casting long shadows that danced on the water's surface. The backdrop seemed almost surreal, as if nature itself was attuned to the gravity of the situation unfolding before it. The two contenders faced each other, the tension palpable as they exchanged sharp words, their voices dripping with animosity. "Once this is over, you may return to America. You're no longer welcome in Wakanda." T'Challa spoke, his face hardened, hiding the betrayal that he felt. Killmonger smirked dangerously. "When this is over, you'll be nothing but a dead body, floating face down in this puddle." He taunted as he turned his head, eyeing T'Challa's family with a bloodthirsty look. "But don't worry, I'll be sure to take care of that sister of yours, after I kill your father, of course. As for your mother, well, I wouldn't mind keeping her around. Do you think she knows how to throw that butt back? I wouldn't mind seeing that while I kick back on my new throne." Gasps filled the air once again as everyone heard Killmonger's vulgar words. Most among the tribes were angry and shocked that someone would say such things about their royal family. But a few lecherous tribesmen turned to discreetly admire their queen's backside, unconsciously picturing exactly what Killmonger spoke of. The Ancient One felt the urge to kill. "Men are disgusting." "True." MJ nodded in agreement. Even Lily, who was too young to understand what was happening, seemed to agree with her mother on instinct alone. Peter turned to his family. "Hey, we aren't all that bad." He spoke up in defense of himself and his gender. Killmonger's words worked like a charm. His cousin's eyes instantly went bloodshot as he leaped forward, spear and shield at the ready. "You won't leave this place alive?" He shouted with the final exchange of words. The battle commenced, the air heavy with anticipation. The drums ceased, the chanting stopped, and all eyes remained fixed on the two contenders. And as the sun's last rays painted the sky with hues of gold and purple, Killmonger stepped to the side, dodging the painted end of his cousin's spear. With a swift, fluid motion, Killmonger lunged forward in retaliation, his spear slicing through the air toward T'Challa's side. T'Challa met the attack head-on, deflecting the blow with his shield and countering with a sweeping strike of his own. Killmonger danced backward, avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth, the water rippling beneath his feet. The royal family cringed in worry every time T'Challa faced Killmonger's spear, fearful that it might soon hit its mark. "This is exactly what I wanted to avoid," T'Chaka thought in exasperation. The two combatants circled each other, their movements graceful and calculated. Killmonger's attacks were relentless, each thrust of his spear aimed to exploit any opening. T'Challa responded with a mixture of agility and precision, his shield deflecting blows while his own spear arced through the air in a deadly dance. Killmonger feinted left before swiftly switching to a low thrust of his spear. T'Challa, having anticipated the move, sidestepped the attack and rushed forward, swinging his shield in a sweeping arc, forcing Killmonger to twist away and barely avoid the blow. Droplets of water scattered in all directions as the impact echoed through the air. As the fight wore on, the intensity only increased. Each parry and dodge showcased their skill and familiarity with their weapons. T'Challa's movements were like water, adapting to every shift in the battle, while Killmonger's attacks were fierce and calculated, each blow precise and deadly. T'Challa thrust his spear, aiming for Killmonger's midsection, but his cousin twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Killmonger seized the opportunity, lunging forward and slamming his shield against T'Challa's, the force of the impact causing T'Challa to stumble back a step. The water beneath him splashed as he fought to regain his balance. Killmonger pressed his advantage, attacking with a series of rapid strikes that forced T'Challa to go on the defensive. He deflected each blow with his shield, the metal ringing out in a metallic chorus. With a swift motion, T'Challa managed to hook Killmonger's spear, using his shield to disarm him. But just then, Killmonger did the same, bashing into T'Challa and kicking the spear from his hand. As the spears crashed into the pool, T'Challa saw an opportunity. With a quick, fluid movement, he swung his shield at Killmonger's side, catching him off guard and knocking him off balance. But Killmonger's agility saved him once again as he stumbled back and managed to recover his footing. The two adversaries continued their dance, each move and countermove a testament to their training and determination. Their breathing was labored, their faces etched with sweat. The waterfall's roar served as a backdrop to the relentless clash of weapons, the tension escalating with each passing moment. T'Challa's muscles tensed as he saw a momentary opening. He struck with precision, his spear aimed at Killmonger's exposed flank. But Killmonger's reflexes were lightning fast. He deflected T'Challa's blow with his shield, countering with a powerful jab that forced T'Challa to retreat with an aching rib cage. A grim determination settled in Chala's eyes as he calculated his next move. He circled Killmonger, his movements deliberate and controlled. Killmonger mirrored his actions, an image of focus and readiness. The two combatants were evenly matched to begin with, but as time went on, Killmonger seemed to be slowly taking the upper hand, his years of military training and service pushing Chala to the brink. Chaka watched closely, his fists gripping into fists so tight that his palms began to bleed. If this continued the way it was going, Wakanda would most certainly fall into his nephew's hands. The hands of an outsider who knew nothing of their country or their heritage. Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared in the old king's head. "Hey, you want me to help?" "Huh? Who's there?" Chaka calls out, confusing his family. "Are you okay?" his wife asked, knowing just how stressed her husband must be right now because she feels the same. The voice appeared again. "It's me, Spider-Man, don't talk out loud. I'm using telepathy to speak to you. Just think and I'll hear you." "Yeah, sorry. I'm just worried." Chaka nodded to his wife, who immediately returned her attention to the fight. "How can you help? I can't even do anything and I'm the king. And if outsiders interfere in favor of Chala, then he'll never be accepted by Wakanda again." Peter's voice returned again. "Did you forget that I can do magic? Just say the word and Chala's opponent will slip in the water. Or perhaps his shield will break. No one will ever know." Peter's words were like the devil's whispers, sweet and alluring yet unscrupulous and evil. Chaka didn't know what to say. The devil's voice continued urging him. "What are you hesitating for? Who knows what this psycho has planned? You already heard his plans for your family. Do you think he has good intentions towards Wakanda?" Finally, Chaka came to a decision. Whether he regrets it or not would remain to be seen. "Do it. But make sure no one finds out." Peter smirked as he snapped his fingers. "You owe me one." And then, in a split second that felt like an eternity, Chala saw an opening. Killmonger seemed to slip and fall into the shallow pool, leaving him completely vulnerable. With a fierce battle cry, Chala surged forward, kicking his spear up out of the water and catching it with ease. Winding it back, he aimed to the center of Killmonger's stomach. Seeing this coming, Killmonger held up his shield to block, but the spear sliced right through it, shattering the shield as if it were made of paper. Before Killmonger's shocked eyes, the blade of Chala's spear connected with deadly accuracy, piercing through his exposed stomach with a sickening squelch. The world seemed to slow as the two adversaries locked eyes, a mix of shock and realization passing between them. Killmonger's strength wavered, his body betraying him as he sank further into the water, a spear now lodged in his abdomen. The water around them was stained crimson, a stark contrast to the purity of their surroundings. Chala stood before his fallen cousin, his chest heaving with exertion and emotion. The fight was over, the battle won. Killmonger's gaze met Chala's one last time, a mixture of pain, defiance, and regret. And then, with a final breath, Njidaka, also known as Killmonger, succumbed to his wounds, his journey ending in the place he spent his entire life trying to find. As Chala looked down at the fallen form of his cousin, he couldn't help but wonder how different things might have been if they had grown up together as they should have. Maybe he would have had a loyal brother that he could trust? With a heavy heart, Chala raised his head to the sky, the night sky shining with twinkling stars. He was king now, but he wished that his reign didn't begin with the death of his family. The air hung heavy over Wakanda as the somber aftermath of Killmonger's challenge and subsequent death settled in. The tension and unease couldn't be shaken off easily, casting a shadow over the upcoming coronation of Chala. Although he had bested the challenger, the price of that victory weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. The city was draped in muted colors, a reflection of the collective mourning that gripped the nation. The vibrant celebrations that usually accompanied such events were replaced by a subdued atmosphere, where even the wind seemed to whisper condolences. The people of Wakanda may not have known Killmonger, but Chala knew that the death of a prince was a pretty big deal for his people. Even he was a bit saddened by his cousin's death, even if he was a manipulative, disgusting piece of shit. As for his family, Ramonda and Shuri seemed a bit somber, but they'd be alright. Chaka wore a conflicted look on his face. On one hand he was happy that everything went smoothly, but on the other hand, his brother's child was dead, and he had to take a measure of responsibility for that. As Chala stood before the council and the assembled tribes, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his people, he couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. His parents flanked him, their expressions a mixture of pride and sadness. They had abdicated the throne, placing their trust in him. The ceremony began, but the joy that usually infused such occasions was less than Chala imagined. To him, the chanting of the tribes sounded more like a solemn dirge than a celebratory chorus. Even the ceremonial music carried a mournful tune, a stark departure from the vibrant melodies that typically filled the air. Chala was adorned in the regal attire of the Black Panther, the vibranium threads shimmering in the muted sunlight. As the coronation rituals proceeded, he felt the weight of tradition and the legacy of his ancestors upon his shoulders. He wondered if Njidaka's actions were a manifestation of the pain that came from feeling disconnected from their heritage. Soon enough, the moment finally came when Chala was officially crowned king of Wakanda. The crown rested upon his head, a symbol of his authority and duty. The moment should have been triumphant, a culmination of his journey to become a true leader. But the absence of Njidaka cast a shadow over the proceedings. He couldn't help but wonder if things would have been different if they had grown up together. As the coronation ended and the council members took their leave, a palpable tension remained in the air. Some left with a sense of unease, unable to shake off the implications of recent events. Fury, for instance, had hoped to secure a foothold for S.H.I.E.L.D. in Wakanda, but Chala's refusal reminded him that not all doors were open to him, no matter his influence. Usually, he would simply create a secret base and be done with it, but sadly that couldn't be done in Wakanda. They're far too technologically advanced for him to scull around. Magneto, however, seemed satisfied, a rare smile gracing his lips. His plans, driven by his insatiable lust for power, had borne fruit. He had unearthed an untapped vein of vibranium under the mountain, and with his mastery over metal, he intended to take it for himself. While the ceremony was taking place, he was constantly dragging the vibranium ore through the earth until it was outside of Wakanda's border shield. "It's time to pick up the fruits of my labor," Magneto thought as he strolled out of Wakanda alongside his fellow councilman and woman now that the Ancient One joined. Chaka watched them go alongside Peter and his family, who would be staying a bit longer to enjoy the city, the threads of fate weaving together in ways that were beyond his control. He was no longer a king but a member of the Avengers Council and Wakanda's only link to the outside world, a balancing act that would demand his attention. As MJ and Lily walked off to get ready for their Wakandan vacation, Chaka found a moment to approach Peter privately. In a quiet corner of the palace, away from prying eyes, the former king turned to Peter, a mixture of gratitude and unease in his expression. "You did us a great service," he began, his voice carrying the weight of the unspoken favor. "Without your assistance during that battle, the outcome could have been far more dire. My nephew, he might have been crowned king, and who knows what kind of rule that would have brought." Peter shrugged casually, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. "No big deal. I'm just glad I could help out." Chaka's gaze grew solemn. He had been prepared to pay his debt immediately, to offer something of value in return for Peter's intervention. But Peter's nonchalant attitude threw him off balance. "Is there nothing you desire? No request you have in mind?" Peter chuckled lightly. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't exactly need anything right now. I'll just keep the favor in my back pocket until I do." Chaka nodded, though his expression was far from content. He hated owing anyone, especially when it came to matters entrenched in the blood of his family. But he understood that he couldn't force the issue. "Very well then. Enjoy your time here in Wakanda." With a nod, Peter turned to leave, his footsteps echoing through the corridor. He was heading back to MJ and Lily, who were eager to explore the wonders of the advanced vibranium city. Before he left, though, he turned to Chaka. "By the way, I'll be stopping by the palace in the next few days to have a chat with the new king." Chaka's gaze lingered on Peter for a moment before he nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. We'll be awaiting your visit." As the door closed behind Peter, Chaka's thoughts shifted to the upcoming funeral of his nephew. It was a duty he couldn't avoid, even if their relationship had been strained. With a heavy heart, he turned away and began to prepare for the somber occasion. Meanwhile, Peter and his family enjoyed the wonders of Wakanda. From the advanced technology to the natural beauty, they immersed themselves in this new world. MJ marveled at the possibilities, and Lily's wide-eyed wonder was infectious, spreading to everyone around her. But all good things had to come to an end. MJ and Lily returned home through a portal of their own making, leaving Peter behind in Wakanda. As the portal closed, Peter took a deep breath, knowing that he had something important to do before he left. He made his way to the palace, finding Chala in the midst of a meeting with the tribal council. Seeing Peter's arrival, some of the leaders voiced their complaints, but Chala called for a recess and invited Peter to join him, expecting his visit. With a nod of thanks, Peter sat beside Chala, their voices low in the echoing chamber. "I was wondering," Peter began, his tone serious, "has your father talked to you about the lifespan of Wakanda's anonymity from the outside world?" Chala frowned, shaking his head. No, he hasn't. Peter leaned in slightly. Well, it's something you should consider. With the constant advancement of technology beyond your borders, it's only a matter of time before someone else discovers the true Wakanda. We've narrowed it down to a few years at best. Chala's eyes widened, and the Dora Milaje standing guard exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Peter's voice grew more urgent. Perhaps it's time for you to get ahead of the problem. You could announce Wakanda's existence before outsiders twist narratives about you. It's a risky move, but it might be the best way to control the situation. Chala opened his mouth to speak, but Peter held up a hand to stop him. I know what you're going to say. The tribal leaders won't like it. Your father said the same thing, but there's always a solution even when it seems impossible. You just have to be willing to act. Standing up, Peter summoned a portal that opened into his house in New York. He turned back to Chala. Before I go, I wanted to offer you something. Place in the Avengers. If you join, you'll have access to our resources if you ever need them. And I don't mean money and technology, we all know you have enough of that. I'm talking about information. You'll see when you join. The Avengers may not have much to offer someone as rich and powerful as the King of Wakanda, but they do have information on the outside world and the universe at large. Thanks to their connection to the Nova Corps and friendship with the Nova Prime, they receive tons of information on a monthly basis. Of course, nothing too high level was shared since the Earth isn't a member of the Nova Empire, but it was still a lot. Chala nodded, his expression thoughtful. I'll discuss it with my father. Thank you for the offer. With a final nod, Peter stepped through the portal, which snapped shut behind him. Chala was left standing in the throne room, his thoughts swirling with the possibilities that Peter's words had brought to light. The future of Wakanda was uncertain, but he was determined to face it head-on, just as he had done with the challenges that had come before. The days after his trip to Wakanda flowed by in a leisurely haze, which was great for lazing around. Time, a rare commodity in Peter's hectic life, now seemed to stretch, allowing him the luxury of being a couch potato at home with his family. It was a welcome change, a chance to catch his breath and relish the moments of normalcy he so often craved. With Lily's laughter echoing through the halls, and the faint scent of a home-cooked meal drifting from the kitchen, Peter couldn't help but smile. He had learned to cherish these simple moments, each one a reminder of the life he was fighting to protect. As the school year came to an end, a new chapter awaited Peter and his loved ones. He was finally done with high school, though he barely ever showed up to begin with. After a few tests, Peter graduated with perfect grades, making him the dream student for any college acceptance board. The graduation party at Ned's house had been a lively affair, celebrating their achievements and marking the end of an era. But now, as they sat in Peter's living room, basking in the afterglow of the festivities, a more serious conversation lay before them. So, guys, Peter began, leaning back on the couch, are you both thinking about college? The question hung in the air for a moment before MJ spoke up, her thoughtful gaze fixed on the ceiling. I've thought about it, but I don't think I'll be going. High school was already hectic enough with my job as Silk and being a mother, so I'd rather just skip the whole college thing. Ned nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring MJ's. Yeah, same here. Between being Black Noir and keeping my game up to date, I've got my hands pretty full. A couple years after Peter released Candy Crush, which filled his and his loved ones' bank accounts with easy pay-to-win money, Ned released his own game, which became fairly popular on Steam. The last time Peter checked, it had around 70,000 concurrent players. Peter chuckled, understanding their reasoning all too well. I guess being superheroes and having a stable source of income does that to you. I mean, why go to college when we have the money and resources to learn anything we want? MJ's lips twitched into a wry smile. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Besides, the Avengers' paycheck is nothing to scoff at. And speaking of which, I had a chat with my mom about my decision. Peter raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. And what did she say? Although Peter loves Grace, she can be a bit of a hard butt, especially when it comes to Lily and her daughter's safety. Though he knew that she was only looking out for them, like a mother or grandmother should. MJ's smile turned mischievous. Well, my mom was surprisingly okay with it, which was odd since she always wanted me to go to college. As for my dad, well, he's not around enough to notice, at least not for a while. I'm sure he'll be happy when he finds out. Peter smirked mischievously. And Ned, what about your family? Ned leaned back, a satisfied grin on his face. Oh, they're thrilled. Paid off the mortgage, bought them new cars. They're basically living the dream. On the same day that I told them about my lack of college plans, I happened to also book them a vacation to Hawaii, so they didn't even have time to complain. They had a flight to catch. Peter couldn't help but smile at his friend's ingenious plan. Well, I'm glad everyone's on board with your decisions. As for me, I've had time to think, and I've decided not to go to college either. Yeah, I expected that. MJ nodded, knowing that even if her boyfriend went to college, he wouldn't attend classes, just like high school. Peter leaned back into his seat. My reasoning is the same as you guys. Considering my responsibilities as Spider-Man, a father, and an Avengers councilman, not to mention my ongoing projects, college just doesn't make sense. And I don't think it ever will. MJ chimed in, her voice soft but supportive. Did you talk to May yet? Peter nodded. Yeah, she wasn't happy at first. Apparently, she promised my parents to send me to college, like them. Ned leaned forward in interest. I didn't know that your parents went to college? MJ's interest was piqued as well. Yeah, now that I think about it, we don't know anything about your birth parents. Peter shrugged. Truthfully, I don't know much about them either. May doesn't talk about them, and I never really cared to ask. Ned and MJ both give him incredulous looks. You never once thought about your parents? Their likes, dislikes, appearance? MJ asked. Ned cocks his head to the side as he watches Peter shake his head uncaringly. Do you even know how they died? Peter nods his head. They were flying somewhere and the plane crashed. Everyone on the plane died on impact. Dude, Ned practically jumped out of his seat. You do know that you're a superhero, right? Yeah, why? Peter asks in confusion. Ned rolls his eyes. Oh, come on. That's the most main character backstory that I've ever heard, he exclaimed. You do understand that they were probably killed off by some evil CEO or something, right? I mean, you said it yourself. They went to college. They were probably scientists or something. Peter sighed at his friend's overactive imagination. That's highly unlikely, but after a moment of thought, you know what, I'll look into it. Maybe he's right. After all, he is a superhero, so it's possible. The realm of Asgard was bathed in the ethereal glow of the Bifrost, its colors dancing across the golden spires and lush landscapes. Under the wise and benevolent rule of King Thor, the kingdom thrived, its people basking in an era of prosperity. Yet, amidst the splendor, there was a sense of anticipation, a feeling that something monumental was about to unfold. Within the heart of the royal palace, the grand chamber known as the Hall of Kings held an aura of reverence. The regal tapestries depicted the history of Asgard, its battles and triumphs, weaving a narrative that spanned countless generations. And now, in this momentous time, the hall's attention was directed toward a large, ornate bed adorned with shimmering fabrics and drapes. Atop the bed lay a figure, the form of a man with an air of regality about him. Odin, the Allfather, had been in a deep slumber, his consciousness temporarily relinquished to Odin's sleep, a period of rest and rejuvenation that occurred cyclically, allowing him to maintain his divine powers and keep Asgard safe. And finally, the time of his awakening has come, after years of sleep. Opening his eye for the first time since Loki was banished to Earth, Odin stretched his tired body before leaving his bed and strolling out of the room, intent on informing his family of his awakening. In the grand throne room of Asgard, Thor stood beside Jane Foster, who leaned into his chest, enjoying their reunion. She had just arrived from Earth, where she continued to live her life as a scientist, though most of her time is spent with Thor in Asgard. Before the couple could get too intimate, suddenly, the large doors behind them swung open. Turning to yell at whoever interrupted his reunion with the woman he loved, Thor found his father standing there, looking healthy and well-rested. "Father!" he muttered in shock, his voice carrying a mixture of respect and anticipation. As if on cue, Thor knelt before Odin, a bow of reverence that acknowledged the Allfather's authority. "Welcome back, Father. Although he was king, the Allfather is still the Allfather." Odin deserved respect. Odin's gaze shifted to Jane, who had no idea what to do at the moment, his scrutiny piercing and intense. Jane, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, did her best to stand her ground, her chin raised defiantly even as a sense of unease prickled at her skin. "Who is this Midgardian girl?" Odin's voice rumbled like distant thunder, his tone demanding an answer. Thor rose, placing a reassuring hand on Jane's shoulder. "Father, this is Jane Foster. She is a scientist, a healer, and a woman of great courage. And she is dear to me." Odin's gaze held Jane's for a long moment, as if peering into the depths of her very soul. She resisted the urge to squirm under his scrutiny, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Odin nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "I see. Welcome to Asgard, Jane Foster. It is not every day that a Midgardian catches the eye of an Asgardian prince," Odin said, his voice carrying air of surprise. Jane inclined her head respectfully, her unease beginning to cool down as she sensed Odin's acceptance. "Thank you. It is an honor to be here, Your Majesty, sir." she summed awkwardly, unsure how to address the Allfather. Thor smiled proudly, his hand still resting on Jane's shoulder. Father, I would ask for your blessing upon my courtship with Jane. Her heart is as noble and her intentions are pure. I assure you. Odin's expression softened, a trace of paternal affection touching his features. Love knows no bounds, my son. If your heart has found its match in this mortal woman, then who am I to stand in your way? A sense of relief washed over Jane, and she offered a genuine smile to Odin. Thank you, Odin. Thor stepped closer to his father, his gaze earnest. You honor me, father, he said as he pulled his father into a hug. It's good to have you back. Odin returned the hug awkwardly, unused to such shows of affection. It's good to be back. As Thor released his father, Odin's gaze swept over the hall, looking for something. Thor, where's your mother? Suddenly, a voice could be heard over Odin's shoulder. I'm here, my love. Whipping around as a smile adorned his face, Odin rushed up to his beautiful wife. I'm sorry to have left you for so long. I know how my Odin sleep can weigh on you, he says as he brings her into an affectionate hug. Ugh, this is disgusting, Thor muttered as he witnessed his father get a little handsy with his mother. Pulling away from his wife for a moment, Odin peered around the room, a sad look appearing on his face. Now, all we need is Loki to return and everything will be as it was. Hel, also known as Helheim, one of the 9 realms, serves as the realm of the dead, filled with nothing but wandering souls and the stink of decay. A dark, cold, S&D desolate place, shrouded in a mist of perpetual twilight. Hela, Odin's daughter, paced the confines of her prison, sending nearby souls running with just a glance, her foul mood spreading across her prison in waves. The entire realm of death was etched with magic to contain her immense power, trapping her completely. Insert picture of Hela here, her raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders as she muttered to herself, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and determination. Why won't that old fool just die already? Her emerald eyes blazed with an intensity that matched the flames of her anger. After her frustration simmered to a low boil, Hela came to a decision. I can't wait for that one-eyed fossil to die anymore. I'll break out of this prison myself, no matter the cost, she declared, releasing her power at an output far greater than she'll be able to withstand for long. I refuse to be trapped any longer, she shouted as the realm around her began to shake violently. Back in the opulent halls of Asgard, a lavish feast was underway, where the royal family was gathered in joyful celebration. Odin sat beside Frigga, a warm smile on his face as he conversed with his queen. Across the table, Thor was engrossed in a lively conversation with Jane, their laughter ringing out amidst the festivities. It was a rare moment of unity and happiness, a family bound by both blood and love. As the night went on, news of Odin's awakening from his Odin sleep spread like wildfire through the imperial city of Asgard. The word spread quickly, from the elite to the common folk, as everyone felt a renewed sense of security and hope with the Allfather's return. The streets were alive with merriment and celebration, the grandeur of the occasion echoing through the hearts of the Asgardian people. Amidst the jubilation, Odin suddenly paused, his hand clenching against his temple as a surge of pain washed over him. Ugh! Frigga, ever vigilant, noticed his distress immediately. Odin, what's wrong? Her voice was tinged with concern, her gaze fixed on her husband. Thor, who was engrossed in a lively debate with Jane about the nuances of earthly cuisine, snapped his attention to his father. The prince's brows furrowed in worry. Father, what's happening? With a grimace, Odin shook his head, the pain beginning to subside. It can't be, and without a word, he pushed away from the table and rose to his feet, his expression growing more serious by the second. Heimdall, prepare the Bifrost, he exclaimed, his worry and fear beginning to show. But Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, was not present in the hall. He heard Odin's voice even from afar, having all sight and all sound, and instantly set the bridge in motion. Frigga, her concern deepening, rose as well and followed her husband, her eyes filled with worry. Odin, what's wrong? Why are you so alarmed? Thor stood up, his concern evident as he watched his father's urgency. Father, please, tell us what's happening. As they entered the Rainbow Bridge, the shimmering pathway that led to the Bifrost, Odin turned his head toward his family, his expression one of deep concern. Something has happened. I felt a disturbance, something that should not have been possible. Without waiting for a single second, Odin's voice thundered across the bridge. Heimdall, send me to hell. Frigga's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on her. You mean? The Bifrost fired up in response to Odin's command, the swirling colors enveloping them. Thor exchanged a bewildered glance with Jane, his confusion mirrored in her eyes. But their curiosity was too strong, and they couldn't stand back and let Odin go without them. As they materialized in the desolate realm of Hel, cold and dark with an eerie mist that hung in the air, Odin's face turned grim. Thor was taken aback, never having seen his father so fearful before. "Father, what's happening? Why did you bring us here?" Frigga's eyes glistened with a mixture of fear and dread, her voice soft but tremulous. Did she escape?" Odin's gaze swept over the shadowy landscape, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "She's gone." Thor's eyes widened in shock, his voice shaking with disbelief. "Gone? Who has escaped?" Frigga's expression turned grave as she whispered the name, her voice barely audible amidst the eerie silence of the realm. "Hela." Thor's brows furrowed, confusion and concern warring within him. "Hela? Who's Hela? Mother, what is he talking about?" But Odin's focus remained on the darkness around them, a sense of foreboding settling over them all. "She's your sister, my firstborn." His voice was heavy with regret, the weight of past mistakes evident in his words. But most of all, he looked fearful for what was to come now that she was free. Thor's mouth dropped open in shock. "I have a sister?" Minutes before her family's arrival, Hela's escape from her prison was a triumph that came at great cost. She had expended every ounce of her power and even sacrificed a portion of her own lifespan to shatter the spell that had bound her. The dark magic had resisted her efforts, but her determination had proven stronger. The moment the last barrier shattered, she felt the aftershock of her success reverberate through her body, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Realizing that Odin would soon be upon her, Hela knew she had to act swiftly. Using the last dregs of her power and a fragment of her already limited lifespan, she unleashed a spell that propelled her off the surface of the planet. Her form became a streak of darkness against the sky, hurtling through the atmosphere like a comet blazing with newfound freedom. The strain of the spell was immense, and Hela's consciousness began to fade as she soared through the cosmos. Her body, battered from her escape, ached with each passing second. She fought against the encroaching darkness, her willpower keeping her conscious as she drifted through the void. But eventually, the toll proved too great, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, her body floating through space like a fallen star. Time lost its meaning as Hela drifted through the stars. Hours turned to days, weeks, perhaps even months, though she had no way of knowing for sure. Eventually, her senses began to return to her, and she awoke with a start, her body aching and weak. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself lying amidst unfamiliar surroundings. Pushing herself into a sitting position, Hela took in her surroundings. She was atop a cliff that overlooked a vast expanse of land below. Strange alien vegetation and bizarre rock formations stretched out before her, and the sky above was unlike any she had seen before. Despite her weakened state, a spark of curiosity ignited within her. She was free, and the universe lay open before her. As she tried to stand, her legs wobbled unsteadily, and she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Hela gritted her teeth against the pain that radiated through her body. Even her connection to death, the very essence of her being, felt damaged and unstable. This weakened state was far from ideal, but she reminded herself that she had triumphed against insurmountable odds before. Hela's gaze swept across the landscape, taking in the alien beauty of the world she had landed on. But her attention was soon drawn to a presence beside her, a ghastly figure with a red, skull-like face floating in the air. She recognized the being immediately, for he was a creature of death, much like herself. Insert picture of Red Skull here. Unfazed by his appearance, Hela approached the figure with measured steps. Her weakened body did nothing to deter her confidence or determination. "And what brings you to this place, little soul?" she inquired, her voice steady and commanding. The figure regarded her with empty eye sockets, his tone hollow and devoid of emotion. "I am a keeper of souls of sorts, as are you. How peculiar that our paths would converge here." In the heart of New York City, amidst the hustle and bustle of everyday life, Loki stood atop the Avengers Tower. Dressed in casual attire that contrasted sharply with his past set's regal garb, he casually leaned against a nearby railing, though his stance hid the nervous anticipation that coursed through him. He had been on Earth for a while now, his powers stripped away by Odin's punishment, and he had come to appreciate the intricate nuances of the Midgardian way of life. His eyes were fixed on Jessica Jones, a woman he had come to know over his time on Earth. There was an undeniable spark between them, a connection that transcended his mischievous antics and her gruff demeanor. Today, Loki had finally mustered the courage to take a step that felt monumental to him. He was going to ask her out on a date. Clearing his throat in his usual snarky manner, Loki pushed himself off the railing and sauntered over, a nervous energy around him. Jessica looked up at him, a confused look on her face. Loki, why did you call me up here? Is something wrong? Did your powers return? Loki shook his head without a care for his powers. At least for the moment. No, sadly not. I've come to inquire whether you would be interested in accompanying me on a little outing. Jessica raised an eyebrow, her expression curious. An outing? You mean like a date? She blushed as soon as those words left her mouth. Loki smirked, though it didn't quite hide the hint of nerves that flickered in his gaze. Precisely before Loki could finish or Jessica could reply, the night sky above them rumbled with the sound of thunder. Loki's head turned toward the source of the disturbance, his brow furrowing slightly. A ripple of unease swept through him, his usually composed demeanor faltering. Jessica raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her voice. Afraid of a little thunder? Loki's lips curled into a wry smile, his gaze remaining fixed on the sky. It's not the thunder that concerns me, my dear. It's what often comes after it. As he spoke, a bolt of lightning crashed down before them, illuminating the night with blinding brilliance. In the midst of the lightning's glow stood a figure, shrouded in a swirling storm of energy. The air crackled with power, and as the brilliance faded, the figure was revealed to be none other than Thor, king of Asgard, his red cape billowing in the wind. Jessica's gaze flickered between Loki and the newly arrived Asgardian, her tone tinged with amusement. And I thought thunderstorms were dramatic enough without adding godly entrances to the mix? Loki's expression had turned grim, his jaw tightening as he watched his brother approach. Thor, this is a surprise? Thor's eyes held a mix of concern and exasperation as he looked at his brother. Loki, we need to talk. Donning his spider suit, Peter opened a portal and stepped into the Avengers Tower. He was just about to head off to bed when he received a message from Jarvis. The message said that Thor was on Earth and waiting at the Avengers Tower. He would be lying if he said he had been expecting a visit from the king of Asgard. He only hoped it wasn't anything urgent. After all, he didn't want anything to ruin his lazy life. As he navigated the tower, he was soon greeted by the sight of Thor lounging in Jessica's office, a warm smile on the Asgardian's face. My friend, Thor boomed, rising from his seat and crossing the room in large strides to envelop Peter in a bear hug. Yo, Peter smiled involuntarily as he returned the hug. What brings you to Earth? Loki, leaning against a wall with an annoyed frown, interrupted before Thor could respond. Yes, why are here? And when are you leaving? His brother has barely been here for more than a few minutes and Loki already wanted him gone. Jessica, leaning against her desk with a bemused expression, observed the interaction with curiosity. She had briefly met Thor before, but they didn't spend enough time to actually get to know one another. Thor released Peter from the hug and turned to Loki, rolling his eyes. And must you always be so moody? Lighten up a bit. Loki's frown deepened, but before he could retort, Jessica interjected with a raised eyebrow. It's good to see you again, Thor. Thor chuckled, shooting her a wink. You as well, Lady Jones. Has my brother started courting you yet? Or is he still acting like a sniveling coward? What? Loki exclaims, appalled. I am no coward. Jessica's lips curled into a smirk. Actually, you interrupted his cute little confession on the roof. Thor turned to his brother, his expression showing approval. Good, be sure to contact Heimdall if you need any money. I know how poor you are now, and as a prince of Asgard, you can't show a lady a bad time. Damn you, Loki stated plainly. Yes, I love you too, brother. Thor nodded, taking a seat as his demeanor turned serious. Now, down to business. Loki's annoyance shifted a bit as he took a seat as well. Peter, sensing the gravity of the moment, joined them. What happened? Before Thor could respond, Peter interjected, stopping Thor's explanation. Wait, before you start, is Thanos causing trouble? Thor's expression softened with gratitude. No, Thanos hasn't been seen since you poisoned him. We're starting to think that he truly might be dead. This is something entirely different. Loki leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. Do tell. Thor hesitated for a moment, his gaze flicking to Loki. We have a sister. Loki's eyes widened in surprise, and he exchanged a quick glance with Thor before his expression settled into nonchalance. Ah, is that all? How long has Mother been pregnant? Maybe I should find her a gift? Thor sighed, shaking his head side to side. No, Loki. We have an older sister. Our sister, Hela, was imprisoned by our father on Hel. And she has recently escaped. Loki's demeanor shifted from annoyance to genuine surprise. Hela? How is that even possible? Peter kept his face neutral, though his mind was racing. How the hell did she escape with Odin still alive? Thor's gaze rested on Loki, and he sighed heavily. Father will explain everything when we arrive on Asgard. He has summoned you back for your safety. So, welcome home, brother. That old bastard's awake? Loki asked, his eyes narrowed. And what's father's plan for dealing with her? Thor's expression grew grim. He hasn't decided yet. But we must act swiftly. Loki nodded, his annoyance forgotten as he understood the gravity of the situation. Very well, brother. I shall accompany you. Thor's nodded as he stood from his seat, a smug look on his face. Well, I would have taken you either way. After all, you're quite weak now, aren't you? Loki frowns, pressing his lips together in anger. When I get my powers back, I'll make his life a living hell. Peter cleared his throat, drawing their attention. If you guys are going to Asgard, mind if I tag along? I'll just have to pick someone up first. Thor's brow furrowed in curiosity. Someone? Peter nodded. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there. As Peter left the room, Thor turned to Loki, a bemused smile on his face. Who could he be picking up? Loki shrugged uncaringly. Knowing him, it's probably someone he's taken under his wing. He has a habit of doing that. Jessica chimed in, a smirk playing on her lips. Well, a little detour to Asgard sounds quite exciting. Loki eyed Jessica, a longing look in his eyes. And what about our date? He did his best not to show it, but Loki truly hated the fact that his confession was interrupted. Yet another reason to make Thor's life hell. Jessica's gaze met Loki's, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I'll just have to experience the magic of Asgard for our first date, she said as she turned to Thor. I can come, right? Thor nodded instantly. Of course, you're always welcome in Asgard, he says and gestures to his brother. Him, not so much. As Thor, Loki, and Jessica stepped onto the rooftop of the Avengers Tower, a palpable tension filled the air. The Bifrost ray cast a radiant rainbow glow across the dark city, capturing the attention of every New Yorker who happened to glance upward, staring in awe at the phenomenon that lit up the night sky. Meanwhile, outside one of the tower's apartments, Peter Parker stood before a door, his heart pounding with a mix of determination and obligation. He knocked firmly, waiting patiently as the door creaked open to reveal Brunhilde, the last surviving Valkyrie. Yo, Peter greeted, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Grab your gear. We're leaving. Brunhilde's brows furrowed in confusion. Leaving? Why? Peter's expression grew more solemn. It's time to make good on my promise. Brunhilde stared at Peter in confusion before her eyes suddenly widened in realization, and a mixture of emotions flickered across her face. You mean? Peter nodded, his gaze unwavering. Yeah, it's time. Without another word, Brunhilde rushed into her apartment, donning her armor and securing her weapons. She emerged with a fierce determination in her eyes, her resolve clear. As Peter opened a portal leading to Asgard, Brunhilde stepped through beside him. The moment they arrived, the sounds of Odin's voice reached their ears, and they turned to see the Allfather standing beside his wife, addressing Thor, Loki, and Jessica. Odin's voice carried with it an air of gravity as he recounted the tale of his firstborn daughter, Hela. He spoke of raising her not as a daughter, but as a weapon, a conqueror of the 9 realms. His eyes held a mixture of pain and regret as he described his mistakes in not guiding her down a different path. She wanted war and conquest because I wanted war and conquest, Odin continued, his voice heavy with the weight of his past actions. She became a force of destruction and death. And when I realized my mistakes, I tried to reason with her and fix what I had done. But Hela wouldn't listen. She tried to claim the throne, and in her ambition, she even tried to kill me. Brunhilde's voice cut through the tense air, unable to listen any longer. Tell them the rest, Odin. Tell them how you sent us to die, she said, her fury palpable. All eyes turned to Brunhilde, and the room fell silent for a moment. Odin's gaze met hers, and his expression carried a sense of deep pain as he responded. I did what I believed was necessary to buy time to seal my daughter away. Brunhilde's grip on her sword tightened, and she took a step forward, her anger radiating off her in waves. You sent us to our death. You watched as she slaughtered my sisters. Thor stood in front of his father, ready to defend him, his eyes flickering between the last Valkyrie and his friend, Peter. Father, what does she mean by that? Odin sighed, his gaze still on Brunhilde. To keep Hela on Hel for as long as possible, I sent the Valkyrie. They were Asgard's best fighting force, and the only ones who could get the job done. Brunhilde's hand tightened on her sword, and her voice trembled with anger. And we were all killed by your maniac daughter. Thor's expression was one of shock and disbelief. What? That can't be. Loki, leaning against a wall with a bemused smirk, interjected. Well, in his defense, it sounded like it had to be done. He muttered, uncaring for the lives of those he didn't know. Though he did waste a powerful military force. Jessica, not one to hold back, delivered a sharp smack to Loki's head. Show some respect? Odin's gaze shifted to Loki for a moment before returning to the last Valkyrie. his eyes carrying a mixture of sadness and regret. "It was a decision I regret, Brunhilde," he says wholeheartedly, remembering every Valkyrie's name that died that day. "I am truly sorry." Brunhilde's hand continued to tighten around the hilt of her sword, her anger giving way to a sense of sorrow. Unable to bear the presence of the Allfather any longer, she turned and stormed away, the heavy double doors slamming shut behind her. Peter sighed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, that went well. After Brunhilde stormed out of the room, Peter hesitated for a moment before making his way towards the double doors. But as he approached, a gentle hand on his arm stopped him. He turned to see Queen Frigga, her expression calm yet concerned. "Give me some time with her," Frigga said softly, her voice carrying a motherly warmth. "Her leader was my personal guard for a while, so we have some history." Peter nodded. "Sure, just try not to piss her off. She's a good person, which is why I recruited her into the Avengers, but she's very easy to anger when it comes to Hela and your husband." With a nod, Frigga turned and walked out of the double door, making sure to close them behind her. Peter could hear the beginnings of their conversation, but stopped listening as they grew further and further away. Thankfully, he could sense the empathy and understanding in Frigga's demeanor, or else he wouldn't have let her go. It was clear that the Queen truly wanted to help the last Valkyrie. Turning his attention back to the room, Peter found himself facing Odin once again. He spoke up, his demeanor calm and curious. "Could you give me more insight into Hela's abilities here? What can we expect during a fight?" Although Peter knew the Hela from the MCU movies, that didn't mean he knew the Hela of this universe. They may be similar or they could be completely opposites from one another. He doubted that she'd be much different, but it was always best to be safe and know your enemy, especially before the battle. Odin regarded Peter for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Of course, while my daughter's physical strength rivals, if not surpasses, Thor's own, her mastery over various weapons and combat techniques is unparalleled. Hela was forged through constant bloody wars, so she can wield a variety of weapons with lethal precision." As Odin spoke, Thor's eyes widened as he took in the extent of his mysterious sister's powers. Even Loki was shocked to hear that she was probably stronger than Thor, who was considered the physically strongest in Asgard. Additionally, Odin continued, Hela possesses the ability to cast bolts of energy that could age, wither, and finally kill her target. This comes from her dominion over death itself. She can restore the recently deceased to life, provided their souls haven't passed into the afterlife. She can also project destructive magical blasts and concentrate her power to strike with deadly force. Thor and Loki exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. It was clear that they were realizing just how much of a threat Hela posed, especially given the fact that she could resurrect the fallen. But Odin's explanation wasn't finished. Hela has the power to teleport across the realms by opening black deathly portals. She can levitate, cast illusions, and manipulate magic to devastating effect. She also possesses the power to raise the dead, which allows her to build an army of the deceased, and control souls to a smaller extent. The weight of Hela's powers settled heavily in the room, leaving an atmosphere of tension and unease. Thor seemed to be grappling with the reality of his sister's strength, while Loki's frustration was palpable. Thor's voice broke the silence, carrying a sense of self-reflection. "I've been focusing so much on my physical strength that I've neglected my studies and training in other areas." Loki's eyes gleamed with a similar realization. "And I've become so reliant on my powers that I've ignored physical training." Odin regarded his sons with a mixture of understanding and approval. "This revelation is an opportunity for growth, my sons. Use this time to better yourselves." Hearing this, a small flicker of hope filled Loki's eyes. Father, does that mean you're returning my powers?" Bringing his full attention to Loki, Odin's gaze grew somber. "I'm sorry, my son, but you must regain them through your own efforts. Only then will you truly understand their value and the wrong that you've done." Loki's expression tightened, but he didn't argue. Instead, he turned on his heel and left the room, Jessica Jones following after him after a quick and clumsy bow to Odin. This was possibly her future father-in-law, so she had to at least try to make a good impression. As the room emptied, Odin smiled as he turned his gaze towards Thor. "You know, you and your brother are beginning to make me wonder whether I should have taken a few Midgardian lovers in my youth. How is it that both of my sons are so captivated by such mortal women?" Thor laughed uproariously. "I don't quite know. There's just something about them that's so alluring." Shaking his head at them, Peter gets everyone back on track. "Should I bring a team of Avengers to help with this? I don't think that fighting Hela with Asgard's army would be the best decision, especially after what happened to the Valkyrie." Odin frowned upon hearing the Valkyrie being brought up. "Thank you for your offer." He bowed his head slightly after a moment of thought. Asgard will gladly and gratefully accept your assistance. Thor bowed as well, following after his fathers. Yes, please bring Midgard's finest warriors. We need soldiers who can match Hela's strength and power. Peter nodded in agreement. I'll return with reinforcements. We'll need every advantage we can get. With a final nod, Peter opened a portal, stepping through it as he left Asgard behind for the time being. The room fell into a thoughtful silence, the gravity of the situation settling in. Earlier, as Frigga stepped out of the double doors, she followed Brunhilde to the nearby balcony, her gaze fixed on the distant stars. The air was heavy with the weight of memories and emotions, a reminder of the past that had shaped their lives. May I join you? Frigga's voice carried a gentle warmth, an invitation rather than an intrusion. Brunhilde turned to look at Frigga, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pain and longing. She nodded silently, allowing the queen to approach and stand beside her. The two women stood in silence for a moment, the night breeze rustling through the leaves of the nearby trees. Frigga's gaze turned to the stars, her voice soft as she spoke. I remember watching you train in the gardens, Brunhilde. Your dedication and skill were truly remarkable. Brunhilde's lips curved into a faint smile, a bittersweet expression. My teacher taught me well. She was like a second mother to me. Frigga's eyes softened with understanding. I remember her. She was my personal guard for a time. A valiant warrior, a loyal protector, and an amazing friend. A heavy sigh escaped Brunhilde's lips as she leaned against the balcony's railing. She gave her life to protect me. They all did. And now, all the Valkyrie are gone. Frigga's voice carried a note of sorrow. I grieved for them as well. They were a force of honor and bravery, and their loss was felt deeply by all of Asgard. I'm sorry, your majesty, but I doubt that. Brunhilde spoke, a venomous edge to her every word. The very fact that the new king of Asgard didn't even know the reason behind our disappearance shows what really happened. Odin covered it up. He sent us to our deaths and told no one. He hid our sacrifice so that he didn't have to experience the shame of his actions. Frigga frowned, silently agreeing with her statement. Yes, my husband certainly made a grave mistake when it came to the Valkyrie, but I don't think that's why he hid your deaths. I think he wanted to hide any information on the warmonger that he used to be, and set Asgard on a much more peaceful path. Sadly, that came at the expense of the best fighting force Asgard has ever had. It still doesn't make it right. Brunhilde's gaze dropped to the floor, her shoulders tense. I trained alongside them, fought alongside them. They practically raised me. And now they're gone, because of Odin and Hela. Frigga placed a comforting hand on Brunhilde's shoulder. Although their actions are their own, I apologize for my family, especially my daughter. Brunhilde shook her head. Hela isn't even your daughter. You have nothing to apologize for. Frigga smiled slightly. I may not have birthed her, nor did I raise her, but when I married Odin, she became my daughter, whether I like it or not, she said as she looked off into the distance. I only wish that I tried harder back in those days. Maybe if we spent more time together, she wouldn't have turned out the way she did. Brunhilde looked up at Frigga. Sadly, we can't go back and fix everything. Because trust me, I've thought about it a lot. Frigga nodded. As have I. But it seems regret and mistakes can never be rewritten, no matter how much we want them to be undone. Brunhilde's voice trembled with emotion. I can't help but feel guilty, Frigga. Guilty that I survived when they didn't. That I couldn't save them. Frigga's voice was gentle, filled with empathy. Survivor's guilt is a heavy burden to bear. But remember that their sacrifice was not in vain. Their bravery and strength allowed us to seal Hela away and protect the 9 realms. Tears welled up in Brunhilde's eyes as she looked at Frigga. I wish they were here. I wish I could talk to them again, to hear them laugh and fight again. Frigga's expression softened, and she wrapped an arm around Brunhilde's shoulders, offering her comfort. Their spirits live on in your memories and in the legacy they left behind. You carry their strength within you. Brunhilde leaned into the embrace, finding solace in Frigga's presence. Thank you, your majesty. Frigga, the queen corrected gently. Call me Frigga. A small smile tugged at the corners of Brunhilde's lips. Frigga. The two women stood in silence for a while longer, drawing strength from each other's company. The bond between them was forged through shared experiences and the sorrow that had touched their lives. As Peter returned to the Avengers Tower, a determined look settled on his face. The imminent threat of Hela had brought a bit of urgency to his steps. He knew what happened in the movies and refused to allow that in his universe. Asgard was a good ally to the Avengers and Earth. He made sure of that, so letting them get wiped out wouldn't be good. Not to mention the fact that Thor is his friend. With each step, his thoughts swirled around the upcoming battle. The tower's upper floors was bustling with activity as various Avengers and agents went about their business, but Peter didn't bother them. For someone like Hela, only the heavy hitters would be helpful. People like Natasha or Daredevil would only get in the way. Peter quickly made his way to the elevator and punched in a code that led him down to the floors with the Avengers' private apartment. Standing in front of a particular door, he raised his hand and knocked, the sound echoing through the corridor. Seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Emil Blonsky, dressed in casual attire. The former criminal seemed surprised but still out on a friendly smile. "Well, if it isn't my benefactor. What brings you here? Want to come in and have some tea? I was just putting on the kettle." "No thanks." Peter greeted him with a swift refusal. "I've got a mission for us. Get suited up and meet me in my office." Blonsky raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "A mission? Care to elaborate?" Peter shook his head. "I'll explain everything later. Just make sure you're ready to go within the hour." Blonsky nodded, taking in the serious tone in Peter's voice. "Got it. I'll meet you there." With that, Peter left Blonsky's apartment and headed back to the elevator. He punched in a specific code that took him up to a heavily restricted area of the tower, which only a select few are allowed access. As the elevator doors opened, Peter stepped out into a huge penthouse. The penthouse was built on a grand scale, tailored to the size of a giant. The massive space was filled with furniture and equipment that was 5 times the normal human size. Lamps, light switches, chairs, and everything else was custom-made to the largest sizes. Peter walked around the corner and into the spacious living room, where he found a giant green man-child engrossed in a video game, his eyes fixed on the enormous screen. "Hulk's living the life, isn't he?" Peter thought as he felt envious of the giant kid's leisurely life. Gunfire sounds filled the room as Hulk played a shooting game, his hands wrapped around a huge PlayStation controller. Suddenly, his character was overwhelmed and killed, and the screen turned red from the blood of his character. With a roar of frustration, he hurled the controller at the TV. But the penthouse's custom-made design prevented any damage, and the controller bounced off harmlessly before clattering to the floor. "Hey, big guy," Peter called out with a grin. The Hulk jumped, his massive green form visibly startled. He turned to face Peter, his voice booming as he yelled, "You scared, Hulk?" Peter chuckled, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to startle you." The Hulk grumbled, crossing his massive arms and pouting like a child. Peter's laughter grew, finding the Hulk's reaction oddly cute, like a small child's anger. "Well, I've got news for you. We've got a mission. Ready to smash some bad guys?" The Hulk's eyes lit up with excitement, his earlier frustration forgotten. "Mission? Hulk ready. Let's smash." Peter nodded, gesturing for the Hulk to follow him. "Great. We've got a couple more recruits to pick up before we head out. Let's go." With a thunderous roar, the Hulk bounded after Peter as he opened a portal big enough for the Hulk to fit through. The anticipation in the giant's steps was clear to see. Hulk hasn't had a single mission since he and Banner were separated, so this was his time to shine. After grabbing Blonsky from his office, Peter opened a portal to Xavier's school in upstate New York. Stepping out into the front yard of X Mansion, Peter and his 2 strongest fighters appeared. The sun cast a warm glow over the grounds, where metahuman children played and studied, their abilities on display in various forms of activity. Though many of them froze and looked over in a mix of fear and curiosity as they caught sight of the Hulk's massive form. Before the kids could swarm him, Peter paced toward the front door. "You 2 stay out here. I'll be back in a minute. Blonsky, make sure Hulk doesn't get into any trouble." Blonsky nodded his head. "You got it, boss." He stood tall, his normal figure a reassuring presence for everyone as he watched over the Hulk, who stood there with an eager expression. The children couldn't help but glance over, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected arrivals. Leaving the Hulk outside with Blonsky, Peter headed inside the building, walking down the corridors he had traversed many times before. The interior was bustling with activity, the school a safe haven for young metahumans to learn and grow. Thankfully, most children seemed to be playing outside, so Peter didn't run into many fans along the way. Soon enough, he reached Xavier's office, where he found the telepath seated behind his desk, surrounded by a mountain of paperwork. Charles Xavier's expression was focused yet tired as he shuffled through the documents. Nearby, Eric Lenscher, also known as Magneto, lounged on a couch with a leisurely smirk. Ever since Peter brought them back together, the 2 former allies have slowly built up trust in one another again. Now, they work in perfect harmony with one another. Charles handles anything school-related as well as public relations, and Eric manages their forces, vanquishing any sort of enemies that threaten innocent metahumans. "Yo," Peter walked in, noticing Eric's presence. Good, you're both here. That saves me a trip. Charles looked up and smiled tiredly. Spider-Man, how can we help you? Magneto glanced over, his smirk shifting into a more neutral expression. What brings you to our humble abode? Peter took a seat in front of Charles's desk, a determined glint in his eyes. I've got an important mission, so I'm requiring a team. Suit up and grab anything that you'll need. Charles leaned back in his chair, a curious expression on his face. You have our attention. What's this mission about? Peter shook his head, a faint grin tugging at his lips. I'll explain everything, but I'd rather have everyone together first. It's easier that way. Magneto stood up, his interest piqued. Very well, I'm ready. Let's not keep everyone waiting. As Charles grabbed a few essential items from his desk, including an Kree blaster pistol, Peter led the way back outside. The trio made their way across the grounds, stepping out into the front yard once again. The sight of the Hulk and Blonsky waiting there, surrounded by curious metahuman children, signaled the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, they both realized that if Peter was bringing both Hulk and Abomination along for the mission, then this was a fairly serious situation. The children's voices hushed as they saw the principal and Magneto step outside. Not wanting to get into trouble, the kids all scatter across the yard, bringing amused smiles to both Charles and Eric. As they ran off, Peter noticed two familiar faces in the distance. Is that Wanda and Pietro? Both looked a bit younger than they were in the movies, appearing to be in their mid-teens. They were a bit older in the movie, and they certainly didn't appear in the United States, not to mention Xavier's school. They must have been rescued or applied for enrollment, Peter thought curiously as he glanced at Magneto. I wonder if they're his children in this universe? Putting the Maximoff siblings to the back of his mind for the time being, Peter waved his hand and conjured a golden portal. All right, let's go. Charles paused, his expression serious. Where are we going? He asked the question that everyone else wanted to know. Peter's gaze swept over the group. To Asgard. Vormer Hela's eyes fluttered open as her surroundings came into focus. The sound of water lapping against the rocky shore reached her ears, and she found herself standing in the shallow water at the base of the cliff that she originally landed on. Groggily, she pushed herself up, spitting out a mouthful of water and surveying her surroundings. Memories flooded back into her mind, recalling the encounter with the Red Skull and the revelation of the Soul Stone's location. She remembered the chilling words he had spoken, telling her that in order to obtain the coveted stone, she had to sacrifice someone she loved. But love was a foreign concept to Hela. Suddenly, a smirk curled Hela's lips as she remembered her defiant decision. She took a chance and hoped that it would pay off. Red Skull had been her ticket to the Soul Stone, her only chance at crushing her father and taking her rightful place as Queen of Asgard. And he had paid the price for standing in her way. With a flick of her wrist, Hela's powers over death and souls had surged forth. Red Skull's tortured screams echoed through the air as his life force was torn from his body, his soul writhing in agony as it was forcefully extracted from him. Hela's eyes gleamed with sadistic pleasure as she recalled him withering and dissolving into nothingness, his form dissipating like ashes on the wind. As the memory of his screams faded and silence settled around her, Hela opened her palm, revealing the Soul Stone cradled within. The stone shimmered with a golden light, pulsating with power. Her fingers closed around it, and a surge of energy coursed through her body. The Soul Stone was hers, a token of her triumph over death and her mastery over souls. Hela's smirk deepened as she held the stone between her fingers, basking in the sense of accomplishment. She had no loved ones to sacrifice, but she had taken what she desired by force, asserting her dominance. With the Soul Stone in her possession, Hela's weakened state from her forced escape meant nothing. She had all the power she needed in the palm of her hand. After taking the Soul Stone by force, Hela returned to Hell, a place that she never thought she would willingly step foot in again. The Soul Stone pulsed in her hand, its golden light illuminating her features with an eerie glow. As she surveyed the power she now possessed, a sinister smile curled her lips. With a swift and triumphant motion, Hela raised the Soul Stone high above her head. Her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of green, fixated on the glowing jewel as she channeled its energy. The stone's energy surged through her, a pulse of vitality that made her feel more alive than ever before. She could feel the essence of the Soul Stone intertwining with her own dark magic, amplifying her abilities to an unprecedented level. As the energy coursed through her, Hela's power expanded outward, extending its influence over the very fabric of Hell itself. She opened her palm, and from it erupted a torrent of golden energy that spread like waves across the desolate landscape. The ground trembled, and ethereal wisps of smoke and mist swirled around her, reacting to the power she wielded. The sky above Hell darkened as the golden energy surged upward, mingling with the shadows. Thunder crackled in the distance, and the air was charged with an otherworldly tension. The realm of the dead seemed to come alive, responding to Hela's command. With a fierce determination, Hela directed her energy towards the ground. The earth quaked, and from the soil rose countless female figures, each one bearing the armor and weapons of an Asgardian warrior. They materialized one by one, their forms solidifying as they took shape into an army of mighty Valkyrie. Insert picture of Valkyrie here. Each Valkyrie was a reflection of a glorious past, their faces serene yet devoid of any individuality. They stood at attention, awaiting their queen's orders. These Valkyrie wore armor that seemed both ancient and timeless, adorned with intricate patterns and symbols that told tales of battles long past. Their armor bore the scars of their last battle against Hela, yet now they mindlessly serve her as queen. Their eyes, once bright with life, now glowed with an otherworldly light, giving them a haunting appearance. Their hair flowed like dark rivers of shadow, cascading down their backs as if guided by unseen winds. But despite their undead state, their presence exuded a solemn dignity, a reminder of their past valor. But Hela's control didn't stop there. Alongside the Valkyrie, deathly figures of winged horses materialized, their forms majestic and awe-inspiring. These were the Pegasus companions that the Valkyrie had once ridden into battle. Now, they stood ready to obey Hela's command just as faithfully as their riders. The Valkyrie and Pegasus alike were under Hela's complete control, their souls bound to her will by the power of the Soul Stone. Their minds were empty, their movements robotic, as if their personalities and identities had been stripped away, leaving only loyal soldiers who would carry out their queen's desires without question. Hela gazed upon her spectral army with a mixture of pride and madness. This was her ultimate triumph, a force that would secure her dominance and allow her to exact vengeance on Asgard and all who had ever dared to defy her. And they would march into battle at her command, ready to spill blood in her name. Her laughter, which had been triumphant before, now took on a maniacal edge. It echoed through the air, carried by the wind to the farthest reaches of hell. The very realm itself seemed to tremble under the weight of her newfound power, acknowledging her as its ruler. As Hela's laughter subsided, she lowered the Soul Stone, its golden light dimming slightly. The ethereal figures of her army remained at attention, waiting for her next command. With a satisfied smile, Hela opened a series of black portals, all leading to Asgard. Asgard will bow before us, and the realm shall tremble in our wake. The Valkyrie mounted the Pegasus as they surged forward, their movements coordinated and precise. The ground shook with their advance, and Hela strode at their forefront, the Soul Stone clutched in her hand. Her hair billowed around her, her eyes ablaze with the promise of conquest. As they charged through the portals, marched with a grace they didn't have in the past. With each step, Hela's dominance over the 9 realms grew closer and closer. Her undead army was unstoppable, and with the Soul Stone as her anchor, her control over them was absolute. She would bring death and destruction to all who stood in her path, and no realm would be safe from her wrath. The echoes of Hela's laughter and the thunderous footfalls of her spectral army reverberated through the desolate landscape of hell, a grim symphony of power and madness that heralded a new era of darkness. Moments earlier, the atmosphere in Asgard was heavy with tension as the Avengers, led by Peter, stood on a balcony overlooking the city. Brunhilde, Xavier, Magneto, Hulk, and Blonsky stood beside him, their expressions grim and resolute. Peter's explanation about Hela's escape from hell and the urgency of aiding their Asgardian allies had long sunk in, and they were ready for whatever battle lay ahead of them. Asgard had undergone a drastic transformation since news of Hela's escape had reached them. The city was in lockdown, its streets patrolled by heavily armed soldiers, ever watchful for any sign of Odin's firstborn. The bustling capital now appeared deserted, its once vibrant energy replaced with an eerie silence broken only by the occasional footsteps of guards. Even the civilians, who would only get in the way, were evacuated to hidden shelters behind the city. Odin even prepared evacuation ships for them, should the conflict escalate into the destruction of Asgard itself, though he and everyone else hoped that wouldn't be the case. In the palace, Thor and Loki joined the Avengers on the balcony overlooking the barren city. Loki, once the god of mischief and chaos, was powerless after Odin had refused to return his abilities, even in a time of war like this. Thor's expression was a mix of concern and determination, his eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of approaching danger. As they waited, 2 figures came walking over. Jane Foster and Jessica Jones. Jane appeared as lovely as ever, her presence a calming one for Thor amidst the growing tension. However, it was Jessica who drew everyone's attention. She wore golden Asgardian armor which accentuated her body perfectly, a shining sword sheathed at her waist. The armor seemed to suit her, giving her a regal yet fierce appearance. Loki's gaze lingered on Jessica, his eyes darkening with a mixture of admiration and desire. He had tried to court her, though their plans had been postponed due to the chaos that had erupted. Now, seeing her dressed almost like a Valkyrie, his thoughts couldn't help but race. Jessica turned away from Loki's heated gaze, an embarrassed look on her face. "How do I look?" she asked in a whisper. "Your mom gave it to me after she realized that I'm an Avenger." Loki, finding himself almost breathless, managed to utter, "You look radiant." Jessica turned to him, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as a small smile graced her lips. She didn't expect him to like it so much, but she certainly didn't mind. Brunhilde, the last of the Valkyrie, spoke up, her voice tinged with a mix of melancholy and pride. "You remind me of my sisters." Jessica turned to Brunhilde, a sad frown pulling at her lips. But before she could reply with her condolences, the tranquility of the moment was instantly shattered. Countless black portals materialized on the horizon, an ominous sight that drew everyone's attention. The ground trembled as figures emerged from the portals, an army of undead Valkyrie marching forth with an eerie grace, their forms bathed in a faint golden light that flickered like ethereal flames. The Valkyrie moved with a sense of purpose, their steps light yet commanding, as if they were still guided by the same honor that had once driven them in life. Each movement was deliberate, efficient, a reflection of their battle-hardened training. Weapons were held in hands that no longer felt fatigue or pain, but their grip was firm, a testament to their readiness for combat. Shields and swords gleamed in the faint light, their edges sharp and deadly. These were the weapons that had once defended Asgard from all threats, yet now they would be used for its downfall. As they marched, their movements were synchronized, their formation unwavering. The sound of their steps echoed through the city, a solemn drumbeat that heralded their arrival. Their presence was an eerie fusion of beauty and death. A surge of fury swept through Brunhilde. The undead army before her had once been her sisters, warriors who had given their lives to protect Asgard. Seeing them used as pawns in Hela's scheme, their eternal rest disturbed, ignited a tremendous anger within her. "How dare you!" Brunhilde shouted as she leaped from the balcony, unsheathing her sword mid-air. Her eyes locked onto Hela in the distance. Thor's grip on the railing tightened as he observed the scene unfolding below. The undead Valkyrie were a haunting sight, their presence a grim reminder of Hela's power. He exchanged a tense glance with his brother, who was completely powerless in this situation. Suddenly, Odin and Frigga appeared beside them, followed by a large group of heavily armed guards, their expressions grave. Frigga's usually serene face bore a frown as she took in the sight of Hela leading the army of undead Valkyrie into the city. Odin's voice carried a weight of resignation as he muttered, "It has begun." As the eerie glow of death illuminated the battlefield, Peter found himself drawn to the clash between Odin and Hela. He couldn't help but marvel at the power exuding from both figures, a testament to their godlike nature. Odin's spear gleamed in the sunlight as he met Hela's advance with measured grace, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of determination and sadness. Maybe I should spar with Odin later? Peter wondered. Although he probably wouldn't be able to last long, Peter knew that Odin could probably put up a better fight than Sholau. A/N, the dragon of Kunlun, in case anyone forgot. Moments earlier, Brunhilde had raced off, her sword held high as she rushed to engage the woman who slaughtered, and now desecrated the remains of her Valkyrie sisters. Seeing her run off, Odin followed closely, his trusted spear Gungnir at the ready. His aged body moved far quicker than Peter expected. At the edge of the city, Hela's laughter echoed through the air as her army marched forward. But just as she was starting to enjoy herself, an uninvited guest arrived. Hela turned to Brunhilde as realization appeared in her mesmerizing green eyes, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Well, if it isn't the one that got away," Hela purred, her voice dripping with condescension. "I thought you would have killed yourself out of shame by now. Come to say hello to the sisters that you abandoned?" she asks, motioning towards the undead Valkyrie behind her. Brunhilde's fists clenched at her sides, her anger and resentment boiling to the surface. She had once served Hela, and fought loyally at her side, only for her sisters to be slaughtered in the end. "You have no right to mock me, you bitch," Brunhilde retorted, her voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. "How dare you do this to my sisters? Was it not enough that you killed them all? You had to resurrect them as these monsters as well?" Hela's laughter grew louder, her amusement clearly unfazed by Brunhilde's words. "Oh, spare me your righteous indignation. The Valkyrie were always so eager to follow my orders, to do my bidding without question. They should be honored to serve me in death as well." Without warning, Hela lunged forward, her movements graceful and deadly. Brunhilde barely had time to react, her sword meeting Hellas with a resounding clash. The impact sent shockwaves through Brunhilde's arms, but she stood her ground, her eyes locked onto Hellas. Their swords clashed again and again, the sound of steel ringing through the air. Brunhilde fought with a fierce determination, every strike a testament to her skill and the pain she carried within her. She had lost her sisters, her comrades, to Hellas' madness, and she would make her pay for it. But Hela was no ordinary opponent. Her movements were fluid and unpredictable, her attacks a deadly dance that seemed to defy the laws of physics. With each strike, she taunted Brunhilde, her words a mix of mockery and arrogance. "You think you can defeat me, little Valkyrie?" Hela sneered. "You were always the weakest of your sisters, so predictable. It's no wonder they had to sacrifice themselves to save you. What a pity." Brunhilde's anger burned hotter with each word, her resolve strengthening. She summoned all her training, every ounce of her skill, to meet Hela's attacks head-on. But despite her efforts, she was slowly being pushed back, her strength waning against Hela's relentless onslaught. As time went on, Brunhilde began to realize that she couldn't face Hela alone, that she needed help. Suddenly, Hela's black boot found its way buried into her stomach, sending Brunhilde tumbling to the ground. And just as her hope seemed began to dwindle with Hela stood above her, her sword positioned for the finishing blow, a powerful surge of energy swept through the air, and a familiar figure materialized beside her. Odin, his spear Gungnir glowing with otherworldly light, stood beside Brunhilde. His eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and determination, his presence a stark contrast to Hela's sinister aura. "Stand down, Hela," Odin's voice boomed, his words carrying the weight of his authority. "Peacefully return to your prison, or else." Hela's smug smile faltered for a moment, replaced by a flicker of surprise. She looked at Odin with a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Oh, the Allfather himself graces his only daughter with his presence. How touching! Without hesitation, Odin engaged Hela in battle, his spear clashing against her sword with a force that shook the ground. The two godlike beings fought with a power that defied mortal comprehension, their strikes resonating with raw energy. Momentarily shocked that the man who sent her sisters to die would choose to save her, Brunhilde picked herself up off the floor, grasped her sword and fought alongside her former king. "Thank you," she muttered as they fought. "But don't think that this makes up for what you did." Odin gave her a small smile but nodded solemnly in the end. He knew that he couldn't make up for what he did with just this alone, but he would do all he will continue to strive towards Brunhilde's forgiveness. The two sides clashed in a storm of steel and magic, the clash of their weapons echoing through the air. Brunhilde's strikes were swift and precise, her movements a reflection of her warrior training. She had once fought alongside Hela as a loyal Valkyrie, but now her loyalty was to herself and the Avengers. Odin's strikes were equally potent, each swing of his spear a display of his centuries of experience. He fought with a solemn determination, fully aware of the threat Hela posed. His mind was a mix of emotions, regret for what he had failed to prevent, sorrow for the loss of his firstborn, and resolve to protect his people and the realms. Their battle was a sight to behold, a clash of power that sent shockwaves through the ground and rumbled like distant thunder. The air crackled with magic, and the sky above seemed to darken in response to their confrontation. It was a battle of titans, godlike beings whose fates were intertwined in ways beyond mortal comprehension. As the battle raged on, Peter watched from a distance, enjoying the show for the time being. He would give Odin and Brunhilde a chance to settle this on their own, but if they failed, then he would swoop in and save them, like he always does. Meanwhile, Frigga led a contingent of soldiers into the fray, her hands dancing through the air as she conjured blades of wind and spears of fire, hurling them toward the army of undead Valkyrie. Her movements were a blend of elegance and overwhelming magical power, a testament to her skill as a sorceress. "Stand your ground!" Frigga's voice rang out, her command a rallying cry for her soldiers. They fought with unyielding resolve, their loyalty to Asgard and their queen pushing them to new heights of bravery. Thor, electrified with a fierce determination, fought alongside the soldiers, his hammer Mjolnir smashing through the ranks of undead with a thunderous force. He was a whirlwind of power, his every strike sending shockwaves that radiated outward, creating waves of destruction as he marched toward his father and Brunhilde. In another part of the battlefield, Magneto and Xavier were using their unique abilities to devastating effect. Magneto's control over metal allowed him to immobilize the undead Valkyrie, rendering their weapons and armor useless. Xavier, while unable to enter their minds due to Hela's overwhelming control of the Valkyrie's souls, used his telekinesis and enhanced body to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Hulk and Abomination were a force to be reckoned with, their titanic strength tearing through the undead forces with unmatched ferocity. Hulk's roars filled the air, and each punch he delivered sent shockwaves that cracked the very earth. Abomination's more strategic approach saw him employing his military training to maximum effect. His blows precise and calculated. As the battle raged on, Peter's attention was drawn to Jessica, Loki, and Jane, who still stood beside him. What should we do? Jessica asks, unwilling to leave Loki and Jane behind since neither had a way to defend themselves. Thinking for a moment, Peter came to a quick decision. Loki, take Jane and Jessica to your father's vault. It should be a safe place, but if it is attacked, then Jessica can join the guards to defend the place. After all, we don't want Hela gaining any more fighting power. As they rushed off with newfound purpose, Loki's hidden smirk didn't go unnoticed by Peter. The god of mischief was never one to miss an opportunity, and the prospect of exploring Odin's vault likely held great appeal to him. Meh, I'll pretend that I didn't see anything for now. Peter continued watching from a distance as the battle between Hela, Odin, and Brunhilde raged on. As the fight dragged on, Hela appeared to be on the losing end of this battle. Her power seemed to grow with each passing moment, but with the combined force of both Odin and Brunhilde, her struggle became evident. But then, with a swift and calculated motion, Hela reached into her pocket and pulled out a large golden, amber stone. The soul stone appeared in Peter's enhanced vision, shocking him completely. How the hell did she get that? The golden gem glowed with an eerie light as she held it between her fingers, the energy within it pulsating with an otherworldly power. With a triumphant smile, she channeled the stone's energy, and a surge of dark magic radiated from her form. Odin and Brunhilde were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of surprise and concern. The tide of the battle had shifted in an instant, and Hela's newfound power made her a force to be reckoned with. The soul stone's energy coursed through her, amplifying her abilities to an unprecedented level. Peter's worry deepened as he realized the danger Hela posed. But all of that was squashed as he realized that the Infinity Stone that was the most difficult for him to acquire was right before his eyes. I really have to thank her for bringing it to me. What a kind-hearted psychopath. With a greedy look in his eyes, Peter leaped off the ground, his body moving with a speed and grace that defied human capabilities. He hurtled through the air, growing closer and closer to his prize. As he landed amidst the chaos, the ground trembled beneath his feet. Odin, Brunhilde, and Hela turned to look at him, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Peter's eyes locked onto Hela, the soul stone gleaming with an ominous light. Yo, Peter's voice rang out as casual as ever. That's a nice little stone you've got there. In the heart of Odin's vault, Loki's eyes gleamed with avarice as he roamed amidst the treasures collected over eons. Each item held the promise of power, a temptation that tugged at his desires even in his depowered state. His fingers danced dangerously close to the surface of the casket of ancient winters, his mind calculating the havoc he could wreak if only he still held his magical prowess. Just as he was about to touch the casket, a deathly chill filled his entire being. Maybe I shouldn't touch anything. He pulled his hand back before the casket to freeze him into a popsicle. After all, he is mortal at the moment. Yet, Loki's desire was bittersweet, for he knew his limitations now. As he glanced at a large golden gauntlet, a curious look appearing in his face. A/N. There was a fake infinity gauntlet in the movie. IDKY. Leaving the oddly large gauntlet for the time being, Loki's eyes flashed with greed as he continued perusing the vault. Tuning Fork, Eternal Flame, Warlock's Eye, Tablet of Life and Time. All powerful artifacts that he coveted dearly. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones stood by the sealed vault door, donned in the Asgardian armor bestowed upon her by Frigga. Her grip tightened on the sword at her side, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She shifted her weight from foot to foot, her eyes flickering toward the sound of distant battle echoing from the city outside. Outside the vault door, a few guards, loyal to the last, stationed themselves with spears poised for defense. They shared anxious glances, their faces grim as they weren't allowed to join the fighting. Although they understood the need to guard the vault, they are Asgardian warriors nonetheless, so missing out on such a war was truly disheartening. Back inside the sealed vault, Jane Foster paced restlessly, her heart racing in time with the thundering booms of war. She clenched her fists, her palms damp with sweat, as she listened to the crescendo of battle growing louder by the minute. War was a foreign concept to her, a realm of experience she had never had to deal with before. Amidst the silent tension, the distant footsteps grew louder, filling the air with a haunting rhythm. The guards tensed, their spears held steady as they prepared to face the oncoming threat. Loki's eyes snapped to the entrance of the vault, his expression a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. He had hoped for a moment's respite in the presence of these coveted artifacts, But it seemed fate had other plans. The sound of clashing weapons and the anguished cries of the guards reverberated through the stone walls, sending a shiver down Jessica and Jane's spines. Jessica's grip on her sword tightened, her muscles coiling in anticipation. Jane's back pressed against the wall, her wide eyes fixed on the entrance. Fear knotted her stomach, threatening to overwhelm her as the distant sounds of battle drew nearer. With a roll of his eyes, Loki swiftly scanned the array of artifacts before him, his eyes searching for a weapon or device capable of empowering him. Sadly, his choices were limited, as most things here would either kill him, summon some evil monsters, or were a complete mystery. Soon enough, Loki began to realize that his options weren't just limited, they were non-existent. Come on, think. He paced across the vault, rushing to find anything that could be of help. As the battle outside escalated, the sounds of struggle soon faded, leaving the three within the vault to speculate on the outcome. A heavy silence hung in the air, broken only by the echoing footsteps of the undead Valkyrie. Just as they began to wonder whether the guards had managed to repel the attack, the sound of banging erupted, sending tremors through the thick vault door. The door groaned and creaked under the onslaught, dents forming as the undead Valkyrie pressed forward with relentless determination. Jessica shifted her stance, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of determination and apprehension. Gripping her sword with both hands, she prepared herself for the inevitable clash that loomed just beyond the reinforced door. Jane's breath quickened, her back pressed even tighter against the wall. Her mind raced with thoughts of Thor and the others out on the battlefield, and her heart ached with worry for their safety, as well as hers. With each relentless thud against the door, the tension within the vault escalated. Before the door finally collapsed off of its hinges, crashing to the floor and revealing a packed hallway filled to the brim with armed, undead Valkyrie. With their obstacle finally destroyed, a small army of undead Valkyrie surged forward, their every step shaking the stone floor below. With a ferocious battle cry, Jessica lunged into action. Every movement was a calculated dance of power and precision, as she swung her sword with blinding speed, cleaving through the ranks of the Valkyrie. Her superhuman strength allowed her to send them flying with each strike, and her armor protected her from their desperate blows. As the undead warriors closed in around her, Jessica pivoted on her heels, delivering a devastating kick that sent one Valkyrie crashing into another. She parried a flurry of attacks with her sword, deflecting their strikes with her novice skills. Nonetheless, her movements were fluid and confident, a testament to her combat experience and superhuman abilities. In the corner of the vault, Jane Foster cowered, her wide eyes fixed on the chaotic battle unfolding before her. She was powerless, a mere mortal caught in the crossfire of supernatural forces. Her heart raced with a mix of fear and awe as she watched Jessica's incredible feats of strength and agility. Each swing of the sword, every powerful kick. With each passing second, the tension within the vault escalated. Jessica's breathing grew heavier, her movements slightly slower as the relentless assault took its toll. The narrow entry point of the doorway had given her an advantage at first, but the sheer number and power of the undead Valkyrie were wearing her down. Meanwhile, Loki's eyes darted around the vault, his mind racing for a solution. His heart clenched with worry as he watched Jessica fight valiantly, her determination unwavering even as the odds continued to stack against her. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, not after everything they had been through. They haven't even gone on their first date yet. His gaze shifted to the casket of ancient winters, a dangerous artifact that held the potential to return his lost powers, though the possibility of death was overwhelming. The Allfather has taken his powers, including those pertaining to his frost giant lineage. But he was still a frost giant in the genetic sense, which means the chance that the casket could awaken his powers was at least there. If I die, I'm going to haunt Odin for the rest of his miserable life. With a mixture of determination and desperation, Loki's hand shot out, fingers inches away from the casket's surface. But he hesitated, a chill racing down his spine as he considered the risk. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, drawing Loki's attention back to the battle. A spear had found a gap in Jessica's armor, and she collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from her wound as she screamed in pain. Seeing their opening, the army of undead Valkyrie closed in, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Without a second thought, Loki's heart surged with overwhelming love and fear. He knew what he had to do. He grasped the casket of ancient winters, his body freezing over in an instant as an excruciating pain surged through him. But he wouldn't let Jessica die, not when he can do something about it. Outside, on the battlefield, Odin paused for a moment to look back at the palace, a proud smile forming on his aged face. He's finally done it. As Loki's skin turned a sickening blue hue from the piercing cold, out of nowhere, His body suddenly flashed with a quick bout of magic, awaking his cold bloodline. And as his frost giant lineage awakened, so did his Asgardian magic. The pain was agonizing, but the magic coursing through him brought a triumphant smirk to his cold blue lips. With the casket in one hand and newfound magic gathering in the other, Loki disappeared and reappeared across the vault in a flash of light. Acting quickly, he kicked a pointy spear away from Jessica's exposed neck just in the nick of time, saving her from a gruesome fate. His returned powers and frost giant strength allowed him to tear through the Valkyrie closest to her. Their undead bodies froze upon contact as Loki smashed them to pieces with a wave of his hand. Before bothering with the rest of them, Loki spared a moment to cast a healing spell on Jessica, her wound closing before her eyes. And with a wave of Loki's hand, Jessica was sent sliding across the floor back to safety alongside Jane. "Keep an eye on her," he ordered, and with renewed determination, Loki turned back to the Valkyrie, his eyes blazing with power. His magic crackled in the air as Loki launched himself into the fray, his every move bringing destruction. The Valkyrie fell before him, their attempts to land a blow thwarted as every attack simply passed through Loki's body, leaving him completely unharmed. His opponents were fierce, but with the casket of ancient winters fueling him and his magic returned, Loki was truly an unstoppable force. In the end, the vault was bathed in silence. The once imposing army of undead Valkyrie returned to lifeless carcasses. And Loki didn't look winded at all, his body still pulsating with the power of the casket of ancient winters. He turned to Jessica, his frosty gaze softening with relief. "Are you all right?" Loki's voice was a mixture of concern and affection, his love for Jessica shining in his eyes. As Jane nodded, still in awe of the supernatural display of power, Loki's lips curved into a small smile. The battle had been won, Jessica was safe, his powers are back, but best of all, he was surrounded by his father's unguarded treasures. So many choices. What should I take first? Amidst the chaos, a new figure appeared, dressed in a spider-themed suit stood between Hela and her prey. Hela's eyes narrowed as she regarded this odd newcomer, their full-face mask obscuring any sign of recognition. "Yo," Peter's voice rang out as casual as ever. "That's a nice little stone you've got there. Mind if I see it for a second? And who might you be?" Hela drawled, her voice dripping with condescension. She turned to Odin with a raised eyebrow. "Father, where did you find this clown?" Odin's smile remained serene as he replied, "This is Spider-Man, a friend of Asgard." Hela's laughter echoed through the air. "Spider-Man? Which child came up with such a ridiculous title?" Peter couldn't help but chuckle alongside Hela's laughter, earning a perplexed look from the goddess. "Well, you know what they say, simplicity is key," Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Ignoring Hela's glare, Peter held out his hand expectantly. "So, how about you hand over that pretty soul stone you've got there? And if you do, then I'd be kind and spare your life. After all, you were so kind to deliver it to me." Hela's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Kind? Oh, I have a feeling you're in for a disappointment." With a swift movement, Hela held up the soul stone, channeling its energy and radiating with newfound power. Peter's eyes narrowed, and before anyone could react, he kicked off the ground, disappearing in a blur and reappearing beside Hela. His fist connected with her stomach, sending her soaring backwards to crash into the outer wall of Asgard. The impact created an explosion of dust and rubble. As Hela struggled to remove the rubble, which collapsed on top of her, her army undead Valkyrie rushed forward, ready to defend their queen. Turning to Odin and Brunhilde, Peter pointed toward the incoming forces. "You two handle them. I'll take care of Hela." Odin hesitated. "She's my daughter. So she's my responsibility dash." Even Brunhilde looked reluctant to follow Peter's order. "Just go." Peter shooed them off as a surge of red energy appeared in his hand. "I'm the only person here with an infinity stone to combat the soul stone. If you continue to fight her, the likelihood of her taking control of your soul is rather high." Surprised to see the reality stone in Peter's possession, both Odin and Brunhilde reluctantly agree and rush off to engage the Valkyrie, leaving Peter to face Hela head-on. Hela rose from the rubble, glaring at Peter with a dangerous intensity. But before she knew it, Peter was beside her once again. His movements were a blur of agility and precision. Seeing his attack coming this time around, Hela forms two black swords in her grasp and slash at his appearing figure. Peter ducked and weaved, dodging Hela's strikes with ease, and countering with a swift kick that sent her tumbling backwards. Each punch Peter delivered was calculated, each kick precise. He moved with a grace that displayed his strength, his spider-like reflexes and senses making it impossible for her to land a single hit. As time went on, Hela's attacks became more frenzied as she tried to catch Peter's elusive figure, but his agility allowed him to dance around her with ease. He exploited her openings, landing blows that sent shockwaves through her body. Blood trickled from Hela's lip as she spat in frustration, her rage fueling her attacks. Summoning her magic, Hela sent countless shards of obsidian blades flying toward Peter. But sadly for her, he just walked right through it, allowing the blades to phase through him. She watched in shock as Peter walked out of her attack, completely unscathed, and with a flick of his wrist, he shot webbing that wrapped around Hela's arms, pulling her off balance. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, his fists striking with the force of 1,000 speeding trains. Hela launched backwards, her breath uneven. She attempted to conjure her energy, but Peter moved too quickly, his fists a blur as they landed precise blows. Each hit seemed to weaken Hela further, and her desperation was palpable. Realizing that she was severely losing ground, Hela's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as she summoned the power of the Soul Stone. She attempted to manipulate Peter's soul, but to her surprise, it had no effect. Confusion marred her features as her power faltered. In an instant, the Peter she had been fighting vanished in a burst of red fog, revealing that it had been a clone created by the Reality Stone all along. Hela's eyes widened in realization, but before she could react, the real Peter appeared sitting on a piece of rubble, casually munching on a bag of potato chip. "Hey there." Peter gave a relaxed greeting, waving at Hela. "Ready to hand over the Soul Stone yet?" Hela's expression contorted in a mixture of rage and disbelief. With a furious cry, she charged toward Peter, her attacks growing more reckless and desperate. But Peter's movements were a blur, his reflexes and strength making it seem as though he was everywhere at once. And he was, thanks to the Reality Stone. Since she has the Soul Stone, which Peter knew was capable of influencing the soul or essence of a person, he decided to remain hidden and fight using the Reality Stone. Whether it be an attack or manipulation of his soul, Peter just didn't want to risk it, which is why he decided to make clones of himself and stay out of sight. But now it was finally time to step in. After all, Hela was weakened, shaken, and battered. Peter smirked. "It's time to add another stone to my collection." Folding his bag of chips and placing it to the side for later, Peter and his mirage of reality clones deflected Hela's strikes with ease, countering with powerful blows that sent her reeling. Blood stained her lips, and her aura of confidence was shattered. With a final, powerful strike to the face, Peter sent Hela crashing to the ground, her grip on the Soul Stone weakening. Breathing heavily, Hela struggled to her feet, her body battered and broken. She stared at Peter with a mix of rage and defeat, the Soul Stone slipping from her grasp. As it hit the ground, Peter strolled over, reached down, and snatched it up. Hela's eyes narrowed as she looked up at Peter. "You think you've won?" Peter smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. "Of course I have, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you," he said as he twirled the amber stone between his fingers. With the Soul Stone securely in Peter's grasp, he felt its pulsating power resonate through him. Power, time, reality, space, and now the Soul Stone. "I have all but one. All that's left now is the Mind Stone." He smirked under his mask, though sounds of the continuing war surrounding Asgard interrupted the moment. "They're still fighting? Is the Soul Stone powering the Valkyrie?" His fingers tightened around the amber gem, and in a decisive moment, he called upon its might. The energy surged within him, and as he directed it outward, a shock wave of golden light spread across the battlefield. Instantly, the undead Valkyrie, Hela's once formidable army, collapsed into heaps of bones, dust, and rusted armor and weaponry, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. The peace they had been robbed of was finally returned. Across the battlefield, the scene unfolded like a surreal dream. Thor's eyes widened, his expression shifting from disbelief to awe. Odin's stern demeanor softened as he gazed upon the fading enemies, his relief palpable. Frigga's heartwarming smile conveyed her maternal condolences, and Brunhilde's tense stance relaxed, a mixture of relief and gratitude settling upon her. And lastly, the Hulk roared triumphantly, the sound echoing like a declaration of victory. Hela watched with an unbridled rage as her once indomitable forces crumbled away. The very power she had wielded to amass an army of the dead was now the force that brought them to their end. She gritted her teeth, her fists clenched as she witnessed her enemies celebrating across the battlefield. The taste of defeat was bitter on her tongue, a reality she could scarcely comprehend. Amidst the jubilation, Odin and Brunhilde approached Peter. Brunhilde walked with purpose, her eyes locked onto Hela, her intention clear. She unsheathed her sword, the metal gleaming in the sunlight. Her steps were determined, and her heart pounded with the desire for vengeance. But before her blade could strike true, Odin's spear intervened, clashing with the last Valkyrie's sword and blocking the path of the sword, preserving his daughter's life. The tension between Brunhilde and Odin hung in the air, their conflicting desires palpable. Brunhilde's glare could have burned holes through stone, while Odin's expression was a mix of sadness and resolution. He spoke, his voice heavy with both regret and determination. Hela has committed countless atrocities, especially against the Valkyrie, and I share some of the blame for that and countless others. But she's still my daughter. I ask that you please spare her. Brunhilde scoffed. Step aside. As Brunhilde stood ready to strike again, Peter stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. With a swift movement, he reached out and grabbed Brunhilde's wrist, halting her impending attack. His voice carried with it an air of authority as he addressed the tense situation. I have an idea that might satisfy both sides, he declared, his gaze flickering between Hela and Brunhilde. Odin's gaze shifted to Peter, his eyes reflecting curiosity and hope. He nodded, a silent agreement to hear out the young man's proposal. Brunhilde huffed, her irritation apparent, but she sheathed her sword, her stance softening slightly. She regarded Peter with a mixture of skepticism and anticipation, her eyes demanding that his solution be worth considering. With the soul stone pulsating ominously in his grasp, as well as the others in his possession, Peter turned his attention to Hela, his gaze unsettling for the evil princess. A sly smirk curled at the corner of his lips as an amusing idea came to mind. Hela frowned as a chill burst down her spine. She couldn't see Peter's face, nor did she know what he was thinking, but she could sense the impending doom that his gaze carried. Whatever he had planned, she knew it wouldn't be good. But before that, Peter turned to Brunhilde. Before we get to Hela's punishment, which I assure you will be quite satisfying, I have a quick question for you. Brunhilde raised a curious eyebrow. What? Peter held up the soul stone. If I told you that I might be able to revive the Valkyrie, what would you say? Brunhilde, Odin, and even Hela herself froze upon hearing Peter's question. The notion of bringing an entire army, especially the Valkyrie, back to life was staggering. It dredged up their deepest regrets. Brunhilde's guilt weighed heavily on her for leaving her sisters behind to die. Odin, in his role as a king and father, regretted ordering the Valkyrie to attack Hela, which ultimately led to their tragic demise. And Hela, well, she didn't have any regrets. Seeing Brunhilde falter, unable to reply to his astonishing offer, Peter repeated himself, a hint of patience in his voice. How do you feel about me resurrecting your sisters? Is it something you'd be interested in? Brunhilde stammered, her voice trembling with emotion. Is it truly possible? Could he really bring her sisters back from the dead? Peter nodded with conviction, his voice steady as he explained, thanks to Hela, their souls have been collected in the Soul Stone. I can choose to set them free to continue their journey to whatever afterlife, reincarnation, or dark void awaits us after death, or I can craft a ritual to bring them back to life, which won't be easy, by the way. The weight of Peter's words settled upon them, causing a stunned silence to linger among the group. Hela, who had so cruelly revived the Valkyrie as mere walking zombies, was now confronted with the possibility of their true resurrection. It was an unexpected twist that had her reeling in disbelief. After all, she couldn't do what Peter was offering. With her affinity over death, she could only create undead creatures. Seeing Brunhilde's conflicted expression and sensing, Peter gently advised her, take your time to think it over. Give me your answer after we've dealt with Hela's punishment. Instantly, everyone's attention turned to Hela, who was still lying on the ground, defeated and glaring at them like an injured predator. Odin, his stern demeanor unwavering, spoke up, what do you have in mind for her punishment? Peter's mask hid the sly smile that tugged at his lips. Before we get to the good part, we need to strip her of her powers, much like you did with Thor and Loki. Hela, unable to move due to her weakened state, was forced to listen as Odin continued, I can take her Asgardian powers as well as her dominion over death, but her ability to wield magic is beyond my reach. Peter nodded in agreement. I can take care of sealing her magic. Nodding his head, Odin raised Gungnir, the spear's bottom end striking the ground with a resounding thud. Hela, Odin's daughter, you have led an army to your homeland. Through your lust for power and destruction, you wish to open these peaceful realms and innocent lives to the horrors of war. The Allfather bangs Gungnir into the ground once again, watching as his daughter turns to him, a nervous look on her face. You are unworthy of this realm, which you covet so dearly that you would kill your own family, unworthy of your title as Princess of Asgard. He spoke as his stern demeanor turned a bit softer. Unworthy of the loved ones who would have done anything for you. Who would still do anything for you. Hela's eyes widened upon hearing this, but her father wasn't done. I hereby take from you your powers. Odin extends his hand towards his daughter, and suddenly, A black miasma exited Hela's body and shot toward Odin, solidifying into a black shard of glass as it landed in the palm of his hand. The power that coursed through Hela was gone, and she watched in silent despair as her Asgardian essence vanished, leaving her as a mere mortal woman. But, unlike her brothers, she wasn't banished since she was far too big of a threat. Peter watched Odin with a shake of his head. This guy has had to take all 3 of his children's powers away. Was he that bad of a father, or is it just bad for kids to be born with enormous godlike abilities? The shock of losing her powers left Hela deathly silent, and she looked down at herself, realizing the enormity of the transformation. She had been a goddess of death, feared and revered by all, but now she was nothing more than a vulnerable mortal woman. Before she could fully process her new reality, Peter waved his hands, conjuring intricate golden spell circles in the air. The circles filled with runes and intricate linear designs, dancing with arcane power. He directed his gaze at Hela. "Welcome to the Mortal Club. You're the last of your siblings to join, but I'm sure you'll learn to enjoy it." With a flick of his wrist, the spell shot toward her, sealing her ability to wield magic. Odin observed his daughter's reaction as her eyes rolled backward, and she fell unconscious. She was now a mere mortal with no power left to her name. The reality of it all was just too much, causing her to faint on the spot. Brunhilde smirked, savoring the beginning of Hela's downfall. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Peter announced, "The first step of Hela's punishment is complete. Now, I just need to prepare a ritual for the second part." As he spoke those words, he reached up to his necklace and pulled out a glowing green stone, which caught Odin's attention. The Time Stone. Odin thought in shock. Odin couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He turned to Peter, his one-eyed gaze fixed on the glowing stone. "Where did you find the Time Stone?" he asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. The very idea of someone possessing not 1 but 3 infinity stones was beyond comprehension. Peter shrugged casually. "Oh, this." He held the stone as if it were a mere trinket. "Found it on the side of the road. You know, like a lucky penny." His nonchalant demeanor left Odin and Brunhilde utterly stunned. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Peter continued, "Anyway, while you're all dealing with this, I'm going to work on the second part of Hela's punishment. Make sure to secure her in a prison cell, and gather all the Valkyrie remains, just in case," he said as he walked off toward the palace, leaving Brunhilde to come to a decision. Hours passed, and while Peter was gone, the Asgardians worked diligently to clean up the battlefield. They collected the remains of the Valkyrie, carefully preserving the fallen warriors. Repairs to the outer parts of the city were underway, a testament to the resilience of the Asgardian people. Meanwhile, Thor, bearing the responsibilities of kingship, personally thanked the Avengers who had come to their aid. He even offered them payment as a gesture of gratitude. Most of them declined, with Hulk, Blonsky, and Charles being notably humble in their refusal. Magneto, however, had no qualms about accepting payment, especially when it came in the form of a hefty chunk of unrefined URU metal ore. With the Avengers ready to return to Earth, Thor escorted them to the Bifrost, which delivered them safely back to their home planet. And Magneto left with a triumphant smile, his newfound treasure in tow. He had vibranium and now he has URU. Truly he would stand among the strongest Magnetos in the multiverse. Inside the palace, outside Hela's prison cell, Brunhilde stood guard, refusing to allow her to escape. She still contemplated the idea of killing Hela, but thankfully, she trusted Peter enough to stay her hand. At least for the time being. A few steps away, Frigga and Odin were in the midst of a heartwarming reunion with their recently returned son, Loki. Frigga embraced Loki, her love and relief evident in her hug. Odin, too, smiled warmly, extending a hand to clasp his son's shoulder. They were blissfully unaware of Loki's sleight of hand in the palace vault during all the commotion, his illusions replacing the few artifacts he had taken. Frigga smiled warmly. "It's so good to have you back," she says as she brushes a piece of hair out of Loki's face. "The palace is so quiet without your mischief." Odin turned to his wife, an incredulous look on his face. "Don't encourage him. The last thing we need is more of Loki's mayhem," he said, though a warm look returned to his face. "But it is good to have you back, son." As the family gathered and chatted, a visibly tired Thor joined them. Odin couldn't help but smile at his son's exhaustion, glad that he was no longer burdened with the responsibilities of kingship. "Enjoying the throne, my son?" Odin asks, a sly smile on his face. "Ugh," Thor grunted in reply as he collapsed into a nearby chair. Soon enough, their conversation was interrupted by Peter's return, the time stone still in hand. "All right, open up the cell and I can get started." Frigga, protective of her stepdaughter despite her past actions, asked, "What are you planning to do with Hela?" Peter waved off her concerns. "Don't worry, I won't harm her. It's going to be a surprise," he said, smiling under his mask. After some deliberation, they agreed, and the prison cell was opened. Peter stepped in, immediately starting on a fairly complex ritual, which took him about an hour to set up, the time stone placed at the center. Laying Hellas' unconscious form within an intricate circle beside the stone, Peter took his place and began chanting. Vorlather Thrinteros Zintrix, Eldralith Mistanox Vorprix, Zindralor, Perthanos Althracinth, A/N, Umo Gwe Gwe Faid Zeo. Soon enough, the ritual grew in intensity, and the time stone activated, casting a brilliant green light that engulfed the prison cell. As the culmination of the ritual neared, Odin, Frigga, Thor, and Loki watched in awe as Hela's form began to shrink and de-age. First, she became a teenager, then a child, and finally, as the ritual concluded, Hela lay there in the cell as a newborn baby. Peter approached the sleeping, evil baby Hela, carefully lifting her into his arms. He then stored away the time stone before walking over to Frigga and Odin, a warm smile on his face. "Congratulations," he said, his voice filled with a touch of humor. "It's a girl." Opening her eyes as she felt someone touching her, Hela looked up to find herself in Spider-Man's arms, with nothing but giants surrounding her. Instantly, she became alarmed and called upon her power, but Hela soon realized that it was all gone. Memories of her lose and subsequent punishment replaying in her head. Suddenly, Spider-Man handed her off to Frigga, who scooped her up with a confused look on her face. "Congratulations," he said, his voice filled with a touch of humor. "It's a girl." Suddenly, something clicked in Hela's head, prompting her to look down at her hands, which were now tiny, soft, baby hands. And as she realized what happened, Hela tried to speak and shout, but all that came out was, "Wea-wav." Witnessing the greatest joke of her life, Brunhilde savored the delicious cries of the new baby Hela. "Ha ha ha ha." She couldn't contain her laughter. This certainly wasn't as good as killing her, but it was damn near close to it. Upon taking the new baby Hela into her arms, Frigga and Odin exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes mirroring their shock. They had expected punishment for their wayward daughter, but nothing like this. With the villainous baby handed over to her parents, Peter turned to Brunhilde. "So, is the punishment enough?" Brunhilde couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, her earlier rage and despair giving way to amusement. "It's not perfect, but it's good enough," she managed to say between chuckles. "I never thought I'd see the day when Hela, Odin's daughter, would be a crying, helpless baby." Thor, his expression a mix of curiosity and amusement, stepped closer to Peter. "How is this good enough? Didn't Hela kill her sisters?" Peter grinned behind his mask, relishing the moment. "Well, you see, Brunhilde wanted Hela dead, and Odin refused to let her be killed. So, I had to come up with a punishment that could make both sides happy." Thor listened, but he didn't understand how turning his sister into a baby would quench Brunhilde's need for revenge. "First," Peter began, "Brunhilde is happy because Hela now has to live through the torture and embarrassment of being a baby. Diaper changes, boredom, no privacy, no control over herself, or even her bowel movement. Hela is truly and utterly at the mercy of Odin and Frigga. Even if they treat her well, she'll live the next 3 or 4 years in a hellish nightmare. And even after that, she'll remain nothing but a mortal woman." He gestured toward Odin and Frigga, who held their newly transformed daughter. "And on the other hand, Odin and Frigga get a second chance to raise Hela. And maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to rehabilitate her from the psycho that she is because she most certainly still has her memories. Don't let that cute little face fool you. She's still just as evil and malicious as before." Loki, who had been watching the scene unfold with a smirk, chimed in, "A cruel genius you are, Spider-Man. I wouldn't wish Hela's fate on anyone, especially myself. Thankfully, I was only banished to Midgard after my powers were taken. If I were turned into a baby like her, I might just off myself to avoid the embarrassment." Realizing the gravity of the situation and the opportunity before them, Odin and Frigga smiled down at the new baby in their arms. Hela, unable to contain her fury, glared back up at them, cursing them in baby babble as she couldn't speak normal words anymore. Peter couldn't help but smile at the infant's futile attempts to convey her anger. He leaned in closer, poking her chubby cheeks as he cooed, "Ah, you're such a fierce little villain, aren't you?" Hela, with all her might, tried to bite Peter's finger, but her toothless gums did 0 damage. Frustration welled up in her, and she let out a series of indignant baby noises. Pushing Peter aside, Thor reached for Hela and hoisted her up, introducing himself with a booming voice. "I am Thor, your elder brother and the king of Asgard." Hela, still aghast at her new reality, turned her bald baby head toward Odin, her eyes wide with skepticism. But instead of Odin, Loki answered her. his tone dripping with mischief. Yes, it's true, little sister. This large, loud, idiotic buffoon is the king of Asgard. I'm Loki Odinson, your other elder brother. He added emphasis to the word elder, smirking as he watched her twitch in annoyance. After all, she was born far before them. Thor and Loki quickly devolved into a bickering argument, which prompted Odin to intervene before things got out of hand. Meanwhile, Frigga stole Hela back from Thor, cradling her close. Hela wouldn't and couldn't admit it, since she couldn't speak, but she preferred Frigga's tender care to Thor's rough handling. For some reason, she felt safer and more comfortable in her stepmother's arms than she ever had in her entire life. Is this what a mother is supposed to feel like? With the chaos settled for the moment, Frigga couldn't contain her excitement at the prospect of being a mother again. She rushed off with Hela held against her bosom, calling for her attendants to prepare a nursery and gather all the necessary baby supplies. Before joining his excited wife, Odin turned to Peter, a wry smile on his face. Thank you for your assistance and for this unique punishment. I hope this helps her find her way back to us. Peter waved it off, his mask hiding his grin. We're friends. Friends help each other out. Besides, I know you'd help me out if I needed it, he said as Odin smiled, happy to have such a reliable ally. Suddenly, Frigga called out from down the hall. Dear? Should we put the nursery in our room? I think Hela will be lonely otherwise. Also, I don't want her to hurt herself. Whatever you want, my love. Giving Peter one last nod, Odin rushed off to help his wife prepare, a noticeable smile on his usually stern face. And as Hela's anguished cries echoed through the palace, signaling a new beginning for her and her family, Peter turned to Brunhilde. Have you come to a decision? Thor and Loki look at Brunhilde in interest. A decision? Thor asks as Loki followed behind him. About what? Peter quickly explains. A decision on whether she wants me to revive the Valkyrie or not. Thor, his eyes alight with hope, turned to Brunhilde. This is wonderful news. As King of Asgard, I would gladly welcome the Valkyrie back into our ranks. It would be an honor to have them by our side once more. Brunhilde scoffed at Thor's enthusiasm, her expression still somewhat hardened by the recent events. That's not happening. I've seen what happened to my sisters. I won't subject them to the whims of another idiotic Asgardian king. We'll go to Earth, where we won't have to worry about being ordered to our deaths without thought. Thor's face fell, his brows furrowing in genuine concern. Brunhilde, I promise you, I would never do such a thing. If anyone has to face danger or death, it should be me. I would fight to the very end to protect my people, and that includes the Valkyrie. Brunhilde regarded Thor with a mix of skepticism and contemplation. She believed him, but her resolve remained unshaken. Thor, I appreciate your sincerity, but our path is clear. The Valkyrie will come with me, and I won't be staying in Asgard. That is if they agree. I won't force them, Peter interjected, sensing that Brunhilde had come to a decision. So, have you decided? Brunhilde nodded firmly, her gaze unwavering. Yes, I want to bring back my sisters. I've thought about it and I have no qualms about interrupting their eternal rest. They can live long and happy lives before dying a much more dignified death, as they should have. Peter nodded, accepting her choice. Very well. Thor, I'll need you to keep the remains of the Valkyrie safe. I'll have to prepare for the most intricate and powerful ritual I've ever attempted. It should be a fun one. Thor nodded solemnly. I will ensure their safety. Turning to Brunhilde, Peter continued, this time, the preparation will take more than just a few hours. You can either stay here in Asgard with me while I work, or return to Earth and wait for me to pick you up when it's time. Brunhilde shook her head resolutely. I'll stay. I won't leave until my sisters are back with me, and I don't want to leave their remains behind either. Peter acknowledged her decision with a nod. Very well. I'll be staying in the same room as the last time I was here. Thor, please let me know when dinner is ready. Thor smiled warmly. Of course, my friend. It's good to have you here again. He was more than happy to house Peter for as long as he wanted to stay. After all, as a king, he never has time to visit Midgard anymore, so it always feels like a special occasion when a Midgardian friend, like Peter, stays in the palace. Almost like a child excited for a sleepover. With their plans set, Peter began to contemplate the intricate ritual that lay ahead. It was a task unlike any he had undertaken before, and the fate of the Valkyrie rested on his shoulders. As he retreated to his room to prepare, he pulled out 3 of the Infinity Stones, which he'd need to use to get the job done. Instantly, the room filled with a mix of amber, emerald, and violet light. Hopefully this works and I don't blow myself up, alongside everyone else in Asgard, and the entire galaxy. He couldn't help but feel the weight of responsibility that came with wielding 3 Infinity Stone at once. a feat that he's never even tried before. Thankfully, he wouldn't be wielding them personally, or else he would probably explode. Well, I could try out the rings, but I don't think they're ready yet. I still need to tweak them a bit before attaching the stones. Meanwhile, Brunhilde remained resolute in her decision, determined to reunite with her sisters and provide them with a chance for a new life. Thor, true to his word, ensured the remains of the fallen Valkyrie were safeguarded, their memories preserved until the day they would be resurrected. In the grand halls of Asgard, the anticipation for the upcoming ritual and the return of the Valkyrie hung in the air. Either Thor or Loki couldn't keep their mouths shut, because now, friends and family of the deceased Valkyrie waited with hope and curiosity, eager to witness the outcome of Peter's extraordinary endeavor. As Peter retreated to his room, the intricate preparations for the Valkyrie's resurrection weighing heavily on his mind, a different drama was unfolding in the grand halls of Asgard. Odin and Frigga, still holding their transformed daughter Hela, were forced to address the kingdom. Just a day after they had started caring of Hela, rumors began to spread around Asgard, stating that the king, Thor, had a child before marriage. But not only that, it was a child with a Midgardian prostitute, who he had slept with while visiting his brother, Loki, whilst he was still in exile. So naturally, Odin and Frigga were forced to announce that Hela was their daughter. "Dear people of Asgard," Odin announced with a regal tone, his voice echoing through the vast hall, "Frigga and I are pleased to introduce a new addition to our royal family, our daughter, Hela." Frigga stepped forward with a glaring, unhappy baby in her arms, who, though still fuming with silent anger, appeared quite adorable in her infant form. Her bald head and toothless gums made her look like any other innocent baby. The Asgardians in attendance gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they took in the sight of the supposed royal baby. Hushed whispers and murmurs began to spread among the crowd outside the palace, curiosity and excitement intertwining in the air. Rumors swirled like a tempest, but none who were in the know dared voice the truth, that this was the very psycho who had led an army to attack their beloved realm just days ago. Thor exchanged a knowing glance with Loki, who stood among the gathered Asgardians with a wry smile playing on his lips. He had, after all, started the outlandish rumors himself, using his talent for mischief to slander his brother's good name. Loki couldn't help but be amused by the gullibility of the Asgardian populace. They were so easily swayed by the carefully crafted tale his parents were spinning. But beneath his playful facade, he was keenly aware of the real purpose of this charade to protect Hela, his sister, from the scorn and rejection of the very people she had sought to conquer. Of course, Odin and Frigga couldn't reveal that Hela is the same person who attacked their home with an undead army. Doing so would invite distrust toward the royal family and hate for baby Hela, who they are trying to rehabilitate into a good, normal person. So, they simply told everyone that Hela was a new child, freshly birthed from their former queen. And thanks to the fact that Odin completely rewrote history, erasing Hela from existence, the public easily believed their little lie. And upon hearing the news of a new royal child, the whole of Asgard began to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the midst of the nationwide celebration, Loki found himself in the company of Jessica Jones, finally finding a chance to take her out on a date. As they strolled through the radiant streets of Asgard, Loki couldn't help but be captivated by her presence. As they walked, Loki gave her a tour, acting as the perfect guide. Though he couldn't resist showing off his magical prowess, now that his powers were back, subtly weaving illusions and tricks to impress and entertain his date. He conjured illusions of majestic creatures and shimmering displays of light, all while regaling her with stories of Asgard's rich history. Jessica, her eyes alight with wonder, couldn't help but smile at Loki's playful antics. She had expected a typical date, but Loki's magical displays had added an unexpected layer of enchantment to the evening. Loki's mischievous side also emerged as they passed by unsuspecting Asgardians. With a flick of his wrist, he subtly pranked a few of them, causing drinks to explode in their faces or their clothes to disappear. Jessica couldn't help but chuckle at the bewildered reactions of Loki's victims as they found themselves naked or covered in alcohol. As the evening wore on, Loki and Jessica's connection deepened. They shared stories, laughter, and even a few secrets. It was a date unlike any Jessica had experienced before. Though technically, she hasn't been on many dates. Kilgrave sort of ruined that for her. In the midst of their laughter, Loki couldn't help but steal glances at Jessica when she wasn't looking, his eyes drawn to her lips. And before he knew what he was doing, Loki found himself pressing forward, snatching her mouth with his own. Instantly, Jessica's eyes widened in shock before she melted into his arms, returning the kiss with a surprising intensity. As the night continued, Loki and Jessica's date came to close in his royal bedchambers, where Loki realized how lucky he was that his powers were back. Because without them, he might not have been able to survive the night. After all, it was hard for Jessica to control her super strength during passionate situations. Hearing the rhythmic banging and sounds of some rather destructive lovemaking coming from his brother's bedroom, Thor wrapped a pillow tightly around both ears. "I'm happy for my brother, but must they be so loud?" Beside him, Jane looked up at the ceiling, a crimson blush on her face, as she wondered if Thor and her were that loud. Luckily for Odin and Hela, Frigga kept their bedroom silent with a few runes carved into the walls, so their sleep wasn't interrupted that night. A few days had passed since Hela's introduction to Asgard as the newest child of Odin and Frigga. The kingdom buzzed with the news, oblivious to the truth behind the royal deception. In the heart of the palace, Peter had toiled tirelessly, finally completing the intricate preparations for the ritual that would bring the Valkyrie back to life. With Thor's assistance, the remains of the Valkyrie, consisting mainly of bones and dust, were carefully transported to the most spacious hall within the palace. Peter stood at the center, surrounded by a labyrinth of patterns and symbols he had meticulously painted on the floor with an unknown liquid. The intricate design seemed to pulse with arcane energy, a testament to Peter's mastery in the mystical arts. The onlookers Jane, Jessica, Brunhilde, Thor, Loki, Odin, Frigga, and Hela, who was cradled in Frigga's arms like always, watched in awe as Peter did his work. Even Loki and Frigga, renowned for their magical prowess, were taken aback by the complexity and power radiating from the ritual circle. Brunhilde, her heart a mix of hope and anxiety, couldn't contain her restlessness. She knew that the success of this ritual was the only hope of reuniting with her sisters again. Her gaze remained fixed on Peter as he meticulously arranged the remains of her fallen comrades in the center of the ritual circle. With utmost care, Peter retrieved the Infinity Stones one by one, handling them with care as he placed them around the remains. The Time Stone would be used to turn the remains back in time to before their tragic demise. The Soul Stone, holder of the Valkyrie's souls, would restore their essence to their newly resurrected forms. Finally, the Power Stone, the source of immense energy, would fuel the ritual, providing the necessary force to achieve Peter's ambitious goal. As Peter levitated the Power Stone into its designated spot, the room seemed to crackle with raw cosmic energy. Odin eyed the Infinity Stones warily, understanding their potential for devastation. Beside him, Loki's greedy gaze was evident, but the memory of Peter's formidable power dissuaded him from any thoughts of theft. With all the stones in place, Peter stepped back from the ritual lines, his masked visage showing only determination. He turned to the group, his voice resolute. "I'm ready to begin. Brace yourselves, and let's hope we don't blow up Asgard, or the galaxy." The cryptic warning sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, but before they could voice their concerns, Peter's incantations began. His words flowed like a river of arcane power, resonating with the symbols and patterns etched on the floor. The Infinity Stones responded, their radiance bathing the vast hall in a kaleidoscope of brilliant light. At the peak of the ritual, a hushed tension filled the air. The pile of Valkyrie remains trembled, and time seemed to reverse itself. Bones and dust slowly coalesced, forming recognizable figures, each one pristine and healthy. The fallen warriors were returning to life, but they remained lifeless, their souls yet to be restored. Peter, speaking in tongues once more, called upon the Soul Stone. Immediately, amber wisps of energy shot forth from the gem, snaking their way into the lifeless bodies of the Valkyrie. Each wisp was an individual soul, reuniting with their rightful vessels. The air shimmered with magic, and the ritual drew to a close. Without waiting to know the results, Peter walked over and collected the Infinity Stones, sealing them away in his necklace once more. The weight of responsibility had lifted, replaced by the satisfaction of a mission accomplished. Well, that is if they actually wake up. The onlookers, their breaths held in anticipation, watched as the Valkyrie lay motionless at the center of the ritual circle. Brunhilde, in particular, felt her heart pounding in her chest. She prayed for a sign that her sisters were truly alive. Moments passed, and doubts crept in. Had the ritual failed? But then, as if responding to an unseen cue, one by one, the Valkyrie's eyes shot open. Their bodies jolted upright, taking in a sharp breath of air. The hall filled with a chorus of gasps and exclamations as the resurrected warriors awoke, bewildered yet undeniably alive. Brunhilde collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "He actually did it. They're alive," she exclaimed as she sobbed, barely believing her eyes. The resurrected Valkyrie, now fully aware of their surroundings, began to sit up, their expressions a mix of confusion and wonder. Brunhilde couldn't contain her joy as she rushed forward, embracing her newly reborn sisters, who had absolutely no idea what was happening. Amid the euphoria of the Valkyrie's resurrection, Brunhilde was overcome with emotions she had long suppressed. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her newly restored sisters. The bond between them was unbreakable, forged through countless battles and shared camaraderie. However, amidst the joyful chaos, a familiar voice rang out, commanding the resurrected Valkyrie. "Make way! Make way!" Brunhilde looked up, her tear-filled eyes widening as she saw the imposing figure walking toward her. It was Lady Astrid, the leader of the Valkyrie, Brunhilde's teacher, and the closest thing she had to a mother. Lady Astrid, the formidable leader of the Valkyrie, was a commanding presence in every sense. Standing tall and proud, she possessed a regal bearing that demanded respect. Her long, golden hair cascaded down her back in a thick braid, a symbol of her strength and tradition. Though she had a slim and graceful figure, there was no mistaking the underlying strength that lay beneath her Asgardian armor. Her muscles, though not bulky, were toned and well-defined, a testament to the rigorous training she had undergone throughout her life. Astrid's beauty was undeniable, her features striking and captivating. Her piercing blue eyes held a wisdom that spoke of countless battles and experiences. They were eyes that could both command and comfort, a reflection that she embodied as a leader and a mother figure to her fellow Valkyrie. Clad in her Asgardian armor, she wore the symbols of her warrior heritage proudly. A sword hung at her hip, a symbol of her prowess in combat and her unwavering dedication to her sisters. But beyond her formidable exterior, Astrid possessed a deep and caring soul. Her seriousness and authority as a leader were tempered by a genuine love and concern for all the Valkyrie under her command. Her most profound affection, however, was reserved for Brunhilde, whom she had taken under her wing as a sort of daughter. With Brunhilde, her stern demeanor softened into a warm and protective presence, showing the depth of her love and care. Confusion marked Lady Astrid's face as she surveyed the scene before her, trying to make sense of the inexplicable turn of events. The last memory she had was sacrificing herself alongside her sisters to save Brunhilde and Asgard from Hellas' wrath. Yet here she stood, alive and well, surrounded by living, breathing Valkyrie. As Lady Astrid approached, Brunhilde's emotions reached their breaking point. She cried out with all her might, her voice a mix of dark emotions, which she has been suppressing for a very long time. Lady Astrid, I am sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. I'm sorry for leaving you to die. I shouldn't have left. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She cried like a baby as she attached herself to Astrid's leg, begging for forgiveness over and over. Hela, still in her infant form, rolled her eyes at Brunhilde's emotional outburst. She couldn't help but think, shouldn't I be the baby here? Lady Astrid's stern expression softened as she gazed down at Brunhilde, who clung to her leg like a lifeline. She knelt down and enveloped Brunhilde in a warm, comforting embrace, much like a mother consoling her child. Her voice was soothing, filled with understanding and forgiveness. Brunhilde, my dear, you have nothing to apologize for. We did what we had to do to protect you. Although she had no idea how she was alive, those questions could wait until Brunhilde was okay. And she obviously wasn't. Watching this, every single Valkyrie, including Astrid, thought, I didn't think she would take our deaths this badly. Brunhilde's sobs gradually subsided under the reassurance of her beloved leader. The weight of years of guilt and sorrow seemed to slowly lift from her shoulders as she allowed herself to be comforted. She felt safe and loved, a feeling she had longed for since the day she thought she'd lost her sisters. As Brunhilde began to calm down, Lady Astrid explained what had truly happened on that fateful day. You didn't leave us behind, Brunhilde. We sent you away because you were the youngest among us, and we couldn't bear to see you fall in battle. It wasn't your fault, and we never blamed you. Hearing those words from Lady Astrid, Brunhilde finally let go of a portion of her guilt and fear. She felt a sense of closure she had never thought possible. With a sigh of relief, she leaned into Lady Astrid's embrace, her trembling finally giving way to peaceful slumber. Frigga, who had been watching the emotional reunion from a distance, approached the sleeping Brunhilde with a gentle smile. She knelt beside them and spoke to Lady Astrid. She's been standing guard beside your remains for days without sleep, waiting for this moment. She needs this rest more than anyone. Lady Astrid nodded in gratitude, her gaze never leaving Brunhilde's peaceful face. Thank you for watching over her and bringing us back. We owe you a great debt. She bowed her head, thinking it was Frigga who brought them back. Frigga shook her head humbly. It wasn't me who brought you back, and I'm ashamed to say that I didn't watch over Brunhilde either. She gestured toward Peter, who stood nearby in his distinctive spider-themed suit. It was him. The Valkyrie, including Lady Astrid, turned their attention to Peter, curiosity evident in their expressions. They couldn't help but wonder about the man who had orchestrated their resurrection. Peter gave them his usual wave. Yo, I'm Spider-Man, and I did this for Brunhilde. Without her, I wouldn't have bothered resurrecting people that I don't know from thousands of years ago. So, if you want to repay anyone, direct it toward her." The Valkyrie exchanged glances, their astonishment at being brought back to life after thousands of years evident. They realized the immense burden Brunhilde had been carrying, and the guilt they had unknowingly placed upon her. But they also realized that their old lives were completely displaced, and more than likely, many of their families have probably moved on or died. Lady Astrid stepped forward, her expression one of solemn gratitude. "Either way, thank you for this second chance at life. We owe you a life debt for what you've done." Peter waved off their gratitude. "No need for that. Just take care of Brunhilde, she needs you guys. I'm sure you've begun to realize that." As the Valkyrie nodded in agreement, their collective gaze turned to Brunhilde, who lay peacefully asleep in Lady Astrid's arms. They were determined to be there for her, to help her banish the survivor's guilt that had haunted her for far too long. They had been given a second chance at life, and they would make the most of it, starting with supporting their beloved sister in her time of need. As the Valkyrie shared a tearful reunion in a distant corner of the universe, aboard a Chitauri ship, Thanos the Mad Titan lay on a high-tech hospital bed, which periodically scanned his vitals. Thanks to his deal with Galactus, who had left after extracted the poison that Peter had cunningly delivered in their last encounter, the Mad Titan was slowly on the path to recovery. His once ashen complexion was regaining its color, and his immense strength was gradually returning. Yet, as he healed, Thanos couldn't escape the seething anger and burning hatred that consumed him. His thoughts were fixated on Spider-Man, the one who had repeatedly thwarted his grand ambitions and dared to trick him with poison. The mere thought of the web-slinger sent a shiver of rage through his revitalized body. But that wasn't all. He now owed Galactus the Infinity Stones. Once he was done using them, of course. Thankfully, he didn't have much need for them afterward anyway, so it wasn't a hard price to pay. As he lay there, Thanos envisioned the day when he would be back to full health, when he would have the strength to crush his enemies, especially Spider-Man, without restraint. Earth, the web-slinger's cherished home planet, would crumble under the weight of his vengeance. At first, he only wanted to cull the planet's population, as he usually does, but not anymore. They would all die and he would force Spider-Man to watch the death of his home, as well as his loved ones. In the midst of his vengeful imagination, the door to Thanos' chamber swung open, and Ebony Maw hurriedly entered, his robe billowing as he bent into a deep bow before his Thanos. "Father," Maw began with reverence, "I bring urgent news." Thanos, his eyes narrowing in curiosity, gestured for Maw to speak. Maw had always been an enigmatic and loyal son, his gifted intellect matched only by his allegiance to Thanos. "Our sensors have detected a massive surge of universal energy emanating from Asgard," Maw reported, his voice filled with a mix of greed and trepidation. "It's as if there are at least 2 Infinity Stones present." Thanos fell into contemplative silence for a moment, his thoughts racing. Asgard, the realm ruled by Odin and the home of the powerful Asgardians, was a formidable force. Even at his peak strength, he had tread carefully when dealing with the Allfather and his realm. "We cannot confront Asgard in my current state," Thanos finally declared, his voice a low, rumbling growl. "We'll have to wait until I am fully healed to face Odin." Maw nodded in understanding, realizing that a confrontation with Asgard in their current condition would be unwise. After all, the realm had been a formidable adversary for Thanos in the past. "I'll bring your medicine soon, Father," Maw replied, his unwavering loyalty clear in his eyes. He knew that Thanos' recovery was paramount to their future endeavors. As Maw exited the chamber, Thanos settled back onto his hospital bed, his gaze turning to his hand, where he held a bright, glowing, yellow stone between his large fingers. He would bide his time, gather his strength, and when the moment was right, he would descend upon Earth with an unrelenting fury. And Asgard would be next. One day after her sisters were reborn, Brunhilde stood before the Valkyrie, her heart heavy with the weight of her request. Her eyes met those of her sisters, each of them bearing the mark of warriors who had faced battles beyond imagination. They were her family, her comrades, her everything. "I know that many of you may not like this," Brunhilde began, her voice unwavering despite the emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. "But I'd like it if all of you would return with me, to Midgard." Murmurs and whispers spread among the Valkyrie, a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. Leaving the realm they had called home for thousands of years was a decision of profound magnitude. But Brunhilde continued, her resolve unwavering. "You've already died for this place once, so can't we just let it go and start over? We can find a new purpose on Earth. We can live freely, make our own choices, and be there for each other as we've always been." Eyeing her surroundings, she continues. I don't know about you, but I can't stand being in Asgard anymore. And truthfully, I can't wait to leave. Not to mention that fact that Hela is here, but Brunhilde wouldn't mention that until they were out of Asgard, and away from Odin. After all, the Allfather is doing all he can to hide his new daughter's origins. And as much as she would love to ruin his plans, she knew it probably wasn't a good idea. Among the Valkyrie, dissenting voices arose. Loyalists who held steadfast to their duty, and those who couldn't bear the thought of leaving their homes voiced their concerns. Their hesitation was palpable, and Brunhilde knew that convincing them would not be easy. However, just as Brunhilde's determination began to waver, a surprising voice broke through the turmoil. It was Odin, the Allfather, the ruler of Asgard, a figure of immense authority and wisdom. He raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. I believe that you should leave with Brunhilde, Odin declared, his voice carrying the weight of his ageless wisdom. Beside him stood Frigga, the queen of Asgard, her eyes filled with a motherly warmth. As Asgardian citizens, you are not bound to this realm alone. The Bifrost can take you to any realm, and you can return as you please. Simply call for Heimdall and he will ferry you. The choice is yours. The Valkyrie exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom why the Allfather, who had ruled with an iron fist for eons, was supporting Brunhilde's plea. It was Frigga who smiled gently at them, her eyes filled with understanding. She had always been the compassionate and caring heart of Asgard. Brunhilde instantly realized what was happening. Frigga must have talked him into this. Of course, she was right, but Odin wasn't as unwilling as she might think. After all, Asgard has a very close alliance with Earth, thanks to their connection with Peter and the Avengers, so sending the Valkyrie there isn't necessarily a bad idea, nor will it hurt Asgard or its people. In fact, it might actually strengthen their relationship, which Odin was more than happy to do after witnessing Peter's use of the Infinity Stones. In the end, Odin chose to strengthen his connection to Peter, a powerhouse who could help protect Asgard for millennia to come. With the former king and queen's support, Brunhilde's plea began to find resonance among her sisters. The realization that they could leave Asgard and return to it at will was a revelation. Those who had living families could visit them, and those who had other plans could freely explore the 9 realms. Slowly but surely, the Valkyrie made their decision. They chose to follow Brunhilde to Earth, to embark on a new journey together. Some wore smiles of excitement, eager to explore a world they knew little about, while others bore uncertainty in their eyes, unsure of what lay ahead. Especially when their last memories of Earth came from thousands of years ago, when the whole planet was extremely underdeveloped. As they departed Asgard with Peter's help, stepping through his portals one by one, Brunhilde couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude and disbelief. She had not expected all of her sisters to agree. She thought that at least half of them would stay in Asgard, yet each and every one of them was leaving alongside her. But they did it all for Brunhilde, the little Valkyrie who had mourned them for thousands of years. Stepping through Peter's portals, the Valkyrie found themselves standing in a vast, grassy field. The transition from the grandeur of Asgard to the simplicity of Earth was stark. They exchanged curious glances, their armor-clad forms shimmering in the sunlight. Peter stood at the forefront, his spider suit contrasting sharply with the ethereal presence of the Valkyrie. He glanced around, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. Taking them all to the Avengers Tower wasn't a feasible option. Sadly, they didn't prepare enough apartments for almost 1,000 Valkyrie. We can't all fit in the tower, Peter explained to Brunhilde. We'd need to use the auditorium, but I don't know if it's available right now. So let's just start here, and we can figure things out from there. With hundreds of Valkyrie now on Earth, the portals closed one by one. The Valkyrie glanced around, unsure of their next steps. Jessica Jones, however, was conspicuously absent upon their return to Earth. She had chosen to stay in Asgard a little longer, cherishing her time with Loki, the trickster who had somehow stolen her heart. As the Valkyrie looked around, uncertain of what to do next, Peter turned to Brunhilde. Keep them company for a bit. I need to speak with Astrid. Nodding in understanding, Brunhilde made her way to her sisters, their reunion still fresh and filled with emotion. She had missed them dearly, and now they had the chance to start anew on Earth. Peter approached Astrid, who stood with an air of authority and grace. She regarded him with curiosity, awaiting his guidance. After all, this is his world, so she hoped he'd give some information to get them started. Perhaps a map so they knew where to go? Let's discuss our options, Peter suggested, waving his hand to conjure a portal leading to his office. Astrid followed him through, her eyes widening in amazement as she took in the breathtaking view of the New York City skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city was modern and sleek, a stark contrast to the huts and simplicity of Midgardian life that Astrid remembered. She took a seat on Peter's invitation, still glancing toward the windows every now and then. Peter leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping in thought. We have three main options here, Astrid. First, the Valkyrie can integrate into Earth's society. The Avengers would arrange and fund your integration until you can become self-sufficient. This includes homes, clothing, food, and, most importantly, identities. We can provide you with IDs, passports, birth certificates, and the like. Astrid considered this option carefully, shocked that he would help them so much. To begin with, she only wanted a map and a bit of information. This was above and beyond what she could have ever asked for. Second, Peter continued, we can find a secluded piece of land and establish an Asgardian settlement on Earth, or even a Valkyrie village independent of Asgard. This way, you can maintain your traditions while adapting to Earth's environment. Astrid's gaze drifted to the city beyond the window. I would prefer it to be close to civilization, she said after a moment. That way, we can choose to integrate if we wish to in the future. Peter nodded in agreement. I can make arrangements for that. And third, Peter concluded, I can step back and let the Valkyrie fend for themselves, with Brunhilde's guidance of course. After all, she's been on Earth long enough to know how things go. Just know, regardless of your choice, we'll provide you with IDs and documentation. Living in the modern age, without identification would be unnecessarily challenging. Astrid considered his words carefully, thinking about the best path for her sisters. I believe the second option is the most suitable for us. Please arrange for the land. Peter smiled, relieved that they had come to such a swift decision. I'll have a piece of land purchased by tomorrow, so you'll have to spend the night camping until then. I can help build some houses tomorrow, when the land is procured. No, you've done enough. Astrid shook her head, feeling truly indebted to him. Thank you, but we can't ask for more. It wouldn't be right. We can build our own homes. A few of us have studied magic, so it shouldn't take long to finish building. Okay, Peter shrugged as he waved his hand and opened a portal for her. Go ahead and explain to the Valkyrie. I'll get started on everything. As she stepped through, Peter was left alone in his office. The decision had been made and the Valkyrie had officially joined Earth. Now I just need to convince them to join the Avengers. The sun cast its golden rays over the secluded piece of land Peter had acquired in upstate New York. It had been a whirlwind of activity in the past week as the Valkyrie, with their unwavering determination, transformed the barren landscape into a budding village, a blend of Asgardian aesthetics and modern comforts. Arriving at the settlement, Peter marveled at the progress they had made in such a short time. The houses, constructed in the traditional Asgardian style, were still being completed, but it was clear that the Valkyrie were adapting swiftly to their new surroundings. Even the walkways were being paved alongside street lamps and benches. Seeking out Astrid, he found her in one of the larger houses, its architecture reminiscent of the halls of Asgard. She stood at a table piled with blueprints and plans. Since she was the leader, they naturally put her in charge of the settlement. Yo, Astrid, Peter greeted, offering a wave as he approached her. I've brought the documents you'll need. The land officially belongs to you. Astrid turned her attention to Peter, a genuine smile gracing her regal features. She accepted the documents, glancing at them briefly before nodding in appreciation. Thank you, we'll repay your kindness in the future, I swear it. Peter nodded. It's the least we can do to welcome you to Earth. Astrid's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she placed the documents aside. Your generosity has not gone unnoticed. With that matter settled, Peter shifted the conversation toward another topic that had been on his mind. Astrid, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. The Avengers would like to extend an invitation to you and the Valkyrie to join our ranks. Astrid's lips curled into a knowing smile. I've been waiting for you to finally ask, she admitted, her tone filled with confidence. Brunhilde already spoke to us about the benefits of joining your organization, especially considering the substantial compensation. Peter chuckled, remembering to thank Brunhilde for the assist. Yes, the financial perks are definitely one of the advantages, but beyond that, I believe that this would be the best recruitment we've ever had. Hulk and Abomination were certainly good pickups for the Avengers, but almost 1,000 Asgardian warriors, each with super strength and skills honed through hundreds or even thousands of years, was far more appealing to Peter. Astrid nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are warriors at heart, and this seems like an opportunity we shouldn't miss. Besides, living as an Avenger beats working a regular Earth job any day. Peter couldn't help but agree. After all, what are they supposed to do? Get normal jobs? No, they were Valkyrie, who spent all their lives training to become warriors, so that's what they'd be. With the decision made, Peter extended his hand to Astrid, sealing their newfound partnership. Welcome to the Avengers, Astrid. We're thrilled to have you and the Valkyrie on board. As they shook hands, a sense of unity and hope filled the room. The Valkyrie had found a new home on Earth, and their journey as Avengers had officially begun. After settling the Valkyrie into their new homes and officially recruiting them into the Avengers, Peter relished the chance to spend some quality time with his loved ones. He had been away from them for nearly 2 weeks, and the sight of MJ, Lily, May, Grace, and even the shining, bald head of the Ancient One filled his heart with warmth. They had dinner together, sharing stories of their days apart, with Lily's enthusiastic chatter adding an extra layer of liveliness to the gathering. The newest addition to their little family, the Ancient One, seemed to genuinely smile a lot more than she used to, especially during times like these. Ever since she moved in, it was like a switch was flipped. She went from a wise and omniscient leader with the weight of the world on her shoulders, to a sort of grandma to Lily, a close friend to May and Grace, and a third mother figure to MJ and Peter. As the evening wore on, Peter couldn't help but feel a pang of curiosity about the Maximoff twins, Wanda and Pietro. He had seen them briefly during his last visit to Xavier's school, and something about them had piqued his interest. Leaving his family to relax, he retreated to his room and began to research the siblings. His investigation revealed a tragic past that mirrored their portrayal in the movies. Survivors of the Novi Grad bombings in Sokovia, orphans who had lost their parents at a young age. However, Peter soon discovered a crucial difference. Unlike the cinematic version of their story, where Tony Stark's weapons were responsible for the tragic death of their parents, the real-world events showed that they were orphans long before the bombings. Neither knew who their parents were from the very beginning. This only strengthened Peter's hunch that Magneto, their father in the comics, might also hold that role in this world. But does Eric know? Peter's thoughts swirled as he wondered whether Magneto was hiding from his children, or perhaps he simply didn't know they existed, which was definitely a possibility. After all, Eric has grown softer in his time as an Avenger, so Peter couldn't imagine him intentionally abandoning his children. Another question appeared in Peter's mind. Do they still hate Tony? Although they still went through a horrible experience in Novigrad, they didn't lose their parent. Maybe I can smooth things over before they try to do something they'll regret. Dressed in his Spider-Man suit, Peter was about to leave for Xavier's school to investigate further when he was stopped in his tracks by a familiar voice calling out, "Daddy, where are you going?" Turning, he saw Lily standing before him in her own spider suit, the mask concealing her face but her excitement evident in her body language. "What do you want?" Peter asked, knowing the daddies only come out when she's scared or wants something. And she certainly wasn't scared. "Why are you in your suit?" Lily's smile faltered for just a second before a beaming smile that could be seen even beneath her mask returned. "Because I'm coming with you, Daddy." "I really can't say no, can I?" Peter let out a sigh and bent down to her level. "All right, you can come along, but remember to keep your mask on at all times and don't reveal your identity. We'll just be visiting Xavier's school." Lily nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Let's go, Dad." And the daddies disappear as soon as she gets what she wants. When did my daughter become so manipulative? Peter shook his head and quickly sent a text to MJ, informing her that Lily would be accompanying him to Xavier's school to keep her from worrying. With preparations in order, Peter opened a portal, and the father-daughter duo stepped through. They arrived at the peaceful surroundings of Xavier's school, greeted by the sight of metahuman children playing in the front yard. Lily watched with wide-eyed wonder as children with various mutations showcased their unique abilities. She was itching to join them, her fingers fidgeting under her glove. Seeing her excitement, Peter patted her head affectionately. "Go ahead, kiddo. Join in the fun, but remember, no revealing your identity." Lily gave a nod of understanding, her young heart filled with excitement as she bounded off toward a group of children her age. Each of them possessed different mutations, and she was eager to learn about them and make new friends. Peter noticed X-23, Kitty Pryde, and a few other recognizable faces in the crowd she was joining. With Lily occupied, Peter used the reality stone to make himself invisible and entered the mansion, searching for Wanda and Pietro's bedroom. He needed answers about their connection to Magneto, so he wanted to swipe some DNA and test it with Eric. Maybe steal a few hairs from a brush? Strolling through the mansion unnoticed, it wasn't long before Peter spotted Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, rushing frantically through the mansion, her eyes wild with worry. "Have you seen Pietro?" Wanda asked each person she encountered, her voice quivering with anxiety. Peter stayed in the shadows, observing her. He followed her for a few moments, watching her frantic search lead her back to her room. When Wanda entered her room and closed the door, the walls seemed to reverberate with the intensity of her emotions as she collapsed to the floor, crying her eyes out. As the tears streamed down her face, her body began to glow in a faint red color, her powers growing stronger and more chaotic with each passing second. This isn't good. Peter knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He released his invisibility in the center of her room. The room was a whirlwind of crimson energy, swirling chaotically as Wanda's powers spiraled out of control. Knowing the destructive potential of her magic, Peter acted swiftly. He summoned the Power Reality Stone, its iridescent glow cutting through the chaos. With a focused thought, he contained her unruly powers, sealing them temporarily. Wanda's eyes widened as she felt her magic being brought under control. Her tears continued to fall, but the room around her began to stabilize. When she finally looked up, she saw Spider-Man standing over her. "Are you okay?" Peter asked with genuine concern, crouching down beside her. "What happened?" Wanda wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and nodded. I don't know what happened. My brother, he ran off and I couldn't stop him." Peter frowned, realizing that this situation might be more dire than he had initially thought. "Where did he go?" Wanda hesitated for a moment, her gaze fixed on the ground as she battled with her conflicting emotions. Finally, she made a decision and looked up at Peter. He went to kill Tony Stark," she admitted, her voice trembling. "I didn't want to tell on him, but I'm afraid of what he might do. I just want him back here, safe at the school, where we can be a family again." Sadly, Peter wasn't surprised. "I see. The consequences of such an act would be catastrophic for Pietro, and Wanda seemed to realize that. Tony Stark is a beloved public figure, and an attack on him would make his killer public enemy #1. And that's exactly what Wanda doesn't want to happen. She may hate Tony Stark in America just as much as any Sokovian, but it just wasn't worth it. "I'll find him," Peter assured Wanda. "But you need to stay here and keep your powers in check." "I'll do my best to bring your brother back safely." Wanda nodded, putting her full trust in Peter. If there was anyone who could bring her brother back and fix this situation, it would be Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Wanda's wayward brother, Pietro, moved like a blur through the darkening streets of New York City, his silver hair and red clothing a streak against the night. He had one singular goal in mind: to reach the Avengers Tower and confront the man he blamed for his and his sister's suffering, Tony Stark. As he approached the towering structure, Pietro's eyes scanned the imposing building. He had heard tales of its security systems and defenses, but he was confident in his own abilities. With his enhanced speed and reflexes, he believed he could bypass any obstacle. Slowing down just enough to take in the situation, Pietro assessed the main entrance. 2 security guards stood vigilant, watching over the automated checkpoints inside the grand lobby. A sly grin crossed his face as he realized he could easily pass through the checkpoints and outpace the guard's senses. Without hesitation, Pietro dashed forward at a speed that rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. He darted past the guards, who only registered a gust of wind before their alarms began blaring. Confused and disoriented, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just occurred. Inside the tower, alarms echoed through the sleek, modern corridors. Security personnel rushed to the lobby, attempting to assess the breach. Their screens displayed blurred images of a figure in red and silver streaking past. "What the hell was that?" one of the guards exclaimed. "I don't know," his partner replied, still trying to make sense of what had just happened. "But it was faster than anything I've ever seen." Pietro, meanwhile, had already ascended several floors, his heart pounding with anticipation. He was closer to his goal than ever before, driven by a burning desire for revenge. In the heart of Tony Stark's sprawling workshop, bathed in the soft glow of arc reactor-powered lights, the genius inventor was engrossed in a complex task. His gloved hands deftly manipulated tiny nanobots, refining the latest upgrades for his Iron Man suit. The room hummed with the mechanical symphony of progress, and Tony was in his element. Just as Tony was about to make another breakthrough, Jarvis, the ever-watchful AI, chimed in with a sense of urgency. "Sir, we have a breach in the building." Tony frowned, his focus shifting from the delicate task at hand to the monitor nearby. He watched as Jarvis displayed security camera footage of a red and silver blur streaking through the lobby, defying the laws of physics with its incredible speed. The figure effortlessly evaded security guards, leaving them bewildered in its wake. "What the hell is that?" Tony muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the chaotic display on the screen. Jarvis replied promptly, "Unknown, sir." Tony's expression turned more serious as he realized the potential threat. "Lock down the stairwell, Jarvis." No sooner had he issued the command. The monitor showed the panels beside the stairwell doors turning crimson, sealing off the path of the intruder. As Tony continued to monitor the situation, the blur of red and silver abruptly came to a halt in front of a door. The camera zoomed in, revealing a young teenager, who appeared frustrated as he struggled to force the metal door open. It was evident that his incredible speed alone wasn't enough to overcome the door's robust security. Pietro, realizing he was being observed, stared up at the camera and unleashed a torrent of colorful language. "Stark, you sissy! Unlock this door, you coward! Face your death like a man!" Tony raised an intrigued eyebrow at the mention of his name. "Jarvis, who is this kid, and why does he hate me so much?" The AI promptly initiated a background check, and within seconds, a holographic screen displayed information about Pietro. He is Pietro Maximoff, a student of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Originally from Sokovia, he possesses the metahuman ability of super speed. There is no specific information available regarding his grievances against you, sir. Tony contemplated the situation for a moment, stroking his chin. He needed answers, and he wasn't one to back down from a confrontation. In fact, he was known for seeking out the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be. "Jarvis, draw him up to my workshop. I've got a little welcome gift for our speedy friend," Tony declared, his mind already whirring with ideas. As Jarvis initiated the process to lure Pietro to the workshop, Tony moved swiftly, gathering an old dusty book as well as a selection of odd ingredients from the nearby shelf. He had every intention of getting to the bottom of Pietro's animosity and hoped that their meeting would shed light on the mysterious vendetta against him. In the dimly lit stairwell, Pietro Maximoff found himself at an impasse. The metal door that had previously barred his path suddenly creaked open, allowing him to continue his ascent toward Tony Stark's workshop. His confusion and suspicion was obvious, but curiosity pushed him forward as he ventured deeper into the tower. As Pietro maneuvered around the building, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. It was as if the tower itself conspired against him, guiding his steps. Elevators pinged open at opportune moments, doors swung shut behind him, and mechanisms blocked off hallways, directing him relentlessly forward like a rat in a maze. He felt like a puppet in someone else's hands, unable to escape the inexorable pull toward his destination. His heart raced as he pressed on, determined to kill the man responsible for his and his sister's horrible childhood. No matter how suspicious this situation was, he just kept telling himself, "Even if I'm walking into a trap, no one can catch me." The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, and there was no turning back. And after what felt like forever, Pietro finally found his target. At last, he reached an open door, offering a glimpse of Tony Stark, who stood waiting on the other side, wearing a smug expression. Tony waved toward Pietro, an infuriating grin on his face. "Hey there, what was it you called me again?" "Oh, that's right, you called me a sisseed." He gave his guest a taunting look. "Well, are you coming in? Or are you an S-?" Pietro knew he should have been more cautious. Tony was most certainly goading him, and he wasn't even wearing his armor, but Pietro's anger blinded him to the potential danger. With a rush of adrenaline, before Tony could finish speaking, he transformed into a blur, hurtling into the room with the intent to kill radiating from his very being. However, his plans were thwarted before he could even reach his target. As he took a single step into the room, the floor beneath him illuminated, revealing an intricate spell circle painted into the ground. It was a trap, and Pietro had walked right into it without a single thought. Before Pietro could react, his rapid speed came to a jarring halt as if he'd collided with solid brick wall. As he tried to run out of the circle, an invisible barrier blocked his path. His body recoiled, and he crashed to the floor, gasping in pain. The spell circle had ensnared him, trapping him inside. Tony Stark, who had been watching Pietro's approach with a bemused expression, now wore a self-satisfied smirk. He strode forward, standing just outside the boundaries of the spell circle. "Hello again," Tony greeted, bending down to Pietro's eye level. "Now, care to tell me why you decided to break into my building and kill me?" Pietro clenched his jaw, his blue eyes burning with anger and frustration. He wanted answers, but Tony's trap had left him vulnerable, unable to make a move. "Why do you think? You ruined our lives, Stark. You and your weapons." Before Pietro could say more, a sudden portal rippled into existence beside Tony. The rift revealed none other than Peter Parker, dressed in his Spider-Man attire, and he appeared ready for a battle. Peter had arrived, anticipating a dire confrontation between Pietro and Tony. However, what he found was Pietro trapped within a spell circle, and Tony standing outside of it, completely unscathed. "Oh," Peter grunted as his stance turned much more relaxed than before. "You already handled it?" Tony, still wearing that smug grin, gestured toward Pietro with a casual wave of his hand. "Yeah, I take it you knew he was coming here?" Peter nodded as he walked over and admired Tony's handiwork. "Yeah. His sister didn't want him to ruin his life, so she asked me to help. Pietro's eyes widened with a sense of betrayal. I rushed over to stop him, but I guess I came for nothing. Nice work with the boundary spell, by the way. It's not perfect, but it should hold him back with ease. Pietro, still trapped and fuming, turned to Peter with a glare. There's no way my sister would betray me. She hates Stark just as much as I do. Peter shrugged as he eyed Pietro. Well, that may be true, but she seems to love you more than she hates him. And she knows that killing Iron Man will make you the most wanted man alive. You'd be hunted to the ends of the earth until you're either caught or killed. Actually, you'd be hunted to the edge of the universe. After all, we have spaceships and all sorts of off-planet connections. Peter continued, his voice firm. Besides that, did you even think about what could happen to your sister? Because you aren't just sacrificing yourself here. First of all, she'd be losing a brother, and since you're her only family, that would leave her alone for the rest of her life. And let's not even get into the punishment that she'd get if she was even remotely involved in the death of a beloved hero. Pietro glanced up at Peter, his anger still smoldering but his resolve wavering. He wanted to refute Peter's words, but he knew it was the truth. If he really went through with this, his life and even his sister's life would be irrevocably changed, and it wouldn't be for the better. Even if he knew in his heart that Tony Stark deserved it, he couldn't just kill the man. Do I really have to let it go? The thought alone left a bad taste in his mouth, but Pietro couldn't think of another way. Can either of you please explain why he wants me dead? I've never even seen this kid before, Tony asked, unable to hold back his curiosity any longer. Peter turned to Tony. You sold weapons to the Air Force and they used them to bomb the city he and his sister lived in as children. They blame you for ruining their lives? He quickly explained, which brought a sad frown to Tony's face. Unable to contain himself, Pietro spoke up to add more details. He didn't just ruin our lives. He ruined everyone's lives. His bombs killed and displaced countless Sokovians. Even our friends disappeared overnight. They either died to the bombs, starved to death afterwards, or left with a group of refugees, never to be heard from again. Pietro turns to stare Tony dead in the eyes. And before you make any excuses, you might not have dropped the bombs, but you share just as much blame as those who did. Tony pauses for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, kid, he said wholeheartedly. I truly am whatever. Pietro shrugs off his apology without a care. Get me out of here. I need to get back to school before Wanda starts worrying too much. Sure, Peter nods, knowing he won't try this again. Tell your sister I'll be visiting her later. Huh. Pietro didn't like the sound of that, though he didn't have time to ask any questions because a portal opened up under his feet. Remembering that he needed a DNA sample, Peter closed the portal just in time to cut a few of Pietro's hairs as he fell and disappeared from the room. Walking over to the boundary spell, Peter tapped it with his finger, shattering it with ease. Now you're just showing off, Tony muttered in annoyance. Ignoring the pouting man-child, Peter walked over and grabbed a few of Pietro's hairs. Here, Peter hands them over to Tony. Make yourself useful and run those hairs against the DNA we have from Magneto. Huh? Why? Tony asked. I have a hunch. Moments after Peter had handed over Pietro's hairs to Tony, Jarvis diligently analyzed the DNA samples. The results arrived swiftly, prompting Jarvis to relay the information with a detached tone. Sir, I have completed the DNA analysis. Pietro Maximoff is indeed the biological son of Eric Lensher, also known as Magneto. The revelation hung heavy in the air, and Tony was momentarily stunned into silence. It was a truth he hadn't expected, and the implications were staggering. Peter broke the silence with a question that was lingering in his mind. Jarvis, do we have any information on their mother? Who is she? Jarvis responded promptly. I regret to inform you that I could not find any data regarding the identity of their mother in government or corporate databases. However, I have information on her ethnicity. She appears to be of Romani descent. Peter furrowed his brows, pondering this newfound knowledge. So, their mother was a Romani woman. That's something at least. But it doesn't tell us much about her. Is she a normal human, Jarvis? Jarvis replied, based on the available data, there is no indication that she possessed any metahuman abilities. It is likely that she was a normal human. Tony, who had been deep in thought, finally broke his silence. Peter, what do we do now? Do we tell Eric? Peter nodded, his expression resolute. Yeah, I'll handle it though. You should probably stay out of this one. After all, his kids hate your guts with a fiery passion. Tony sighed, his gaze fixed on the ground. You're right, I'll leave this drama in your capable hands. It's probably best if I'm not directly involved in this. Peter placed a reassuring hand on Tony's shoulder, offering a faint smile. Don't worry, Tony. I'll handle it. And maybe, just maybe, we can figure out a way to make it right with his kids. After all, you've already done a lot to make up for your past. They can't stay mad at you forever. Tony managed a small, sad smile in return, appreciating Peter's optimism. I hope so. With their course of action decided, Peter turned to leave, heading toward the door. As his figure disappeared into the hallway, Tony remained in his workshop, lost in his thoughts. He couldn't help but regret every weapon he sold as well as every penny that he made off of the deaths of others. If only he realized his mistake and made the Iron Man suit earlier. Who knows how many people would be alive and well. In the heart of the Avengers Tower, Peter sat behind his desk, his office illuminated by the soft glow of the city lights filtering through the windows. He had called for a meeting with a fellow Avengers councilman, someone who had a significant role in the unfolding drama. Peter's fingers drummed on the polished surface of his desk, his thoughts a whirlwind of anticipation. Moments later, the heavy door to his office swung open, and Eric Lenscher, better known as Magneto, entered with the regal demeanor that often accompanied him. He acknowledged Peter with a nod as he took a seat across from him, his magnetic aura subtly palpable in the room. "So, can you finally explain why I'm here?" Magneto inquired, his tone laced with curiosity and a hint of annoyance. "I don't understand why you couldn't just tell me over the phone. After all, I'm a very busy man these days. You have no idea how many metahuman experimentation facilities have been popping up lately. 2 in the past month and 8 in the past year. Let's not forget that I practically run the Avengers, so, sooner or later, each of your reports finds its way to my desk. But that's not why I called you here." Peter cleared his throat, his expression serious. "Eric, there's something I need to discuss with you. It's important." Magneto regarded him with a raised eyebrow, his helmeted visage betraying no emotion. "Go on." Peter leaned forward, taking a deep breath before he began. "We recently conducted a DNA test on 2 individuals, and the results, well, they were positive. Eric, they are your children." The revelation hung in the air like a charged silence. For a moment, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. Magneto's normally stoic exterior wavered, and his helmeted head tilted slightly as if processing the information. "You must be mistaken," he finally uttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "I don't have any children." Peter was quick to respond, his tone earnest. "Eric, we're more than certain. The DNA test was conclusive. They are your children. I can show you the test if you want." The shock on Magneto's face was palpable, his eyes widening beneath the metallic facade. And it was a reaction that Peter had hoped for. After all, if he wasn't surprised, then it would be extremely likely that he knowingly abandoned his children. But thankfully, that didn't seem to be the case. He seemed pretty confused and shocked by the whole situation, and there was no trace of recognition in his eyes. Peter continued, "I think you can see now why I wanted to tell you this in person. It's not exactly news you give someone over the phone." "Where are they?" Magneto asked, his voice almost trembling with anticipation. "Where are my children?" Peter leaned back in his chair, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "You've probably met them before, Eric. They're both students at Xavier's school." The revelation brought a smug yet proud smile to Magneto's face. He had always been a staunch advocate for mutants, or rather metahumans as they're called these days, and the fact that his own children carried the X gene filled him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Who are they?" Magneto asks, dying to know which powers his children received. "Wanda and Pietro Maximoff," Peter reveals. A mixture of emotions played across Magneto's face, his helmet concealing the full extent of his reaction. He was shocked, but beneath that, Peter detected a sense of pride. After all, Pietro was without a doubt one of the strongest metahumans in Xavier's school, and although Wanda's powers were uncontrollable at the moment, they were most definitely powerful. She might even be stronger than her brother. "Of course," Magneto mused, nodding. "I remember them now. Wanda with her odd powers and Pietro, the speedster. They've inherited more from me than I could have possibly hoped for." Peter nodded in agreement, his eyes meeting Magneto's. "Yes, they're both incredibly powerful, but does their last name ring any bells? After all, they probably got it from their mother, and well, you knocked her up. If it helps, Jarvis said she was of Romani descent." Magneto though for a moment before ultimately shaking negatively. "I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I was quite the ladies' man back in the day. I'm afraid it'll take more than that to jog my memory." Peter let out a sigh. "All right, I'll ask the twins later. Maybe one of them will remember something about their mother that can help." Magneto's gaze hardened with determination as he looked at Peter. "I want to meet with them. I want to be a part of their lives." Peter smiled, relieved that the conversation was taking a positive turn. That's the plan, Eric. We'll arrange a meeting, and you can reveal it to them. They don't know either, so I'm sure they'll be surprised to learn they have a father. Magneto nodded in understanding, his gaze distant for a moment as he contemplated the future. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. You've given me a second chance I never knew I could have. Peter shrugged as he relaxed into his chair. No problem. It's what I do. The sun cast a warm, golden hue over the peaceful grounds of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters the day after Peter's meeting with Magneto. In the tranquil garden, Peter stood at a discreet distance, hidden from view by the lush foliage of a carefully tended hedge. He watched intently as Magneto, a powerful figure in the world of metahumans, sat across from two familiar teenagers, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Wanda and Pietro were both a picture of youthful vitality and apprehension, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and unease. They couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as they wondered why Magneto, a figure they had only seen in passing and heard of in whispers and stories, had called them to talk. Magneto's presence alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of most people. His reputation as a formidable general of the X-Men was well known in the metahuman community. To the twins, he was an enigmatic figure, a powerful force to be reckoned with. Sitting at a table in the garden, Magneto clasped his gloved hands together, his piercing eyes locked onto his two children. He could sense their trepidation, their uncertainty about the purpose of this meeting. I'm sure you're both wondering why I asked to speak with you today, Magneto began, his deep voice carrying a power that couldn't be ignored. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a wary glance but remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Magneto leaned forward slightly, his gaze unwavering. There are things about your past that you deserve to know, things that I only just learned yesterday. Wanda's brow furrowed as she exchanged another glance with her brother. She didn't know where this was going, and only hoped that they weren't in trouble. Magneto paused for a moment, as if searching for the right words. His fingers drummed softly on the wooden table, creating an almost hypnotic rhythm. I should have been there for you both. I should have protected you. But it seems fate didn't allow that. Pietro's eyes narrowed in suspicion. What are you talking about? Magneto took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to reveal. Wanda, Pietro, I am your father. The words hung in the air, heavy with significance. Time seemed to slow as Wanda and Pietro processed the shocking revelation. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they exchanged stunned glances, unable to speak. While watching from his hiding spot, Peter couldn't help but think, in a weird way, this kinda reminds me of Star Wars. Luke, I am your father. A few days after the revelation that their father was Magneto, Peter decided to pay a visit to the Maximoff twins. Well, he mainly needed to speak with Wanda. He wanted to do this earlier, but he decided to give the newly formed family some space. After all, it's a big shock to learn that you have a father, especially when that father is a man like Magneto. But after asking the all-important questions, like where the hell have you been all our lives and other hard-hitting queries, the small family seemed to be getting along rather nicely. Of course, that didn't mean they were a perfect family. Magneto was still Magneto. He wasn't the best father figure. But Peter hoped in time he would learn. As for the twins, Pietro wasn't very happy with his father's excuses, and Wanda was rather guarded toward him, but they were all at least trying. Dressed in his iconic Spider-Man suit, Peter stepped out of a portal leading to the X-Mansion. Maneuvering his way through the building, he did his best to avoid getting swarmed by young fans before finding Wanda's room. With a few taps on the door, he waited for someone to answer. Inside the room, the twins were going about their day. Pietro was engrossed in a video game, while Wanda was experimenting with her powers, trying to control the swirling red energy that had caused chaos more than once. Hearing a knock at the door, Pietro hopped up to answer it. What? He was shocked to find Peter on the other side of the door. After all, it's not every day that Spider-Man comes to say hello. Yo, Peter gave him and Wanda a wave. Wanda rushed to the door and pushed Pietro aside, her expression a mix of curiosity and gratitude. Spider-Man, what brings you here? Peter smiled under his mask, nodding at her. Hey, Wanda. Mind if I come in for a chat? Pietro eyed Spider-Man warily. He was protective of Wanda and didn't appreciate unexpected visitors, especially someone like Spider-Man, whom he knew little about. Why are you here? Peter read Pietro like an open book and let out a small chuckle. Just a friendly chat. He could easily see that Pietro thought he was here to pursue his sister and possibly even ask her out on a date. Meh, let him think what he wants. It's more amusing that way. Pietro still seemed unsure, but his sister shoved him aside, inviting Leader into the room. Quit standing in the way like an idiot. She chided her brother before turning back to Peter. a smile returning to her face. Thanks for your help, by the way. I never had a chance to thank you for what you did for us. Peter shrugged off her thanks, his voice laced with modesty. No problem. I just did what I do. I'm Spider-Man, after all. As Peter and Wanda engaged in small talk, Pietro, still feeling uneasy about the situation, was about to close the door when Spider-Man stopped him. Actually, Pietro, could you do me a favor and give us a little privacy? There's something I need to discuss with your sister. Pietro raised an eyebrow, uncertain about the request. He glanced between Peter and Wanda, feeling absolute dread. Is this when his sister would get a boyfriend? He knew this day would come, yet he hoped it wouldn't. Seeing her brother standing around like an idiot again, Wanda walks over and pushes him out the door, and without missing a step, she slammed the door in his face, leaving only Spider-Man and Wanda. With the door closed, Wanda turned to Peter, her curiosity piqued. So, what did you want to talk about? Peter leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. Well, I've seen your powers, and I've noticed something interesting. Your abilities seem to be more centered in the magical realm. Wanda blinked in surprise. Magic? But magic doesn't exist. Right? Peter nodded. It does, and your powers seem to be related to chaos in some way. They're extremely potent and unpredictable, which is why it's crucial for you to learn how to harness them properly. Wanda absorbed this information, her eyes wide with realization. So, you're saying I can learn magic? Peter grinned beneath his mask. Exactly. I can point you in the right direction and introduce you to someone who can help you tap into your magical potential. It won't be easy, but with your determination, you can master your powers. Wanda's face lit up with hope and excitement. Thank you, Spider-Man. This means a lot to me. Peter stood up and shook his head. No need to thank me. I'd teach you myself, but I just don't have the time. Wanda nodded her head but soon froze. Right, wait. You know magic? Peter nodded. Yeah, how else can I do this? He waved his hand, conjuring a portal with a swirl of magical energy. He took a step towards it, glancing back at Wanda. Ready to start learning magic? Wanda, who had only seen Peter open portals on TV or from afar, hesitated for a moment, awe and a hint of fear in her eyes. She nodded, her voice filled with determination. Lead the way. Peter smiled reassuringly and stepped through the portal. He turned back to Wanda and gestured for her to follow. Come on, Wanda. I'll introduce you to your new teacher. As Wanda stepped through the portal, her surroundings changed dramatically. Gone was the X-Mansion, replaced by a mesmerizing landscape of Asian architecture. Whoa! She found herself at the edge of a tranquil courtyard where a group of individuals dressed as monks were practicing a set of martial arts movements. But that wasn't what initially caught her eye. As they moved, Wanda noticed their hands glowing in a golden light, which reminded her of Peter's portal. Their serene concentration captivated her, and she watched in awe as they molded the energy into various forms. Wide-eyed and amazed, Wanda couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" Peter turned to her, his masked face reflecting a sense of familiarity with this place. "Welcome to Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He spoke jokingly, but Wanda almost believed him. Nah, I'm kidding. This is Camartage. Confusion clouded Wanda's face. Camar what? Peter chuckled softly, his voice resonating with a hint of amusement. Camartage. It's the home and training grounds of the Masters of the Mystic Arts, located in Kathmandu, Nepal. In simpler terms, it's a magic school. Hence the Hogwarts joke. Wanda's eyes widened with realization. But less British and more Asian? Peter nodded with a grin. You could say that, but the Masters of Camartage don't just teach magic. They protect our world from threats from other dimensions and step in for worldly or universal threats if they're needed. But that's rare. As they continued to observe the courtyard, Peter guided Wanda through a grand entrance into the heart of Camartage. Passing through ornate corridors adorned with ancient tapestries, they reached a majestic chamber. There, seated in meditation, was the revered Ancient One. With the grace of someone who had walked these halls many times before, Peter approached the Ancient One and waved. Yo, I brought you a replacement student. Since your old one pretty much graduated, I thought you might want to take up another disciple. The Ancient One quickly realized that Peter was taking about himself. I see. Introduce me to your guest. Peter has two identities in Camartage. Spider-Man, who is known to be a normal student, and Peter Parker, who is practically the place's young master, thanks to his connection to the Ancient One. Of course, he had to be careful how he spoke with others around, or else someone will realize that they're one and the same. Stepping back, Peter gestured for Wanda to come forward. She approached the Ancient One with a mixture of awe and trepidation, her heart pounding as she felt the weight of the moment. Ancient One, this is Wanda Maximoff. She possesses unique abilities, and I believe she could benefit greatly from your guidance." The Ancient One studied Wanda with a keen and knowing gaze. Her eyes seemed to penetrate not just Wanda's outer facade but her very soul. It was as if she could sense the chaotic energy that flowed within her. Wanda's heart raced as the Ancient One's scrutiny continued. "You possess the gift of chaos magic," the Ancient One finally spoke, her voice carrying an otherworldly wisdom that sent shivers down Wanda's spine. Wanda was shocked that the Ancient One could figure that out with just a simple glance. Of course, Peter figured it out as well, but at least he saw her powers in action beforehand. Peter nodded in agreement with the Ancient One's assessment. "That's why I thought it best that you take her under your wing. Her power is immense, and there's no room for mistakes in her training." The Ancient One regarded Wanda with a warm, understanding smile. "Wanda, would you like to learn the ways of magic from me?" Wanda was momentarily at a loss for words. She clumsily bowed, a gesture of respect and acceptance. "Yes, Ancient One. I would be honored to become your student." The Ancient One's smile widened, and she rose gracefully from her meditation cushion. "Very well, then. I will prepare a room for you to stay during your training." Peter, ever the considerate friend, spoke up on Wanda's behalf. "Actually, Wanda's brother is back at Xavier's school. She might want to return there after her lessons." The Ancient One nodded in agreement. "Of course we can arrange that. Wanda, you may return to your brother when you wish. Your training here can be tailored to your needs." She turned to glance at Peter. "My last student had similar needs." Relief washed over Wanda as she realized she wouldn't have to abandon her brother while pursuing her magical education. She thanked the Ancient One, her heart filled with gratitude for this newfound opportunity. As they prepared to depart, Wanda couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and uncertainty about her future as a student of Camartage. With the Ancient One's wisdom, she was poised to unlock the true potential of her chaos magic and become a force to be reckoned with. A week had passed since Peter left Wanda in the capable hands of the Ancient One and Camartage. He had watched as she embarked on her journey to harness her chaotic magic, a journey that could potentially prevent her from becoming the dangerous Scarlet which he knew she had the potential to be. Thankfully, the responsibility of shaping her into a good witch was now firmly on the Ancient One's shoulders. Peter was sprawled on his couch, engrossed in an oddly captivating reality TV show about sisters who each weighed 800 pounds. It was a strange form of entertainment, but it managed to was a great way to pass the time while he lazed around the house. Beside him, his daughter Lily giggled at the absurdity on the screen. Her innocent laughter brought a smile to Peter's face, reminding him of the simple joys in life. Lily is one of the main reasons why he's decided to offload as much work onto others as humanly possible. He just wants to spend more time with her and the rest of his family, and live as a lazy bum. As they watched TV, Peter couldn't help but multitask. He picked up his phone, scrolling through information about his parents. Their tragic deaths in a plane crash had piqued his interest, and he had begun to wonder if there was more to the story. Ned and MJ's curiosity had ignited his own, leading him to ask Jarvis to dig up information on the crash and his parents' background. A week of investigation had yielded little more than the official crash report, which indicated that it had indeed been a tragic accident. At least, as far as the investigators could tell, there were no signs of foul play or conspiracy. Peter sighed, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. Perhaps some mysteries were better left unsolved. As he flipped through his phone, Lily, not one to stay idle for long, picked up the remote and began flipping through the TV channels. It was a typical evening in their household until, suddenly, Peter heard something that instantly piqued his interest. As she flipped through the channels, Peter heard a man ranting. "I told you it's real. This isn't some Atlantis or El Dorado conspiracy theory. I have proof that there's an advanced city hidden in Africa. My satellite dash." As Peter looked up to watch, Lily continued flipping through the channels absent-mindedly. She didn't care for the news, so she didn't even bother listening. "Wait, give me that." Peter snatches the remote from her. "Hey!" Lily exclaimed in annoyance. "You said I get to pick what we watch." Ignoring his daughter for a moment, Peter switched back to the news, instantly confirming his suspicion. "I told them this would happen." On the news, a passionate man was fervently discussing a hidden nation in Africa. His satellite images, which were displayed for all to see, showed a city of unparalleled technological advancement. It was the true Wakanda, a stark contrast to the facade the world had been shown. It was only a matter of time before they find out that this is Wakanda. Peter let out a sigh as everything was revealed before the general public. He had warned both Chaka and Chala that this day might come, that someone would discover the real Wakanda hidden beneath the illusion. Now, that day had arrived. Seconds later, Peter's phone rang with an incoming call, and Chaka's name flashed on the screen. Peter answered the call, his tone a mix of concern and smugness. "I told you so," he declared before Chaka could even speak. There was a heavy sigh on the other end of the line, followed by Chaka's deep, measured voice. "Yes, you were right. The time has come, and Wakanda's secrecy is no more. We need to act quickly before things get out of hand." Peter nodded, though Chaka couldn't see him. "I know. Does Chala know?" Chaka's tone grew more solemn. "Not yet, but he'll know soon enough." Peter leaned back on the couch, his thoughts racing. The responsibilities he had tried to shed were returning, but this time, it was a duty he couldn't ignore. He painstakingly fostered a connection to Wakanda, a nation that didn't do connections, and he knew he had to stand by them now more than ever, as it would cement their friendship even further. "All right," Peter spoke after a moment of thought. "Meet me at the tower. I'll call a press conference. We better get on top of this before anyone can muddy the waters. I'm already on my way." As he ended the call, Peter turned to Lily, who was giving him an expectant look. "Can I come?" Lily asks as she gave him her best puppy dog eyes. Smiling at his daughter's manipulative ways, Peter nods his head. "Sure, but we're going as Spider-Man and Spider-Girl, so remember not to reveal our identities." Lily jumped out of her seat in excitement as her spider suit appeared, instantly switching out with her old clothes. "Yes, let's go." The Avengers Tower buzzed with activity as Peter and Lily, both clad in their spider suits to conceal their identities, arrived for the press conference. The weight of the impending revelation about Wakanda hung heavy in the air. Peter had made arrangements to meet with Chaka before facing the media onslaught, and Lily followed closely behind her father. As they approached Chaka, Peter could see the worry etched on the former king's face, his features marred by the stress of the situation. Peter knew that Chaka was well aware of the consequences of revealing Wakanda's true nature to the world. "Yo," Peter greeted with his usual wave. Chaka nodded in response, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the moment. "This is a precarious situation. I fear the repercussions of our revelation." Peter's concern mirrored Chaka's, though he wasn't nearly as stressed about it. "Have you been able to contact Chala?" Peter inquired, knowing that they would need his help. Chaka nodded once more, his expression filled with resolve. "Yes, Chala is aware, and he stands ready to help. He hopes that the Avengers and I can lay the groundwork for him." Peter agreed with a nod. "Good. We'll do our best to handle this situation delicately. But before we go out, contact Chala again. I have a plan that might help set the right tone." Chaka gave a brief but appreciative smile before reaching for his phone to make the call. Peter knew that the involvement of the Black Panther and the nation of Wakanda was crucial in navigating the aftermath. Once the call was made and Chala was informed of the plan, Peter, Lily, and Chaka stepped out onto the stage of the packed conference room. Cameras flashed, and reporters eagerly awaited their announcement. Anytime the Avengers called a press conference, the world paid attention. Peter took the podium, his voice projecting with authority as he addressed the assembled press. "Hello again, thank you for gathering here today. We have some news that the Avengers have been aware of for a while, but is now reaching the rest of the world." A murmur rippled through the crowd as reporters exchanged curious glances. Speculation ran wild, but the hidden civilization in Africa wasn't on anyone's mind. It was still considered by many to be nothing more than a conspiracy theory. Peter continued, his tone measured and deliberate. "To provide you with more details, I'd like to introduce a special guest. Please welcome the former king of Wakanda and newest member of the Avengers Council, Chaka." Chaka stepped forward and took Peter's place at the podium, his presence commanding attention. He looked out at the crowd, his gaze unwavering as he began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great solemnity that I confirm the truth. The news of a hidden city in Africa is not a fabrication. It is real, and that city is the nation of Wakanda. The true Wakanda." A hushed silence fell over the room as Chaka's words sank in. Reporters and cameramen alike were stunned by the revelation. The world had been introduced to the idea of Wakanda, but it was always portrayed as a poor and tiny country. Now, the truth had been unveiled. Peter knew that the visual impact would be just as crucial as Chaka's words. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a large, shimmering portal behind Chaka. Through it, everyone in the conference room, as well as those watching remotely, could see the grandeur of the Wakandan palace and the city sprawled out around it. On the palace balcony stood Chaka, regal and composed, flanked by his mother and sister. Behind them, the Dora Milaje guards stood in stoic formation. The Wakandan architecture, a breathtaking fusion of tradition and advanced technology, left the audience in awe. As the crowd and the world at large witnessed this astonishing sight, the impact of the revelation hit home. Wakanda was real, and it was unlike anything they had ever imagined. The world watched in astonishment, and questions swirled in their minds about the hidden wonders of this enigmatic nation. And only seconds after the portal appeared, the reporters in the crowd went into a frenzy. Chaka, how long has Wakanda been in hiding? How man people really live in Wakanda? How rich is Wakanda? Has Wakanda ever taken funds under the guise of being a poor nation? How long have you been lying to the world? There didn't seem to be any end to the reporters' questions. The press conference had stirred up a whirlwind of questions and speculations, which would no doubt last for months to come. Once it was over, Peter, Lily, and Chaka returned to Wakanda through a shimmering portal, leaving behind the buzzing excitement of the media frenzy. As they stepped onto the palace grounds, the royal family and the rest of the tribal council awaited them. Chala's expression was a mix of concern and determination. He understood the magnitude of the situation and what it meant for Wakanda's future. The council members, each representing a different tribe, looked equally serious and a bit dreadful as they gathered for an emergency meeting. Peter took his place among the group, flanked by Chaka and Chala. Some tribes didn't look kindly on his presence, but sadly for them, he's their only link to the outside world. They may not like it, but they need him now more than ever. Lily, not one to sit quietly, found herself fidgeting in place. She wanted to tag along, but meetings like this weren't exactly her idea of fun. As the discussion was about to unfold, Peter noticed Lily's restlessness. He leaned over and whispered, "Hey, how about I find you someone to play with?" Lily's eyes lit up at the prospect of escaping the dull meeting. "Yes, please." Peter turned to Chaka. "Chaka, if you don't mind, can we arrange a play date? I'm sure Shuri doesn't want to sit through this boring meeting either." Chaka nodded with a knowing smile. "Of course, Shuri will be delighted." Shuri was, in fact, not delighted. She wanted to stay and hear about the big event. After all, this is a grand and crazy occasion. Wakanda has been hiding for a very long time, and now everyone knows about them. She wanted to refuse, but a pointed look from her parents stopped any and all of her complaints. With that, Peter and Chaka returned to business, as their two daughters left the room, closing the door on their way out. Lily quietly followed Shuri through the palace before finding herself in a high-tech laboratory that seemed straight out of a science fiction movie. As the doors closed behind them, Shuri turned to Lily. "So, what do you want to do?" Lily shrugged her shoulders and peered around the room, her curiosity piqued by the futuristic surroundings. Whatever you want to do. Is this your brother's lab or something?" Shuri chuckled. "No, it's mine. My brother wouldn't know his way around this place. He'd either blow himself up or burn the place down." Lily, being exceptionally quick on the uptake, took a quick glance at Shuri's workbench. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Is that a vibranium polymer fabric? Does it improve energy absorption and kinetic redistribution?" Shuri blinked in surprise. "Yes, it is. How did you know that?" Lily grinned beneath her mask. "My dad has vibranium at home. He lets me study it in my spare time. Vibranium technology is fascinating." Seeing that Lily seemed to understand her work, Shuri was about to explain the details of her many other inventions that laid around the room, but Lily, in her typical fashion, cut in with descriptive explanations that were not only accurate but also more comprehensive. Shuri blinked in shock, realizing that she might have met her technological match. Lily seemed to understand everything with just a simple glance. However, instead of feeling threatened, Shuri felt a sense of camaraderie. Most children her age couldn't relate to her passion for science and technology. She was often isolated from other friend groups. After all, not only is she a princess but also a genius. The other children just couldn't understand her, and she didn't care to dumb herself down either. And now, here was someone who not only understood but could keep up with her. With newfound enthusiasm, Shuri decided to forge a friendship. "You really know your stuff. Want to help me with something?" Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sure, I'd love to." As the two girls delved into a project together, Shuri couldn't help but pester Lily with personal questions. "So, where are you from? Do you go to school? Do you have any siblings? What's your real name? I can't keep calling you Spider-Girl." Lily, aware of her father's strict instructions not to reveal her identity or origin, gave evasive answers. "I can't really say much about that. My dad told me to be careful." Shuri huffed in annoyance. "How are we going to be friends if I don't even know anything about you?" Lily thought for a moment and then smiled beneath her mask. "Well, maybe someday I can reveal myself. But for now, you'll have to settle for just Spider-Girl." Shuri sighed in frustration but decided to let it go for the time being. She had found a kindred spirit in Lily, and that was more important than knowing her identity. Hours passed, and Peter and Chaka finally finished their meeting. They made their way over to Shuri's lab, where they found the two girls deeply engrossed in a holographic display of their joint project. Sparks flew, and a miniature vibranium device levitated in the air, a testament to their combined genius. Chaka couldn't help but smile at the sight of his daughter smiling and bonding with a new friend. He whispered to Peter, "It seems our children have a lot in common." Peter nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's not interrupt their fun." As the girls continued their scientific collaboration, Peter and Chaka retreated to the background, content in the knowledge that this newfound friendship could be the beginning of something extraordinary. Days later, in the wake of the press conference that unveiled Wakanda's existence to the world, the international stage was set ablaze with intrigue, curiosity, and, in some cases, resentment. The days that followed were a tumultuous whirlwind of events that left Wakanda at the center of global attention. The United Nations, ever eager to maintain international order and transparency, wasted no time in opening an investigation into Wakanda's history of secrecy and deception. The nation that had long stood among them, posing as a small developing African country, now faced scrutiny like never before. Wakanda, led by King T'Challa and the Tribal Council, displayed a willingness to cooperate with the investigation. They took unprecedented steps to demonstrate their sincerity, even allowing UN investigators limited access to their hidden nation. However, this access was granted under strict supervision, ensuring that spies and other bad actors couldn't come to their country and do as they please. But it wasn't just the United Nations that sought answers. Many countries, driven by curiosity, envy, or a desire for knowledge, attempted to gather information on Wakanda through various means. Some went as far as sending drones equipped with advanced surveillance technology to breach Wakanda's borders. To their dismay, these drones would never return. Instead, they crashed into the invisible barrier that shielded Wakanda from the outside world. It was a clear message that the nation's secrets were not to be easily uncovered. As the global spotlight shifted onto Wakanda, the revelation of its true nature had a profound impact, especially within the African communities. Africans across the world were both awestruck and deeply moved by the knowledge that the most powerful and technologically advanced nation in the world was of African origin. For many, it was a source of pride and inspiration, a testament to what could be achieved. The idea of a hidden African utopia, untouched by colonization and the scars of history, ignited hope for a brighter future. The allure of Wakanda was so powerful that some individuals, overwhelmed by the desire to be a part of it, attempted to sneak into the nation. However, Wakanda's security was second to none. The nation's borders remained impenetrable, thwarting any attempts at unauthorized entry. While some expressed frustration, others understood the need for Wakanda to protect its most valuable asset. But not everyone within the African community shared the same sentiment. Some criticized Wakanda for its centuries of isolation, particularly during the painful era of the transatlantic slave trade. They argued that Wakanda, with its advanced technology and resources, had the power to intervene and prevent the suffering of millions. In response, Wakanda took a nuanced approach, inspired by Peter's advice. The nation acknowledged its past inaction while focusing on addressing present and future challenges. They began sharing knowledge, resources, and technology with the outside world, particularly with African nations and communities. Wakanda initiated programs aimed at improving education, healthcare, and infrastructure in Africa, lifting up those who had long been marginalized. They offered opportunities for fellow Africans to study and work in Wakanda, with the goal of fostering collaboration and mutual growth. Most notably, Wakanda opened a path to Wakandan citizenship, albeit under stringent conditions. Applicants had to demonstrate a strong connection to Africa and a commitment to the nation's values. The restrictions were substantial, but the opportunity to become a Wakandan citizen was an unprecedented gesture of openness. To bridge the gap between Wakanda and the rest of the world, the nation also decided to welcome small groups of influential tourists. These carefully curated visits allowed outsiders to experience Wakanda's culture, technology, and natural beauty. It was a calculated move to change the world's perception of Wakanda, hoping that these influencers would return home with nothing but positive stories to share, posting about their experiences on YouTube, Twitter, and other platforms. As the days passed, Wakanda continued to adapt to its new role on the global stage. The world watched closely, eager to see how this enigmatic nation would shape the future. And in the midst of challenges, criticisms, and newfound opportunities, Wakanda's leadership couldn't help but thank Peter for his help. Even the more xenophobic tribal leaders were thankful. After all, Peter understood the outside world and gave them a perfect game plan, which seemed to be doing wonders for their situation. In the depths of the ocean, where the shimmering city of Talokan lay hidden beneath the waves, King Sicha To Almahan, known to many as Namor, ruled with authority and wisdom. As a Talacanal mutant, he bore the weight of centuries on his shoulders, his longevity a testament to his strength and resilience. Insert picture of Namor/the Submariner here. Namor holds a commanding presence that reflects his royal lineage. His distinctive appearance is marked by short, jet-black hair that frames a strong and chiseled face. His tan skin was an oddity for a man who spent most of his life under the sea, away from the rays of the surface's sun. And his pointed ears were certainly eye-catching. Namor's physique is a blend of strength and grace, characterized by a lean yet muscular build. His body is honed by a lifetime of swimming through the deepest reaches of the sea. But it is his choice of adornment that truly sets him apart. Namor is often seen bedecked in an array of exquisite jewelry, each piece a symbol of his status and authority. These ornate jewels, often crafted from precious marine materials, serve as a testament to his royal lineage and the splendor of the ocean realm he rules. With every gesture and every step, Namor exudes an air of regality and power, a sovereign of the sea whose presence commands respect and reverence. Namor's throne room, adorned with intricate coral and luminescent aquatic flora, was a place of power and command. The throne itself, fashioned from a massive seashell, sat imposingly at the center. He gazed out through the enormous, curving windows that offered a breathtaking view of the underwater realm he had sworn to protect. On this day, as he contemplated the usual politic problems, a messenger, bedecked in ornate seashell-styled armor, entered the throne room. Bowing low before the king, the messenger delivered grave news. "Your Majesty," the messenger began, "I bring news from the surface. It is said that the true nation of Wakanda has been discovered by the surface dwellers." Namor's eyes, resembling those of a predatory sea creature, glinted with intrigue. The revelation of another hidden kingdom was not something he took lightly. He rose from his throne, his regal bearing matched only by his deep concern. "Wakanda," Namor murmured, the name carrying weight and significance even in the depths of the ocean. "A nation with secrets akin to our own. How have they responded to this revelation?" The messenger cleared his throat before answering. They seemed to be trying to ally themselves with the rest of the surface dwellers. "They're sharing some technology as well." Namor's brows furrowed in thought. Wakanda's decision to engage with the surface world, even if cautiously, was a matter of great importance. He knew that this could threaten their kingdom. If the surface allies with Wakanda, then it won't take them long to find out about them. Whether Wakanda reveals it or not, it didn't matter. The technology would do that for them. With a determined glint in his eyes, Namor spoke with authority. "Prepare my royal vessel. I shall make a journey to Wakanda." The messenger, recognizing the gravity of the situation, bowed deeply. "As you command, Your Majesty. Shall I inform the council of your decision?" Namor nodded. "Yes, assemble the council. I shall speak with them before departing." As the messenger left to carry out his orders, Namor continued to gaze out at the vast expanse of the ocean, his thoughts racing like the currents that surrounded him. In the heart of Wakanda, nestled amidst the lush jungle and towering mountains, the Jabari tribe stormed out of their secluded realm. The air was thick with tension as M'Baku, the formidable leader of the Jabari, stood before T'Challa, the Black Panther and king of Wakanda. The Jabari tribe had always been known for their isolationist stance, shunning the use of vibranium and living in the sacred mountains, where they worshipped the gorilla god Hanuman. M'Baku's powerful voice resonated through the grand chamber of the royal palace as he chastised T'Challa. "You have not been king for even a full year, and yet you have allowed the greatest secret of Wakanda to be revealed to the world. Our hidden kingdom is no longer hidden, thanks to your actions." T'Challa, wearing his Black Panther suit, stood tall, his expression resolute. He knew that the discovery of Wakanda was a sensitive issue, especially for the Jabari. He attempted to defend himself, explaining, "M'Baku, it was not my intention to reveal Wakanda's secrets. The circumstances forced our hand. We had to respond to the global situation." Before T'Challa could elaborate further, the grand doors of the chamber swung open with a resounding thud. Adora Milaje guard, her spear held at the ready, rushed inside. She hurried to T'Challa's side, her voice filled with urgency. "Your Majesty, there's an approaching ship. It bears the markings of Talokan." As she spoke, a holographic projection materialized beside them, displaying the advanced flagship of Talokan, rising gracefully from the sea at the nearest Wakandan coast and heading directly toward the heart of the kingdom. The vessel's sleek, metal design hinted at its advanced vibranium technology. Millennia ago, just like Wakanda, a meteor from outer space containing vibranium crashed into the Atlantic Ocean near the Yucatan. While the vibranium sank to the seafloor, it also affected some of the underwater plant life closer to the surface. In 1571, a Yucatan Mayan tribe found themselves dying due to smallpox introduced by Spanish colonizers. Praying to a Mayan deity, one of the tribesmen was guided towards a vibranium-enriched plant, which the tribe ingested. Waking up with blue skin and gills, they went into the sea to breathe, where their skin colors were restored. With these newfound attributes, they migrated to the Puerto Rico Trench, approximately 12,000 feet deep, leaving their old lives behind to forge anew underwater. Inspired by his mother's stories passed on from his Aztec father, Almahin, Namor, took the name of the Aztec underworld paradise Tlalocan and translated it from Nahuatl into their tongue of Yucatec Mayan as Tlalocan, establishing this as the name of their new underwater nation. The people called themselves Talacano and established Tlalocan on the sea floor where the raw vibranium deposits remained. Shortly after, a small group returned to the surface, only to see a plantation run by a slave master. Setting fire to the property and killing the colonizers, Tlalocan harbored a resentment towards surface dwellers and elected to keep their existence hidden from humanity. Though they couldn't stay hidden from Wakanda, nor could Wakanda stay hidden from Tlalocan. After all, both sides possess similar technology, crafted from the same rare and highly sought-after material, vibranium. It was inevitable that they'd meet, and when they did, both sides were relatively amicable. Though that was all, Wakanda and Tlalocan have always been isolated nations, who kept to themselves. The two nations were similar to acquaintances up until now, which is why their sudden appearance in the surface was odd and slightly troubling. Chala's brow furrowed in puzzlement. The Tlalocan, led by Namor, were even more reclusive than Wakanda, seldom venturing beyond the depths of the ocean. Their sudden approach was a matter of great intrigue and concern. He muttered to himself, "Why would the Tlalocan seek an audience with us? This is highly unusual." M'Baku, who had momentarily set aside his grievances, regarded the holographic image with a mix of curiosity and wariness. "The fishmen have never shown interest in our affairs before." Chala nodded in agreement. "We must prepare for their arrival and ensure a diplomatic reception." As the hologram continued to display the approaching Tlalocan flagship, Chala turned to the Dora Milaje guard. "Alert the council and assemble a diplomatic envoy. We will receive the Tlalocan delegation." The guard saluted and swiftly departed to carry out her orders, leaving the king, M'Baku, and the hologram behind. The tension in the room remained palpable as they pondered the implications of the Tlalocan's unexpected visit. The grand doors of the Wakandan palace rumbled open, revealing the imposing figure of Namor, stepping onto the lush marbled floors of the royal hall. Behind him, a formidable delegation of blue-skinned guards, their spears gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, maintained a disciplined formation. Chala, resplendent in his Black Panther suit, M'Baku, and the rest of the council members awaited their guests, tension palpable in the air. Chala stepped forward, extending a hand in greeting. "Namor, King of Tlalocan, welcome to Wakanda. We are honored by your presence." Namor's piercing green eyes met Chala's gaze as he clasped the Wakandan king's hand firmly. "Chala, the latest Black Panther, it has been a long time since our nations have met on the surface." With the formalities observed, Chala invited Namor and his entourage inside the palace. They proceeded through the resplendent corridors until they reached the throne room, where the ornate Wakandan throne awaited. Chala took a seat in his throne and gestured for Namor to sit, but he remained standing, his posture unwavering. Chala didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Namor, why have you ventured to the surface world? This is a rare occurrence for Tlalocan." Namor's gaze swept over the council members before settling back on Chala. "Surface dwellers have always been a contentious matter for us. I trust them as much as I trust the sharks that circle our kingdom, which is why I was deeply surprised to hear of Wakanda's recent actions." Chala's brow furrowed in concern. "Actions? What are you referring to?" Namor's tone was grave. "The revelation of Wakanda to the world and your apparent attempt to forge alliances with the surface nations. This is not the Wakanda I remember." Chala sighed, his shoulders heavy with the weight of responsibility. "Namor, it was not by our choice that our secrecy was breached. The technology of the outside world has been advancing rapidly, and we were discovered by an advanced satellite. We had no control over the situation, and as far as alliances go, we are in talks with nations that have made strides toward being just and righteous." Namor's eyes narrowed, his voice filled with bitterness. "The outside world. It is not what it used to be in my time. Surface nations being just and righteous. How foolish are you?" Chala nodded, trying to explain. "Yes, Namor, they have. Some countries may still not deserve our friendship, but many of them have taken steps towards becoming responsible global citizens." Namor scoffed, a bitter smile on his lips. "Responsible global citizens? How do you interpret the word responsible, Chala?" Is it responsible to dump their trash into our ocean? Is it responsible to relentlessly burn coal, trash, and fuels, driving the world to the brink of environmental catastrophe? Is it responsible to destroy the forests and jungles of the world, along with the extinction of thousands of animals, including our sea creatures? Chala was taken aback by Namor's vehement accusations. He frowned, searching for words to counter the submariner's passionate arguments. Namor, I understand your concerns, but it's not black and white. We must tread carefully in these matters. Namor leaned in closer, his voice low and intense. Chala, I offer Wakanda a choice. You can either stand by my side, forcefully correcting the surface world's many wrongdoings, or you can align yourselves with the polluters, slavers, rapists, and killers of the world, the surface dwellers. Chala hesitated, his mind grappling with the gravity of Namor's ultimatum. The room fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant echoes of Wakanda's bustling capital outside. Namor's expression grew somber as he backed away from Chala. You have until the end of the week to make your choice, Chala. Choose wisely. With those words, Namor turned on his heel and, without another glance, strode out of the throne room, his contingent of blue-skinned guards following in his wake. They returned to their advanced flagship, which lifted gracefully into the sky and departed, leaving the heart of Wakanda in a state of profound contemplation. Chala watched the Talokan vessel vanish into the horizon, the weight of the world pressing down upon his shoulders. He had a choice to make, and it seemed like both options would lead to nothing but war. As the Talokan flagship disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a pensive Wakanda, a ripple in reality formed in the throne room. A swirling portal materialized, and through it emerged Peter, accompanied by his daughter, Lily. Both wore the spider suits, hiding their identities from the world. Lily, a bright and spirited young girl with a contagious enthusiasm, rushed through the portal with boundless energy. Dad, come on. I can't wait to see Shuri. We're going to make a lightsaber today. Peter followed more cautiously, his spider sense tingling with unease. As he stepped into the palace, he glanced around, taking in the regal surroundings and the tension in the air. Lily, oblivious to the atmosphere, rushed ahead, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Shuri, where are you? I brought my blueprints. As Lily rushed out of the throne room in search of her newest friend, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. All eyes turned to him, and a heavy silence descended. Peter cleared his throat, trying to break the tension. Yo, what's going on? Chala, his expression unreadable, nodded in acknowledgement. It seems you have arrived at a rather sensitive time, my friend. In the Grand Wakandan throne room, Peter stood at the center of a tension-filled meeting. Chala had just finished explaining the unexpected arrival of Namor, the king of Talokan, and his ultimatum. The tribal leaders were both shocked and worried, and Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at the gravity of the situation. Damn, I didn't think the Aztec Atlantis would show up this early, Peter thought as he listened carefully. A/N. Fun fact. Marvel's version of Atlantis came before DC, but they didn't call it Atlantis in the MCU because Aquaman came to theaters before them. So they called it Talokan instead. After Chala's explanation, a few of the tribal leaders exchanged glances, their expressions etched with concern. They didn't trust outsiders easily, and the sudden appearance of Namor had caught them off guard. One of them, a stern-looking elder, eyed Peter as he spoke up. This matter is for Wakandans to decide. The presence of outsiders, even allies, may influence our judgment. Peter raised an eyebrow, recognizing the cautious nature of the Wakandans. He was well aware of their xenophobic history. However, Chala, ever the diplomatic leader, intervened. Spider-Man has proven himself as an ally of Wakanda. He has aided us far more than we could have ever asked for, and his presence here should not be seen as a threat. He is a member of the Avengers alongside my father, and we must consider his perspective. A few council members nodded in agreement, while others remained skeptical. Peter, feeling somewhat out of place but determined to contribute, spoke up. I can leave if my presence causes any discomfort. I don't want to interfere with your deliberations. Chala shook his head, his expression reassuring. No, your presence is valued here. You are an ally, and your insights may prove invaluable in this situation. Peter nodded, realizing that Chala had just offered him a seat among the council. At least for today. It was a significant gesture of trust and respect, and Peter took it gratefully. Seconds later, a group of Dora Milaje guard came forward with a chair, which Peter gratefully took, his posture relaxed yet attentive. As Peter settled in, he couldn't help but notice a couple of tribal leaders who still wore expressions of unease and mistrust. It was clear that not everyone was on board with his involvement, but he was determined to win them over. Suddenly, a sly smirk tugged at the corner of Peter's lips. Hee, everything is going exactly as I planned. By personally assisting Wakanda during its exposure to the world, he had gained a large portion of their trust. So much trust, in fact, that they were willing to allow him access to their council meeting. Now I just need to win over the stubborn fools and Wakanda will be a trusted ally. And trusted allies can be given responsibilities. I'm getting closer and closer to my lazy life dream. Though Peter knew that changing the deeply ingrained attitudes of this secretive nation would take time, but he was patient and persistent. With Peter now seated, the tribal council of Wakanda began to deliberate Namor's ultimatum. Ideas were thrown around, and the council seemed split. Some advocated for forming alliances with the rest of the surface, while others leaned towards siding with Talokan. Of course, the xenophobic isolationists among the council were those that sided with Namor. The leader of the River Tribe stood firmly on one side of the argument. We must consider Namor's perspective. Talokan has been our silent ally for centuries, and their grievances are valid. Aligning with them would secure our borders and protect our way of life. Opposite him, the leader of the border tribe voiced a different opinion. We cannot ignore the progress made on the surface. Many nations have shown a genuine commitment to cooperation with us. It is in our best interest to form alliances with those around us, not to mention the Avengers, who will no doubt side against Talokan. Instantly, all eyes turned to Peter, who had been observing the debate closely. He could sense the deep-rooted divisions within the council, but he remained silent for the time being. He didn't want to push too hard or appear overbearing. He knew that earning their trust was a delicate process, and he needed to tread carefully. T'Challa, sensing the mounting tension and the need for a direction, finally spoke up. We have some time before Namor's deadline. Let's explore all possible avenues. After all, I would much rather avoid choosing sides altogether. Baku, the leader of the mountain tribe, who never attended such meetings, leaned forward, his eyes locked on T'Challa. And how do you plan to do that, T'Challa? Namor has made his demands clear. T'Challa didn't have an answer for him, though he hoped someone else would. Instantly, his gaze shifted to Peter, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Spider-Man, you have shown great wisdom and resourcefulness in solving many of our problems. Do you have any insights? Peter paused for a moment, considering his words carefully. I suggest that we initiate diplomatic talks with the United Nations. Many of the issues Namor mentioned, such as pollution and environmental degradation, can be addressed through international agreements and cooperation. If we can convince the surface world to fix these issues, then Namor's reasons for war may lose their foundation. A tribal leader, her expression thoughtful, raised a concern. What if Namor remains adamant and chooses to wage war despite diplomatic efforts? Peter's eyes swept over the council members, his voice firm. In that case, the Avengers will step in to neutralize the threat. Wakanda won't have to raise a finger. Our combined strength can handle any threat, and we'll ensure that peace is preserved. The room fell into a contemplative silence as the council members absorbed Peter's proposal. It was a plan that held the promise of avoiding bloodshed while addressing the concerns raised by Namor, which they certainly liked. T'Challa nodded in agreement, breaking the silence. Let us consider this approach seriously. We will convene with the United Nations and seek a peaceful resolution. Namor's ultimatum need not lead to war if we can find common ground. Peter stood from his seat and whipped out his phone. Good, I'll call the president and have him assist you in arranging everything as quickly as possible. Namor, the king of Talokan, returned to his undersea kingdom after his visit to Wakanda. As he descended beneath the waves, he could feel the familiar embrace of the ocean welcoming him home. His people, the Talakano, awaited his return with eager anticipation. As Namor emerged from the water's surface and walked onto the underwater shores of Talokan, his subjects greeted him with jubilant cheers. They swam around him, their blue-skinned forms gliding gracefully through the water, celebrating the return of their king. Namor acknowledged their cheers with a regal nod, his piercing green eyes scanning the crowd. He was a formidable and imposing figure, and his presence commanded respect among his people. He knew that the decision he had made in Wakanda would weigh heavily on their hearts. After all, war wasn't something normal people could look forward to. After a brief moment of revelry, Namor signaled for his generals to gather. The word had to be spread, and preparations had to be made. He summoned them to the Grand Chamber of Talokan, a massive underwater palace adorned with intricate carvings and glowing coral formations. The generals, a collection of fierce warriors and strategists, arrived promptly. They kneeled before their king, their loyalty unwavering. Namor wasted no time in delivering his decree. In 1 week's time, we shall wage war on the surface world. A collective murmur of approval and determination rippled through the assembled generals. They had long prepared for this day, honing their skills and readying their armies for the inevitable clash with the surface dwellers. As the generals took their leave, Namor's gaze shifted to the colossal window that overlooked the kingdom of Talokan. Beyond the glass, the sprawling city of blue-skinned inhabitants bustled with activity. Already, he could see military men and women rushing through the city, preparing for what's to come. His army was eager to defend their way of life, their sanctuary beneath the sea. As he watched the bustling activity of his kingdom, Namor couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity settle over him. He had made his decision, and there was no turning back. Talokan would go to war to protect its interests, and the surface world would soon bear witness to the wrath of the Submariner. The army personnel, in their distinct armor and carrying spears, each formed from vibranium, began to gather in formations, preparing for the impending conflict. They moved with a sense of purpose, each soldier knowing the weight of their duty to Talokan. Namor observed his army from above, perched on a coral outcropping that offered a commanding view of his kingdom. His expression was resolute, his thoughts consumed by the upcoming war. Wakanda had been put on notice, and Namor only had to wait for their reply. But either way, his army would march to the surface.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.